Welcome to SINCON 2020. Hopefully you're sat and relaxed and everything is good in your part of the world. Over 650 of you are attending, and that's amazing. I'm Adrian. I apparently know too many things. I'm the co-founder and now the only organizer of 44Con in London, and I run Alienate Security, and you can find
Welcome
the
to
channel
SINCON 2020.
in Discord.
Hopefully you're sat and relaxed and everything.
Other founder is Emil. He knows too many people.
Over 650 of you are attending.
You might know him because of this Division Zero thing.
It's
just a small event in Singapore.
Adrian, I apparently know too many things.
The common link we have is that of Royal Holloway.
And now the only organizer
we both went
44Con in London, and I run Alienate Security.
We talked before 2018 about running an event, and in 2018 it became a real thing because we started Infosec in the city in that year. We did a second event in 2019, which was huge,
small event in Singapore,
and we were really hoping for something different this year. We had all sorts of amazing plans. First, we decided that we'd be better off known as SINCON because we are an event in Singapore, and Infosec in the city had plans to expand around the world. We were hoping to give you views of this magical place. Sadly, that's not to be. And that's due to something you're all very aware of, COVID-19. And we must give our thanks to all the healthcare workers around the world and to all the vaccine scientists who've been working many, many hours to bring a solution to this issue to reality. So SINCON, the first edition, is actually virtual. We know it's 2021, but we're still calling it the 2020 edition. Ask him why. And we're doing things a little bit different. We tried virtualizing a conference hall all of last year with various events, but we found that actually having a common shared Discord experience was better for engagement. So we're doing that. We've also had a very organized flow as to how you actually engage with the event. So you're here, you got a ticket, well done. Are you on Discord? Many of you are, but if you're not, please get on it now. Because the third thing we need you to do is engage on Discord. Because there you'll find all of the channels dedicated to each of the talks you're going to see, where you can speak and communicate with the speaker. Q&A will be done in these channels. If you want to attend a workshop, all of the workshop communications will be in these rooms as well. We've got a wonderful exhibition foyer, which rather than a big hall that you walk around wearing your shoes out, we have channels for each of the sponsors. If you want to go to any of the kampungs, also known as villages, I think I prefer kampung, you'll find them on Discord. If you want to take part in the CTF competitions, we have two, they're on Discord. And when you get on Discord, you'll find everyone has weird and wonderful badges. And Emil's going to explain what these all mean.
Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, so I think as Adrian said, when you get on Discord, everyone's name have different badges on it. It means various different things. The crew you'll see a little trident. You can identify from there. Speakers will have a little microphones. Our kampong crew, the car security kampong crew will have a car. And if you need help or assistance with the Wonderland CTF, we have crew with a little horse on it. So on top of our sponsors, I really want to thank those who actually paid for tickets to attend our virtual conference. And those of you who did that, you got the patrons ticket. So a big shout out to all of you who did that. And you can identify these patrons with special badge on them as well. So yeah, you can see a nice little medal for ultimate patrons, different kind of badge for super patrons, and a nice ribbon for tier 3 patrons. Our sponsors are, you can recognize them by the gold, silver, and bronze medal that is on their name, that's tied to their name. And of course, shout out to our partners who help us co-organize bits and pieces of SINCON 2020. And all of you will be earning stars throughout the entire 2 days. And these stars translate the things. You can kind of relate it to going around an arcade, winning different vouchers and coins to claim prizes at the end of the day. And of course, we have our career kampong, and this is something that we have been doing since 2018, and everyone loved it. 2018 and 2019, we actually give out armbands, the blue and the red armbands I can see on the background, to identify people who are hiring and people who are looking for job opportunities. And of course, we can't leave that out, although we went virtual. So you can look out for anyone who is actually hiring with a little briefcase badge. And if you're looking for opportunities, you can get a name badge from us. If you're students and looking for internship opportunities, we can give you a beginner's badge. So if you want all these badges, or especially for the career one, just go to the career kampong channels and we will add it onto your name. So how do you earn these stars? Pretty much by interacting with everyone, with sponsors, with speakers, with our workshop instructors. So talk to our sponsors in the exhibition foyer, and we'll ask the sponsors who they have, enjoyed chatting with the last few hours. And once we get the names, you get the stars. If you ask good questions during talks and good questions during workshops, the speakers and instructors will give you the stars at the end of the day as well. And if you participate in the kampong, in the CTF, in the workshops, in both the Car Security CTF as well as the Wonderland CTF, you get stars. And all these stars at the end of the day translate to 2 things. First is you get, the more stars you have, the more chances you get to win the lucky draw, which we're gonna touch on a little bit later. And the other thing is certificate of participation, which we'll cover later as well. The last one before I get there is if you ever need any help, please just go to the help desk channel. We have crews standby throughout the entire conference to help you out. So hopefully at the end of the day, what you want is you look like Stan, collecting all the different badges. This might not be a pretty image, but the more stars you have, we're gonna, like I mentioned earlier, you're gonna get certificates of completions or certificate of participation if you get 20 stars. So talk to the speakers. There are more than enough talks. There are lots of workshops. There are CTFs. There are lots of sponsors for you to talk to. And it's not hard to get all 20 stars to earn your certification of participation. So what's this lucky draw at the end of the day? The first prize, if you get a $120 prize voucher, second prize $100, and third $80. So yeah, the most, like I mentioned earlier, the more stars you have, the more chance you get to win this prize vouchers. And on top of all this, we are also looking for engagement champions. So we'll be monitoring Twitter throughout the 2 days. And as long as you mention us and in your tweet, hashtag SINCON and SINCON 2020. And each day we'll identify 5 social media engagement champion, and you get $30 prize voucher. The interesting thing about this is you can be the champion for both days. So if you won the $30 voucher on first day, keep up the good work, you get another $30 second day if you're identified as one of the 5 social media champions. So a big shout out. We can't do a welcome address without showing this really big thank you, appreciation, and shout out to our sponsors who believe that we'll deliver a great conference to everyone, despite us going virtual this year. So thank you to our gold sponsors, Centurion, Horangi, Infinity Consulting, Panasonic, SecureAge, Star Labs, Trend Micro, Yes We Hack. Our silver sponsors, Alienate Security, eShot. Our bronze sponsors, CSIT, Cyber8 Lab, Kaspersky, and Web Orion. They will be all around throughout the 2 days. Talk to them. Most of them are hiring. Talk to them, get your stars. And if you go check out their booth, you can see they have been posting lots of very interesting articles, videos, and of course, internship and recruitment opportunities as well. The other great thing about our sponsors as compared to many other conferences that we've seen in Singapore is most companies sponsoring conferences or any trade shows just want your contact. And for SINCON, we tell all sponsors, no, we do not give out all our registrations or all our participants' contact by giving us money. It's an easy way for us to get money from them, but we know that will spoil a lot of people's experience by getting lots of spams. So we always tell sponsors, no, they will not get your contact by just giving us sponsorship money, but instead we encourage them to engage with our participants and get the contact or earn your contact to for them to share more with you organically. So in our exhibition foyer, we have this channel called the sponsorship directory as well. So if you're interested to learn more about our sponsors, click on all those buttons at the bottom. We'll pass your contact to our sponsors at the end of the day that you want to learn more about these sponsors. They are great organization, great companies. So do check them out. Highly encourage you, all of you, to check them out. And of course, if you get stars for engaging with them through this channel as well. So we will have loved everyone to be gathered on the physical locations that we have been in 2018 and 2019. Unfortunately, we are not, but looking at the engagement in Discord, I'm very heartened to see all the chats, all the conversation, all the engagement already ongoing. So keep it up. I really hope to see everyone again when the COVID-19 situation eases up, and welcome everyone back to Singapore and show you the awesome locations that Singapore's have to offer. So that's that for our opening and welcome address. And so next up is our 2 keynotes. We are very privileged to have 2 superweight champions in the cybersecurity industry to start off our conference with a big bang, with our first keynote by Eugene Kaspersky, a man who needs no introduction, to talk about cyber immunity for SecureAge. followed by Alex Rice, founder and CTO of HackerOne, to talk about Hack for Good, why the future needs hackers, and this topic can't be any more appropriate for our audience, for all of you, on why everyone or why the world needs all of us. So stay tuned. Our keynote will start at 10:30 in Singapore time, bit midnight or past midnight in London, where Adrian actually is at the moment. So he's gonna crash after this. And yeah, so yeah, stay tuned for our keynote. Now, I'm really excited to welcome SINCON 2020 conference first keynote speaker up on our main stage, a man who needs no introduction, Eugene Kaspersky.
Hello, everybody. I am Eugene Kaspersky, and welcome to the SINCON conference. Unfortunately, I am not with you this time. Let's speak about cybersecurity. We are living in a very interesting time when the world is turning to the cyber age. Well, the Homo sapiens, they were living in a stone age, then the bronze age, the iron age. Now, some people say that we are living in a plastic age because plastic now is the most important material. And now we're turning from the plastic age to the cyber age. But there are some barriers on this way. And the cybercrime and cyber threats is one of them. Actually, the cybercrime is a global problem. Every day we receive more than 400,000 new malicious files. Every day, more than 400,000. It means that they are massive. There are thousands of the cyber criminals, hackers, bad guys, which are behind these cyber attacks. Well, technically speaking, it's not really complicated to handle all that because we have the machine learning systems, image recognition, the behavior recognition system, which automatically process all that incoming stuff and release the antidote. But don't underestimate the power of the cybercrime. These junior cybercrimes, cyber criminals, they're learning, they're getting more experience, they join the highly professional criminal gangs, and they're able to attack even very, very well protected enterprises, businesses, and even industrial systems, industrial SCADA networks. And all that is a very, very huge, very important, a big danger for the cyber age. When we are living in the times which we depend on cyber technologies much more than before. Cyber is everywhere around us, vulnerable, and thousands of hackers are ready to attack the cyber systems. That's why the cybersecurity is getting much more important than before. And maybe it's a good idea even to switch from cybersecurity to cyber immunity. And my definition of cyber immunity is that the system is immune if the attack, successful cyber attack, costs more than possible damage. So the criminals, the bad guys, they must invest more than possible profit. And actually based on the new technologies, on the new architecture of applications, I believe we are ready to reach this level of security, the level of immunity. Security is a mask on your face, and immunity is injection. So I think it's time to switch from the masks to injection. And we are working on that. That's a good news. But there's so many systems around which we need to redesign. That's maybe not the bad news. It's also the good news for security experts. So learn more, talk to each other, be ready for the many new tasks which are ahead of us. Thank you very much, Eugene Kaspersky.
Thank you for the inspirational opening speech, Eugene. With the ever-evolving threat landscape, it is certainly important that we cybersecurity professionals, practitioners, cyber defenders continuously learn from each other to curb advanced threats. Now, our next keynote speaker is another super heavyweight champion in the cybersecurity space. Let us warmly welcome the CTO and founder of HackerOne, Mr. Alex Rice. Take it away.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining me for Infosec in the City, SINCON 2020. Really privileged to be kicking this off from the comfort of my garage out here in San Francisco. Hopefully everyone is staying safe, enjoying and had a good New Year's, and is ready to kick off the year. I've got a bit of a broad topic to cover here around just a set of things that I'm observing in the industry, and how I hope hackers can contribute to a little bit of a better outlook for 2021 than we had in 2020. I'd like to think a little bit on the optimistic side that we're turning a corner here, and the things can look up for the better, even if it doesn't feel like that day to day. I find it always like I'm a hopeless optimist on that front. So before we start diving in and talking about hackers, my name's Alex Rice. I'm the CTO and founder of a company called HackerOne. We're honored to be a community of hackers or security researchers, pen testers from all over the world that contribute to making software safer and technology more trustworthy. I wanted to share a bit of a story of that I think does a good job of highlighting some of the headwinds that hackers in general have had in making those positive contributions to the world. So it's going to start us off with one of my favorite hackers on the planet. If folks don't recognize him, this is Sammy Kamkar from a number of years ago, that has stayed active in the security community, made some very meaningful contributions to our collective security from technology stacks across the board, from web security to home security to vulnerabilities in our garage door openers, and privacy techniques to make so that websites have a harder time tracking us with cookies and the like. We are all unquestionably safer because of Sammy. But I wanted to rewind a little bit to around 2006, 2007, where Sammy first introduced himself to the world. Back then, Sammy decided to do a bit of a prank on MySpace, the predominant leading social network of the time. He found a cross-site scripting vulnerability in the site, and not being an evil person, decided to do a bit of a prank on it. So he weaponized the vulnerability to cause anyone who was impacted by this vulnerability to become friends with Sammy, and then immediately post, most of all, Sammy is my hero. So he codes this up, he sends it to one of his friends, and goes to bed. He wakes up the next morning to see that it's working. He's got 221 friend requests on MySpace, and is feeling great about all his newfound friends. Grabs some breakfast, and an hour later has 480 friend requests now, getting quite popular. And that's the moment when he realizes, like, uh-oh, this growth here is looking more exponential than linear. So fast forward 18 hours, by the end of the day, Sammy became the most popular person on social networking of all time at that point, with over a million friend requests. And about an hour later, MySpace goes down. They take the site offline because it wasn't handling it and needed to solve the problem. Sammy reflects on this now pretty apologetically of feeling very bad about his prank turning out into this. He didn't hear anything from MySpace for a while. Didn't go through any steps to hide himself, like it was his real profile. He was based in Los Angeles, just a few miles away from MySpace headquarters, but didn't hear from them for a bit until it was 6 or 9 months later or so. the FBI pays Sammy a visit. Sammy ultimately ended up getting about 3 years of probation from any computer usage, and had to do quite a bit of community service as restitution. And I think that's a little bit maybe a justice in some definitions, but a little bit of a disappointing outcome, because Sammy is absolutely capable of making more positive contributions to society, as he has since then. He's gone on to contribute to security research, as we talked about. But at the exact same time, there was another social network just getting started. It also had cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in it back at the time, and another pair of young hackers found a cross-site scripting vulnerability and also did a prank. This prank, though, replaced all of the CSS on the site, so that all your Facebook profile, if you got infected with this, would look like a MySpace page instead of a Facebook profile, and they called it Face Space. So everyone that got infected with this thing slowly turned the site into Face Space. But instead of the FBI coming their way, one of the founders and head of engineering at Facebook at the time found out, had attribution on who was responsible for this, sends an NA message to the individual responsible, Chris Putnam, and a very different tack, though, and ended up hiring him onto the engineering team to protect against categories like this, and be one of the initial security hires to the organization. And that path ultimately helped Facebook develop a much stronger security culture than MySpace was ever able to introduce. But it's also it was a much more productive outlet for those skills and that creativity. And it kind of it's something I reflect on a lot, around how should we treat people with skills like this? How do we guide this towards more positive outcomes? And I think we've turned a corner where there's a broad consensus that companies need hackers. They should be hired by companies rather than prosecuted and punished. That's kind of the basis of where we're at in HackerOne. Today, there's about 2,000 organizations on the platform that invite hackers to participate in an ethical, productive manner. And those hackers have resolved over 200,000 vulnerabilities, and I'm very pleased to say that we've made them $125 million richer, which is just a fantastic contribution, both to them, but also to all of our digital safety. So one of the first themes I was going to cover here is the concept of just, who are these hackers? What good can they provide to society? And what how do we all benefit from this? We really think about hacker as a very broad definition, originally defined back at MIT in the 70s. In their hacker jargon file, they defined it as someone who enjoys the intellectual challenge of finding creative ways around limitations. And I think this really nails the heart of what it means to be a hacker. It's about encountering limitations, finding ways around it. No mention of good or evil, right? Motives are kind of secondary to just that creative pursuit of finding a way to do something that wasn't possible. We spent a lot of time trying to understand who hacks today. Why do they hack? What do they look like? One of the most incredible strengths of the community is the diversity of backgrounds and perspectives and takes on security. So I wanted to share a little bit about the hackers that we work with in the HackerOne community. Who are they? What do they do? Where did they come from? How did they get into this? And spend a little bit of time talking about that. Vast majority of them are in the 18 to 24 range, or really 18 to 35. It's not a long tenured career. Most of the people entering the industry today or practicing hacking skills on a regular basis, surprisingly have not been doing it for very long, which is great to see, and also I hope speaks to the level of opportunity that exists for these skills. It's something that you can get good at in reasonably short time horizons when people really set their mind to it and practice, which is both good news and bad news, because the inverse of this is true for criminals that are learning hacking skills. Like the folks that we're up against, it does not take that long to become relatively competent at breaching software security, and we've seen the impact of this on the negative side, the negative effects of this on criminals that are able to breach, or kids that are able to prank large social networks. And what we haven't been good at is converting this to positive opportunity, both professionally and economic for the folks that have these skill sets. I think it's really fascinating to spend a little bit of time understanding the motivations of people that decide to do this type of work, that decide to hone and practice these skills. And far and away, the reason that we see reflects back on that early definition of a hacker, that we say it's there for the challenge. It's that creative challenge of accomplishing something that shouldn't be possible. But increasingly, people are doing it to make money. This is, and as they should be, this is a valuable skill set, and those skills should improve your life, and economic opportunity is one of the most meaningful ways to do that. But the list of motivations for other people are just as diverse as the group of people that participate in this skill set. They're there to learn, they're there to share, they're there to have fun. They're doing it for altruistic reasons of protecting and defending and doing good in the world and helping others. And then there's a little bit of ego in it as well. Like, this is, you feel good when you know you've done something meaningful there. And then on the next time, we wanted to spend a little time understanding the origin of how you get started in this. And similarly here, there's a pretty diverse story for how do people get started with hacking. There's a lot of people, the impetus was seeing the impact of a breach in the public. That starts triggering that curiosity around, like, how does this work? How does this happen? Some people have stumbled upon vulnerabilities themselves, or engaged in forums and chat rooms where other hackers were already sharing how they did it, and they got hooked from that perspective. A lot of folks got into it from gaming, which is how I got into computer security, was reverse engineering games that I wanted to have a bit of an unfair advantage on back in the 90s. Didn't view it as a computer security career at the time, but the skill sets picked up there lend themselves very well to the security industry as a whole. But luckily, where there's the biggest opportunity for starting people into hacking is in school. Very few, almost an astonishingly small number of the security professionals today learned their skills or got started on this track in a structured education environment. And I think that's a critical area that we need to figure out how to move into, to get more people out there protecting us and doing good here. Hacking is, in some cases, a full-time job. In some cases, it augments a full-time job, but the vast majority of people who are contributing to this broader vulnerability disclosure practice aren't doing it as a full-time activity. It's something that they dabble in. And as we really dig into this, we see that this is key to being effective at it. The best security professionals don't necessarily specialize in one particular area. The how do we overcome some limitation is the ability to do that is stronger the broader your base. And so folks that are software engineers during the day, but set aside a few hours a week to do the opposite of that are very effective at the type of work that they do. Not true across the board. There's certainly elements of security where going very, very deep into an area produces the best outcome, and you see that reflected in the in the data here as well. But this diversity of how much time should you dedicate to it is a promising trend, we think. And then finally, overwhelmingly, folks that have this skill set have been able to leverage it into full-time employment at a particular place. And this is ultimately where we need to get to. We can't just have people on the outside looking for vulnerabilities and breaking things. You have to be part of the solution, and it's hard to be part of the solution if you're not part of the company that's ultimately building these things. So we think it's fantastic to see people that develop and leverage these skill sets start joining companies to practice these skills full time. There's a bit of a US centric look on it today, but I really wanted to hope folks take away the message here that we need hacking. It is a good activity. We cannot build secure software without it, but we are not equipping the next generation of people to bring this skill set to the world. The training and on-the-job training is inadequate. Organizations aren't investing in training. There's far too many unfilled cybersecurity jobs, and the vast majority of computer science programs and college degrees in general don't incorporate this into their work. And so we're working on changing this. And I'd encourage everyone listening to this, if you have an opportunity to give back to the education system or incorporate this into formal programs or build these training programs, it's one of the highest value activities we can do as security professionals in 2021 and beyond. So changing track a little bit from hacking to good, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about what should we prioritize in the face of all the different things we have to prioritize in defending technology. This is a incredibly difficult task, and just finding the problems is just one part of the solution. And then once we know about it, what do we do about it often becomes overwhelming for CISOs and CIOs and heads of engineering or anyone responsible for building secure technology. What you do once you know you have a problem is an overwhelming task for many folks. One of the most useful things that I found for organizing these teams after talking to many of our customers that struggle with these challenges is the ones that are doing it the best have kind of broken from a traditional security perspective of mitigating risk completely, but instead orient themselves around speed. And I think a talk from Black Hat last year by Kelly and Nicole, I'd highly recommend about going a little bit deeper into how to think about speed as it applies to security. And I like the way that they framed it, that I'll summarize basically as good security teams have the mindset and the expectation that their security controls are going to fail, and they plan for it. It's not a question of, will the security control fail? Every control that you develop is done with the mindset of, it is inevitable that this control will fail. What then? And then with that mindset, you start to move yourself away from, your goal is not to avoid incidents. Your goal and your orientation is to continuously improve your ability to respond to those incidents. And then there's one key outcome from this, which is if your information security program is focused on avoiding failure, whether you're tracking the time between failure or the number of incidents, or you're counting bad things that happened, all of those metrics will lead you astray. And I'd encourage you to spend a little time thinking about what this means. If you were to reimagine defending technology with the expectation that everything's going to fail, we are not going to avoid incidents, but we want to be as efficient as we can about them. And counting bad things or counting failure or focusing on failure is the wrong orientation. Similarly, Katie here, in pursuit of what metrics to track, has something that I found very effective at our own program at HackerOne, but for many of our customers, which is the percent of vulnerabilities that you're remediating within an SLA. It's a very simplistic metric, but it's an incredibly powerful one at assessing, are we getting better at responding to vulnerabilities? And this is an example from with a vulnerability management and vulnerability disclosure lens on it. But this is a far better metric than what you traditionally see in those places, those spaces, which are often based around quantity or completeness or risk scores. And if you kind of ignore all of that for your program and instead say, our goal is to be as fast as we can here, and orient around speed and learning is a very, very powerful way to approach this. So we track this for all of the programs that we host on HackerOne. We try to guide and consult customers in this direction around, look, time to resolve, how quickly are you remediating is one of the most important signals of a maturity for your program, and one of the best things that you can do for risk. So the whole product experience is oriented around getting things remediated faster. What's happening? And you see, there's a bit of a delta across industries. In some cases, this is a lot harder than others. And for our, like spending 57 days to fix and remediate issues in the aerospace industry is actually pretty good. These are more surprisingly mature organizations in the data set that we have here, whereas folks like cryptocurrency companies, like not spending too long to resolve incidents is a big problem for someone where the stakes are that fast for them. So there's a spectrum here, but the median's actually not bad. It was about 17 days for 2019. But unfortunately, we've had after several years of progress there, from going from about a month in 2017 down to 17 days in 2019, we were on track with it improving, but we've been seeing this slowly creep up again post COVID. We're back up to about 20 days again, being the median time to remediate across the sample set that we have, which I think speaks a lot to the challenges that we've had during COVID, and to me was one of the more worrying trends of cybersecurity. We're all trying to do more with less. We've got more folks working from home. We've got an expanded attack surface. Like the challenges that we've had during COVID have taken a toll on every organization out there, and it's reflected in our ability to respond faster to security problems. I think we urgently have to start turning this trend in the other direction. We've got to adopt to this new normal of working. We've got to figure out how to get properly resourced, properly staffed, and the business aligned around speed being ultimately what we need to focus on to make meaningful progress and protect our customers. So I hope we start pushing this in the other direction again. We're paying a close eye on it. I'd encourage anyone who's in a defender position to start making this one of the most visible metrics that you have for your executive staff and your stakeholders. Next, I wanted to talk about one of my favorite topics in security around transparency. And my general thinking on this is related to what we just talked about at the very beginning of the last section, where Kelly and Nicole so cleanly stated that like things are going to break. Stop trying to avoid it. And I think, generally speaking, this is a healthy perspective to have in information security. Bad things happen. And one of the most pertinent questions for us is how do we retain or rebuild trust when they do? If you're in an area where trust is essential, which is almost all of our businesses, and we know that bad things are going to happen on a regular basis, how do we continue to instill trust in our customers and our constituents and our executives and our board that it's going to be okay, even though these bad things are guaranteed to happen? I have found that transparency is one of the most powerful tools and under leveraged tools that we have to address this and to build trust. I think one of the things that illustrates this well, and there's a lot on this graph, so bear with me for a second, but what you're seeing here is the causes of death in the United States. This is like one of the worst things that can happen to people. Unquestionably a bad thing, happens every day in the United States. People die. And this is a little bit stale data. I was reflecting on this when I was putting it together. I really want to see an updated version of this that has COVID-19 on here as well, because you see the pneumonia and the flu down there at 2.5%. But generally speaking, the vast majority of people are dying for these reasons. This is still largely representative of what death looks like in the United States, and it is not dramatically far off from most other developed countries. However, these are the causes of death that people Google for in the United States. And far and away, the most probable way for you to die in the United States is heart disease. And almost nobody proactively searches for information on it. Cancer is at least somewhat representative, but then as you get down the list, you see people spending a lot of time researching things that are very low probability of it happening to them. And then this is compounded a bit by, what does the media report on? What do you hear about? Like as you open up the news or your social networking feed, what's your perception from there of what's going to kill you? What's the bad thing that's going to happen to you today? And here, there is this disproportionate emphasis on terrorism, homicide, suicide, which are very unlikely ways for you to meet your demise, but consume the majority of what we spend the time worrying about or focusing on. And this pattern here of humans not having a rational understanding of risk and bad things happening plays itself out time and time again across a number of areas, including cybersecurity and our industry. I love this quote from Nicholas Kristof at the New York Times. I think captures it well. He says, in journalism, we cover what has happened today. They're all over a press conference or an explosion, but they don't cover the things that happen every day. They miss the stories about everyday improvement and everyday progress, because the things that happen every day are never quite news. In this quote, he's talking about diarrhea. Diarrhea is the leading cause of death in children under 5. In like the 30 minutes that I've been talking, something like 40 kids have died from diarrhea in the world. And when is the last time you saw a news article about diarrhea? It's just, it's not something we spend a lot of time thinking about. If you take this and you apply this analogy to security, what are the things that we hear about all the time and we focus on all the time? This week it's SolarWinds and the breach of the week, which is probably worth us spending time on. But I guarantee you, since SolarWinds has broken, there's been thousands of bad things happening at organizations that don't have SolarWinds deployed and are probably not going to have a similar level attack against them, that are just getting ignored and not getting our attention, and we're not learning from. And I find this to be a really helpful framing for what should we be worried about today, and trying to take a balanced perspective to what are the bad things that are going to happen? And most importantly, how do we talk about them in a way that shows this everyday improvement? This is an example of headlines from breaches that happened at different organizations that all have an identical root cause at it. And I'm sure as you read some of these, you start to form an opinion about what it might have been. These are all big companies: GitHub and Google, Twitter, Facebook. They know not to store plain text passwords. They have great practices around not storing plain text passwords. All of them have had this happen because an engineer somewhere turned on logging. And I called this example out because I think there's two important lessons to take away from this. One is, this is not a good thing that plain text passwords were discovered at organizations. It's bad. We should fix it. It's a bad thing that happened. There's almost zero risk to anybody because of this. These were all logging incidents. There's no data breaches associated with it. There's no real negative outcome. It's something we need to fix, but do we need a bunch of news articles about it? Do we need people freaking out about this? Do we need consumers to be worried that their Google password has been compromised? No. But that's how InfoSec is oriented today, because we spent a lot of time focused on news rather than what's likely to kill you, what's most likely to cause a breach. Where do we need to focus our time and energy? That's number one. Number two here is the root causes associated with these. Even though all these organizations have the same problem, there is no learning mechanism for them to learn from each other around exactly what happened. How do I prevent this? How do we detect it? How do I know? So everyone is left to their own devices to try to interpret from these news articles what this means, what you should do about it, and whether or not it matters. And that's just a huge missed opportunity, both for these organizations to build trust by saying, hey, actually, like, there is no risk to you. This is not a big deal, but it's good hygiene. And here's what everyone should learn from this. And so we're doomed to keep repeating the same mistakes and dedicating precious time and resources towards things that really don't matter. One of the things that I think helps this a lot is developing a track record of talking about the bad things that happen in cybersecurity on a daily basis, around setting this baseline of, we know we have vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities come in all the time. Here's how we resolve them. And here's our process for letting you know about something that really affects you. Like, here's how you as a journalist can tell that this was just another vulnerability on a Tuesday versus this is newsworthy. This is something you need to write about. This is an example of Starbucks here, which is they're a customer of ours, but they also have a very progressive team that's very transparent with their customers. They disclose most of the vulnerabilities that are found in their technology stack for purposes of helping others learn, building and establishing trust that you can trust them, and that even though they have vulnerabilities and bad things can happen, that they're proactive about it, they're taking steps to do it. And most important, this helps disarm the daily news of, like, if a journalist would find out about any one of these vulnerabilities, suddenly it's not news anymore. It's just another vulnerability that everybody has. And sorry, it's not news. There's nothing to explode over here. Without this putting context, if you were to just take this line right here, that feels like a news article, right? Feels like something that you would see on the front page of the New York Times or the Guardian, of like, but it's not news. Things like this happen all the time. There's actually zero risk to consumers. Consumers are safer because this happened. Zero risk might be a little bit far, but in this particular case, there was no harm to consumers, no need to worry about it. It was found, it was resolved, and now you are safer here than at your data is safer here than at other places. And that's important progress that we don't talk about. Similarly, the Department of Defense, which is a very surprising source of transparency to me in the United States, does the same thing. They also now share a large majority of the vulnerabilities that are discovered in their systems for purposes of showing that there's continuous improvement, that they are trustworthy, and helping others learn. And this is just it's hard to understand how incredible it is for me to see this, because there's so much that you can learn from looking at the bad things that happened to others and how they did it, and applying that to your own programs or your own skill set. So I'd call that out. We try to correlate this as much as we can and make it as accessible as we can, because we think there's an incredible amount of value in this transparency. But the meta benefit to your businesses and the businesses that are protecting your data is that they're able to tell more confident stories about should you trust them with your data, and how can you expect them to respond if a bad thing does happen. To start all of this, I think a lot of this begins with the acceptance that you're going to have vulnerabilities, bad things are going to happen, and you want to learn about them and you want to have a conversation about them. Unfortunately, we're not there. This is getting better. This number was 94% about 18 months ago. Now it's about 82% of the Forbes Global 2000 there. So we're trending towards it. But the vast majority of the largest businesses in the world that are protecting most of our data, they do not have policies for vulnerability disclosure. There is no transparency that you can expect from them other than a breach notification. And there's no established process for you to point out a problem to them if it exists. And the impact that this has on the hacker community is, of our community of hackers, 63% of them have chosen not to report a vulnerability that they discovered. This is an incredible missed opportunity to get more of this security feedback into organizations and develop positive conversations around how we get more secure. About 21% of them say it's because they couldn't find out how to report, and another 15% said that they just got ignored even when they did. We've got to do better on this front. It starts with transparency and hopefully leads towards trust. Breaking it down I wanted to specifically pull some local city data for the folks local there in Singapore. Y'all are home to a little more than a dozen of the Forbes Global 2000. Unfortunately, none of them have a process to report a security vulnerability to them, which I hope we can partner on making better. I want to see this go up to a fraction of a percent sometime in the next year. I think we can make progress on it. But the story is not that much better globally. Like the U.S. only has 28%, and that's the norm for most developed countries out there. So we've got a long way to go on this front. I wanted to leave the transparency topic with one particular thought that is one of the most predominant things that is on my mind these days, and I hope you would walk away from this, which is fundamentally, because of our aversion to transparency in cybersecurity, we don't learn from our mistakes. And we have to learn from our mistakes. We have to figure out how to do this. The stakes are just too high for learning from the mistakes of others to be a voluntary practice. I think we've got to move towards a model where the norm is sharing incident data. I got this from Alex Stamos in his Blue Hat keynote last year. I encourage you to listen to it if you're there. But there's a great model for this in automotive and the aviation industries, where when there's a mistake or even a near miss, there's a thorough incident investigation accident report, and it's published for everyone to review and learn from. If we, I think Alex Stamos said it quite well, where if the aviation industry approached transparency and continuous improvement the same way that the cybersecurity industry does, it would be impossible for us to fly. Like planes would be falling out of the sky left and right. It would be just an unworkable industry. And the model that they found for mistakes are going to happen. That's okay. There's a safe way to share without exposing yourself to additional liability and additional risk. And this is how we get better collectively as an industry, is a powerful model for us to consider as an industry. I think we have to figure out how to do this. And my dream is that we get to a world where transparent, detailed incident reports are just the norm for cybersecurity, whether it was a full-on breach or a near miss. If we can't figure out how to do this in a way that doesn't shame and disincentivize companies from doing so, we're doomed to never move forward here. This is not going to be easy. This is going to be a long way to go global. So I wanted to encourage everyone to do their small part to add a little bit of transparency to whatever area of information security you're working in. And a little bit at a time, we can normalize, like, bad things happen here. It's not news. It's okay. Let's share. We try to practice what we preach here at HackerOne. So in our contracts, we commit to disclosing every security vulnerability in our environment, no matter the severity, no matter how it looks. You can find this at hackerone.com/security and browse through every security vulnerability we've had going back 6 years, including incidents that we have no obligation to report on. I gave you an example here of a attack that we suffered in October. No data breach involved, so we don't have to tell anyone about it. But we think it's a wasted opportunity for us to do that incident investigation and not share it with the world. This is not an easy thing to do. It's a scary thing to do, honestly. But we're going to have to take these little steps to show others that transparency is actually how we fix cybersecurity and re-earn trust with everyone that we're building technology for. So I wanted to leave you with those 3 thoughts for the day. Hacking is good. If above everything else, prioritize speed, and please join me on my crusade for transparency. We as an industry are not trusted. People do not trust the technology that they depend upon. They do not trust that when you enter data into a website that it won't get breached. We have to turn that around, and I don't see how we restore trust in our profession without bringing transparency to bear on the problem. Thanks everyone for sitting with me wherever you're at. I hope to get back out physically to visit y'all for the next conference. I'm optimistic that we'll be back to travel as normal soon. So hope to meet folks in person next time around. But please reach out to me with any thoughts or comments at arice@hackerone.com or Senior Rose on Twitter. Really, thank you to all the organizers for having me here. It really was a privilege. Everyone, please enjoy the rest of the conference and stay safe out there.
Best part ever. best party ever. Yeah, it's been a great 2019, challenging year, but excited about 2020. Harangi!
Harangi, innovate without fear. Semua bisa jadi macam.
I moved my whole life from America to come here and help build Harangi. I didn't know what I was getting into. I thought for maybe there was like 5 minutes or 10 minutes when I first got here where I panicked and I said, holy crap, I don't know if I made the right choice. Almost 2 years later, I'm pretty positive I made the right choice. I've learned so much, I've grown so much in the time I've spent here, and I'm definitely a better person for it. I'm locked in here till the end. Hopefully that's a long way away. I really hope for 100 more years of good stuff.
Harangi, man, best company ever. Innovate without fear. All day, every day.
Harangi, thanks for having us. We are having fun. Yeah!
Thanks for the party, Harangi. Best wishes to the future.
Success matters to me more than anything else.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. So we have lots of people here, so obviously a lot of tigers from Harangi, tigers, significant others, as well as, of course, our customers, investors, and partners. So thank you everyone for coming to the event. Hopefully you guys enjoy the food. It's great. So if you are taking pictures, make sure to tag the restaurant on Instagram. So it's SecureAge. Ask someone for spelling, because I'm not too good at that. But yeah, it's been a great year for us. Obviously, in 2019 has been challenging in many ways as we've grown from a small company to a bigger one. So we're about 75 people now, growing consistently in the space, and of course now moving on up to a new office in Suntech. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good night. It's just beginning, and a great sort of launch into 2020. And of course, everyone is here, especially the white t-shirts, which mostly Harangi employees now. I think a lot of them giving away as well. We spent a lot of time working hard on building the company and the brand of Harangi to what it is today. So I really appreciate everyone's help in doing that. So yeah, thanks for attending the events. Please have some drinks. I think we're here till at least midnight, if not later. But yeah, thanks everyone again for coming. And where's Mark? No. Yeah, cheers to Harangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us create that. Thank you, everyone. Horangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us create this.
Digital data circulates like the blood in a human body. Through day and night, they carry the information that keeps the world working, making the world a better place. The advent of smart home devices and the Internet of Things has brought convenience and comfort to our modern life. Meanwhile, there are the misuse of the data, and that underlying malice is infiltrating the matrix of the healthy veins, threatening the wealth, life, and privacy at a scale beyond imagination. Who is the one to shield people against such an unprecedented crisis? Panasonic Cyber Security Lab. Panasonic Cyber Security Lab is a safeguard for the modern life of convenience and comfort. We analyze threats, eradicate breaches, educate and promote the mindset for corporate cyber security. We engage in exchanging thoughts from all fields and embrace innovation and progressive techniques. Panasonic has long been avant-garde in promoting your smart life intelligence. And we, Panasonic Cyber Security Lab, are a guardian, securing the world from all cyber threats.
This is your data. It can be all sorts of great things, like a business presentation, the latest design schematics, even an entire back-end database. It could be the source code for the next big app, or something fun, like an informative product video. To reach its full potential, your data needs to be protected. Most simply get full disk encryption to protect their hardware and call it a day. But there are far worse dangers to your data today than just a lost drive or a stolen computer. Especially while in use, data needs to be protected from breaches or even from accidental exposure. Introducing SecureAge Secure Data, a simple and effortless way to automatically encrypt every file, every place, every time. By having every file in a naturally secure state, accessible only to you or your shared users, data is protected against internal and external threats without compromising user productivity. Here's how it works. Every file is encrypted as soon as it's created, or when it's transferred to your system. The encryption persists even when it's moved to another drive, archived on backup media, or stored in the cloud. Secure data grants inherent defenses to all files, no matter where they go, in a way that's fully transparent to its intended users. A small icon is all you see on every encrypted file. All that's needed to open it is a double click, just like always. There's zero change in user and application behavior while keeping all your data safe from unauthorized use. Secure data even makes sharing incredibly easy for small and large organizations. It uses powerful public key encryption for seamless access control and encryption policies that individualize data and define the intended security measures. Any shared file or folder is accessible only to authorized users, without worrying about decrypting a file or even remembering passwords. Unauthorized users such as hackers or even employees who manage your IT infrastructure won't be able to view the contents of your protected data. This enables organizations to take advantage of technologies like the cloud without worrying about data being intentionally or even accidentally compromised. It simply stays secure everywhere, all the time. Secure data is compatible with modern enterprise security features for deployment on various industries and is compliant with the world's most stringent legal security requirements. SecureAge Secure Data. Encryption for every file, every place, every time. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedata. Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it, but that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere, making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing SecureAge Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry-standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. SecureAge Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secureemail. Encryption is important. It's the most effective way of keeping sensitive files for your eyes, or even certain eyes only. Signing is equally critical. It ensures sensitive files are left untampered with, while also authenticating the identity of its source. Sounds complicated? Well, it shouldn't be. Introducing SecureAge Secure File. File encryption and digital signing. It's powered by advanced encryption features like customizable encryption algorithms, secured file wiping, two-factor authentication, and built for securely sharing files with others. This makes it compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. SecureAge Secure File, advanced encryption and digital signing for mission-critical files. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securefile. When it comes to protecting files, including their metadata, it's best to turn to disk encryption. An encrypted disk is essentially a container that safely encrypts every file that goes inside. While most turn to full disk encryption, it's limited in size by hardware and ties data to one device and a single user. Virtual volume encryption, on the other hand, makes a container of any size that can be stored anywhere, from physical media, network storage, or even the cloud. And while encrypted volumes can be shared, they typically rely on passwords, and that can be incredibly vulnerable. SecureAge Secure Disk easily lets you create virtual encrypted volumes that can be shared without clunky passwords. It uses powerful public key encryption so that only the people you trust can open, interact, and modify files, no matter where they are, without leaving a clue to others of what's inside. SecureAge Secure Disk Virtual Volume Encryption to safely store and share sensitive data. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedisk.
If you're like most people, and I think you might be, you like to feel secure, very secure. Well, I don't want to alarm you, but did you know that there are hundreds of thousands of malware and viruses released daily, and only 10% are detected by antiviruses within the first week? Scary, right? It's okay, Bouncer. Not even you can protect us from the other 90%, but SecureA Plus can. SecureA Plus is the ultimate computer security solution that combines more than 10 antiviruses and application whitelisting, protecting you at all times. And get this, it's absolutely free. Yep, more than 10 antiviruses for less than a dog biscuit. It's also fast, incredibly fast. Why? Well, all of these antiviruses live in the cloud, so your computer won't have to process locally. No, Bouncer, not that type of cloud. Silly dog. It's so fast that you get a full system scan from all of these antiviruses in less than a minute. And remember those pesky untrusted apps that take it upon themselves to automatically run without your permission? SecureA Plus prevents that from happening, giving you total control all the time. So, it's time you choose the right security solution that'll give protection for you and everyone else. Download SecureA Plus today.
The digital environment is constantly evolving, and so are the threats. With such an abundance of new technologies and information being created every second, the only effective way to protect our digital assets is through constant, comprehensive threat research. For more than 30 years, Trend Micro has been at the forefront of the battle against cybercriminals. Since 2014, we've blocked an incredible 300 billion threats, and this number grows every second as we continue to identify millions more threats every day. All thanks to the intelligence gathered by Trend Micro Research, a research organization which combines the best security experts in the industry with state-of-the-art machine intelligence to improve prevention, detection, and response to the evolving threats of today's cybersecurity landscape. Trend Micro Research takes advantage of sophisticated automation tools to identify new threats more quickly and accurately than ever before. And ongoing research and analysis of identified malware and threats gives us an unparalleled insight into how and why they work. Our team of security experts constantly identifies current and emerging trends, technologies, user behavior, and market and geopolitical shifts, so we're able to accurately anticipate the threat landscape of the future. With vulnerabilities, it's a race against time to patch or mitigate before exploits can be developed and deployed. That's why it's so important to identify them before they can be discovered and exploited by attackers. Through its zero-day initiative, the largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program in the world, and repeatedly a top supplier of vulnerabilities for Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT, Trend Micro Research is the global leader in vulnerability research, regularly providing protection months ahead of the public patch being available. When cybercriminals want to get into a specific organization, their weapon of choice is most often a targeted attack. Trend Micro Researchers regularly analyze such attacks, providing insight into each step of the attack lifecycle and how best to protect against it. We also develop and employ innovative technologies to analyze data from the Trend Micro Smart Protection Network, identifying potential targeted attacks within our own customer base. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are critical elements of cybersecurity research, helping identify malicious emails, phishing, exploits, and many other threats at greater scale and more rapidly than any human. Trend Micro researchers and data scientists have been working with these technologies, developing solutions to combat threats and improve detection since the beginning of the 21st century. The next wave of innovation is already upon us, with smart homes, smart factories, smart cities, and transportation systems becoming an attractive new target for attack. Trend Micro researchers study these areas to better understand how these technologies are currently being used, how they could be used in the future, and how threat actors could potentially target them. Criminal underground communities are a valuable source of information. Working with global and local law enforcement agencies, Trend Micro researchers infiltrate and analyze the many criminal undergrounds that exist around the world. We use the knowledge gained from research into criminal underground communities to improve our products and the protections they offer against the threats launched by these criminals. From the very beginning, we have stayed ahead of the curve, constantly innovating in our mission to make the world safe for exchanging digital information. Because in the fight against cyber threats, knowledge is power.
Hello, I'm Paisley, the MC for this talk. Up next, we have Mars and Salmon from Trend Micro TX1 Networks. Today, they will be presenting on taking over and compromising ICS and SCADA. So without further delay, please welcome Mars and Salmon.
Hello everyone, I'm Mars Chen from TX1 Networks. I want to thank everyone for being here, and I'm so honored to be here to talk to you today. And today, I'm gonna talk about my time researching how to taking over and compromise ICS and SCADA. And everyone should know, the modern hackers love to target ICS and SCADA and try to disrupt and take control of ICS and SCADA systems. So in this topic, I will do my best to keep this material as related as possible. Before we go to today's topic, please allow me to introduce us. Who are we? And who are TX1 Networks? And TX1 is a joint venture company by Trend Micro and Mossad. And we focus on providing cyber defense and visibility for operational technology. And Trend Micro has over 30 years security experience and is world leader in threat research, while Mossad has over 30 years of OT knowledge in ICS infrastructure and OT protocols. So TX1 was developed with cybersecurity and OT knowledge. And currently, I'm Mars. I'm a threat researcher for TX1 Networks and focusing on IoT, ICS, and SCADA and enterprise-related security and threat research. And I have also shared the result of my security research at a major security conference such as Red Hat, HackerCon, Tower, Hacking in the Box conference, ICS Cybersecurity Conference in USA and Asia, and others conference. And also as a general coordinator of HackerCon 2021. And my partner Salmon is a staff engineer of TX1 Networks too. And he focuses on IT and SCADA protocol parsing and Linux kernel programming, and also help us to improve our Honeypot deployment. So this is today's outline, and I will start with introduce what is industrial control system, and just talk about how neglect ICS threats, and then we will introduce the code of ICS and SCADA and the ICS network protocols, and we introduce our research and how to those common flaws in ICS protocols. And finally, I will share the mitigation strategy for working against the ICS network protocols attack. So first one, what is industrial control system? What is ICS? ICS is a general term used to describe any system that gathers information on an industrial process and modifies, regulates, or manages the process to achieve a desired result. Generally speaking, ICS contains SCADA, DCS, process control systems, safety instrument systems, automation system, or other automatic control systems. So all of them we can call it an ICS. So in ICS, there are three main functions: control, view, and monitor. And control function is used to control value, monitor, and other components. And view function is used to watch the current state of other process in order to make the right decision. And monitor function is used to provide alarm, event context, and warning of the process condition to help us to do some instant response. So before we talk about the ICS security, we should know the ICS security model. And this one is a Purdue model, Purdue architecture. This architecture was developed in 1990s and was adopted by ICS 99 standard before, but now we call it IEC 62443. So basically, the Purdue model has 6 layers, and then from 0 to 5. And from level 0 to level 3, we know is a operational technology layer, and you have process layer of level 0, here level 0, and control layer, and area supervisory control layer, and site manufacturing and operation control layer. From level 0 to level 3 is our operational technology layer, and is our topic today. So we more deep talk about this. So this page shows the common ICS architecture. And the composition of ICS contains HI and field devices like field controller, safety system, all kinds of server, including database server, configuration server, and your network station. So in the common IC architecture, there are many attack vectors, including web attacks or kinds of server attacks, software attacks, physical attacks, and field devices attacks. Even more is wireless attack focused on target industrial wireless devices. But ours today we will focus on IC's network protocols. So what is this? And we will introduce later. But I know ICS is very abstract things. So here we provide a sample. It's a manufacturing and expansion lines. So you will see the minimal minimal ICS systems. You should have HMI, PLC here, and field devices here. And to make the minimal ICS systems. So usually if control system is hacked, the wells going to have is a right expansion line and process will be failed. So you cannot normally operation, you cannot normally develop your product. So it is very serious things. So we need to know how ICS operation. So this is ICS operation, and simple to say, operator guys usually will use the human machine interface is a graphical interface, and to send the control, to send command to the controller, and controller will send the command to actuate to run the control process. To is a cycle here to make the cycle here continuously cycle process here. So for example, if we want to control the temperature to 27 degrees, and we use the HMI and send the command to PLC to controller, and controller will send a command to actuate, but this will based on the sensors. If a sensor report the temperature is 26 degrees to controller, and controller will send command to actuate to increase the temperature. But the sensor, if send the temperature to controller is 28 degrees, the actuate will be decrease the temperature. So it's continuously a process here, but just for operator will send a command to controller, and controller will run this process. It's very simple and to describe the ICS operation. And we know there are key three main components in ICS, and this one is controller. It's programmable logic controller. Usually controller is used to many specific function, such as IO control, logic timing, counting, or many BIT controls. So it's a core used to control run the process to the control system. A human machine interface, and there are two forms. One is touch panel based here, and the other one is Windows based here. And this is software based which will load onto the Windows systems, Windows computer. So basically, HMI provided graphical representation of the process for the operator, and used to control or monitor, announce, and training. So here it just as HMI. So these few devices here, and it's less one component, critical component in ICS. So such as pressures and temperature, liquid and gas flows meters, and so on. And different type of industry and will use different field devices. So I will say the type of field devices is many. So we cannot list everyone. So just it's just provides some sample here. So we already know the ICS basic information, basic technology. So we need to know ICS is secure or not. So here we will share the negative ICS threats. So here from 2010, starting this happened. We know so many security incidents about ICS, about critical infrastructures happened from 2010 to 2007 is focused on critical infrastructure, and after that focus on many of them focus on smart factory here. So every year, every location will happen an industry will happen a security incident, and target or non-target. So we will take this happened is a sample here. Is in 2015, Ukrainian power grid cyber attack is, I will say, is a very detailed attack and very spend time attack. So first, attack send a phishing email to with the Microsoft document and with the malware black registry to the business network to the operator, and operators click this malware and build the CNC channel to the attack. And attacker can try to access the business network. But however, unfortunately, this business network store the VPN credential of the control system network. So attacks can access the control system network via the business network too with the VPN here. And then in step 4, attacker use the remote access tools to try to compromise to send a command to the remote station and trigger the breaker within 30 minutes and make the power off, power breakout in the whole systems. No power use, and also attack upload the malicious firmware to the serial to Ethernet gateways. So this behavior is make the network cannot be used it, and operator should be manually debugging and manual recovery. But however, the attacker uses the modified kill disk malware to erase the master boot records of all systems, including Windows and Linux, and including some Windows-based remote terminal unit. And step 7 is use the UPS system to impact connect to load on the scheduled service outage. So also you don't have enough power, you don't have a UPS system to use. And also last one, and operator need to go out because they have no idea how to recover the power. But however, the hacker performed a telephone denial service attack on the call center. So in this moment, so after step 5 to 8, the attack want to delay the time of recovery. So we will say this is very in deep attacks for here. So we just target attack. We need to care. We should be care. But also, according to our survey, we say ISIS Security Advisory. So about advisory, about the CV number is increasing year by year, So many vulnerabilities, so many advisory from ISIS Cert published by ISIS Cert. So it is meanwhile it's so many researcher or attacks already research on the ISIS domain knowledge. So they want to discover some vulnerability, discover some issue, security issue in the ICS domain. Also, according our hunting season, the monitoring, and we find that the ISIS network protocol traffic is increasing in the past year. So, including Snare IP or Mitsubishi, Fox, or other ISIS protocol, the traffic is increasing. So, meanwhile, attack want to probe or want to try to attack, perform kinds of attack on the internet. So, it is very serious things. And also, you may be curious, maybe ISIS system is very secure, but according to the risk report by CyberX, so they performed some analysis over the 1,800 production networks. So they find out that they propose some results, including 71% of outdated and unsupposed Windows OS still using ICS networks like Windows XP, Windows 7, and also they say 27% of their devices have direct internet connection. So we will say every air gap is not real in the ISIS network. But I will say in here, usually operator will say their network layer devices air gap because they don't have no idea about what is air gap and what is a real network segmentation. So they will say it's a air gap things. And also, they will say 54% have remote accessible, and 16.6 have no automatic updates. So they will suffer kinds of vulnerabilities attack, but they don't have provide any protection. And also, those ISIS attack will be public in the recent years because they focus on critical infrastructure. Because many of ICS data systems well used in critical infrastructure sectors. Like in Taiwan, there are 8 critical infrastructure, and they have at least five critical infrastructure use the ICS and SCADA systems like traffic, high-tech park, energy, medical, and water. And for Singapore, there are 11 critical infrastructure sectors, but at least 6 energy, healthcare, transportation, water, aviation, those critical infrastructure sectors will use ICS and SCADA systems. So if you attack those critical infrastructure, you just need to attack ICS systems. So for example, Japan, 14 sectors and at least 9, and United States, 60 separate sectors and at least 10 critical infrastructure sectors use ICS systems. Okay, so we know just quickly summarize about ICS security threat situation. We know the vulnerability are mostly critical and high risk level. Also, the number of vulnerabilities is rising year by year, and the security incident has huge impact, huge impact on the ICS environment or financial loss. And the ICS and security are not secured, or we know from ICS network and from ICS devices and never patch it, so it's very weak and is easy to exploit it. So we will say the ICS situation is very, very critical things. So what is the most important thing? So we want to talk about the core of ICS. What is this? It's ICS network. It's ICS network protocol. And what is ICS protocol? So usually ICS protocol is used to perform process control, industrial control, power, building control, so many purposes. So they will propose different protocols. So usually the ICS protocol is used to communicate between HMI and the field controller here, like field controller, and sometimes engineering workstation can send the ICS protocol traffic to the field devices to upload program, download program, and so or do some configuration. So usually if you hacker, you can use the ICS protocol attack. You can successfully to control the field device controller, and the controller will send command to field devices, and then you can take over. You can compromise your ICS and SCADA systems. But why we mention public and private? Why? Because for public protocol, we can usually find the detailed specifications on the internet. In other words, attacker can easier become familiar with the contents of those protocols. And there is high chance they write exploit code like Modbus, DMP3. But for private protocol, on the other hand, are developed and defined by various industrial control vendors. So basically, the contents and the specifications of the protocols will not be disclosed to the public. So if the attacker want to compromise the SCADA with the private protocol, they usually need to spend many time to time-consuming reverse engineering or network traffic analysis. They can try to write exploit code. So also they are highly available about the public protocol, but I'm sorry to say the specification of the public protocol are very painful to read, because the simplest Modbus protocol have 51 pages, but Ethernet IP CIP Volume 2 have 358 pages, and DMP3 protocol have 821 pages. But back to Ethernet IP Volume 1, there are over 1,500 pages in one document. So when you see those specifications, it really is, oh my god, situation, even public protocol, you need to spend many time to read it, and you can try to make the exploit code, right? But here's just two sample, and one is public and the other one is private. And for Modbus, it's very famous protocol and very early protocol. So this engineer who designed it did not consider a security issue during the creation. So without a CRC, without any security design, so you can see sending one request and response, and from this the traffic in the picture and the address and data are not encrypted by the HMI or PLC. It's just a plain text. So every attacker can interrupt or can sniffing the traffic and try to do the information gathering, to do any attack behavior here. So because it's a plain text. So also, here is the other protocol by Mitsubishi we call the MailSec, and this protocol cannot be realized, cannot be passed by Wireshark. So we need to write the Lua plugins, make it less Wireshark can understand it. So it may need to make it more easier to analyze. So here in the left side is our Lua plugin, and in the right side is after our Lua plugin analyzing. So you will see the MailSec protocol. Here's the request data and device code, device number, every data here. It's very easy to realize what traffic in the with the MailSec protocol, and we can very easy to attack. Also, Mitsubishi MailSec in this protocol, and we load authentication and encryption between HMI and POC. Still plain text. Request also response also is plain text. So without any security design, most surprised this protocol is likely led. Like this is no security issue, no security design, no encryption, no authentication, authorization. So it's very serious things. But just here we'll just summarize some common flaws in ICS network protocol, because for no matter public protocol or private protocol, there are many security issues here. So here we analyze 9 protocols we analyzed. Here you will see only Siemens S7. Here only Siemens S7 have securities designed, but other protocol basically have no protection against the security issues such as authentication or message encryptions. So every public protocol is very weak, and you can easily to attack here. No security design here. But you will say it's secure by design and no authentication, no message encryption. What kinds of attack will happen? So we map to the ICS, and we map to MITRE ATT and CK for ICS, and we summary those attack. So just here and show those what problem will make with those communication protocol. So basically, you can modify the parameter, you can spoofing reporting message, you can perform program download or authority command message here. But you will see the question mark here does not mean they will not be able to attack by such a technique. Just we have not confirmed it yet. So here you will find one thing: you can perform modify perimeter, or you can authority command message on every protocols, even those protocols already be encrypted, or you still can crack, you still can analyze, and you see the reverse engineering here, and you can find some vulnerability. So attacks on ICS protocol is very easy and it's very dangerous things. Also, we map to the map to the ICS protocol attack, and find here you can inhabit the response function and or process control like denial of service, modify control logic, or like this technique by the ICS attacks, ICS protocol attacks. So you use the ICS protocol attack, you can make some impact, some you may make some technique here and make some impact like a denial of control, loss of ability, loss of control, or loss of safety here, or manipulation of control and view, or well maybe possible happening with the ICS protocol attack. It will can damage your physical equipment. So it's to demo type, and we will demo some real attack technique here. So this is our ICS library. You will see many ICS communication are used in this lab, including Ethernet IP, Modbus, Synix IS7, and some unknown protocol. So in this part, we only demo for 2 protocols. One is for Modbus, and the other one is for MailSec protocols. Okay. So first one, we perform the modify parameter with the Mitsubishi MailSec protocols. So here, just look at this demo, and this demo is modify parameter, and there are 2 status: normal status and the tag status. And in normal status, every 30 seconds, the light will be changed. So in the left side here is the HMI view and video devices. So you can see mapping the position between the HMI field devices is light here to here. So M11 will map to here, and 12 will map to here. So it is a light map. So in normal status, every seconds will be changed here. But in this attack, we want to modify perimeter. So we will use the mismatch protocol without authentication, without encryption. We perform the protocol traffic, and we want to simulate the StarNet event. And as we know, hacker can modify the cycle time of the physical devices from high speed to low speed to high speed in a short time. So when we make the physical devices damage, because some field devices cannot afford high frequency switching, so it's suffer physical damage and cannot use it anymore. So we can write a exploit to modify cycle time from 30 seconds to 10 seconds here, 2 seconds here. So meanwhile, it's 10 seconds will be changed here, the light, and from 10 seconds to 2 seconds and to 8 seconds and back to 30 seconds. So this is similar to exploit to use like breaking the StarNet attack, because in StarNet attack it's used to simulate, it's used high frequency switching to make the physical devices damage. So every 2 seconds here, 2 second change and change and change. So it's a very high frequency switching in this moment, in this demo. So after 2 seconds, it will be back to 8 seconds and then back to 30 seconds. So just speed out here. So 8 seconds, and we send a message here. We will find that also. In the Wireshark view, you will find that it's every 10 seconds and 2 seconds and 8 seconds and 30 seconds. We just write data without any encryption and just plain test traffic, and you can perform all kinds of attack in the ICS environment. It's very easy. And also, you can attack the PLC, right? Also, you can spoof reporting message to the HMI. You should check the HMI, because sometimes you cannot directly control the register message attack traffic to PLC, but you can try to compromise HMI. And operator saw the wrong message showing the HMI, and he will run the wrong decision in the HMI. So in this demo, we use a Modbus TCP. And in this environment, the motors will always perform the pumping process in the normal state. So the HMI will react as detected by the sensor. So we will see the HMI here, still switching, still run some value, and we just pumping process from here to here. So also we perform the Ethernet cap. We want to do the up spoofing first to conduct main window attack, and spoofing the OT operator and to turn spoofing a response to HMI transmission, resulting in the wrong distinction here. So here we choose the HMI and the PLC to target 1 and target 2 on the spoofing message, and ops poisoning, and set the remote connection here. Okay, so and we open the Wireshark and make sure the traffic between Wireshark, HMI, and PLC already goes to the attack view attacker. So just check the traffic here, and we find the Modbus traffic will goes to the our attack side here. So it's successfully for upspoofing attack. And then we want to perform some reporting, spoofing reporting. So we load up attack script based on the Ethernet cap, and it's already pre-loaded. And we send here spoofing reporting message, and you will modify the PLC view here to the specific value. And when they tie the but operation still normally running, so the attacker can successfully to cheat the operator and make the operator make the wrong decision for HMI. So to summarize the part, also like authentication, no authorization, no encryption, and some stack overflow will lead to the attacks like loss of safety, loss of control, denial of control, manipulation of control overland. Is very, very serious, very dangerous impact on the ICS environment, because we believe ICS is very, very sensitive things. So we should get at least more information, and we should make sure and it's very secure. But because IC is very sensitive, like control water, power, nuclear, manufacturing. So in last part, we just talk about how to against the ICS protocol attacks. So it's our last part. So we are including ICS search strategy, and we sum up 5 techniques to protect the ICS environment: virtual patch, perimeter defense, malware inspection, or endpoint and USB lockdown, and network wireless link control. So also we adopt 5 techniques to prevent 98% incident. But you are curious, what about the remaining 2%? The other remaining 2% we need to the SOC, a security operations center, to monitor and response. So just 2%. And so for this network protection, so for the network protocol protector, we need to be the general control over public OT protocols. So sometimes we need to general control is also necessary for industry control protocols. So we must be analyze what kinds of communication protocols and what control command are transmitted. So whether the control command are allowed to be used and so on. So you need to be to do the process control, like you need control command, and to do the virtual network whitelisting, and to granular control to some problem of the OT protocol, because we know you cannot change your environment in a short time. So you can put some devices to secure your whole network, to do some segmentation, to do the network whitelisting, and just ensure we still strongly recommend internal-based segmentation and implement the technology that give you granular control. So this is a strategy to protect your ICS network, to protect it. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your time. And also based on we are TX1, but we are combined by Trend Micro. So in this in the SINCON conference, we still welcome to visit Trend Micro booth. And if you have any question, you can contact me and directly. So I will reply you as much as possible. So, and thank you for listening again.
The digital environment is constantly evolving, and so are the threats. With such an abundance of new technologies and information being created every second, the only effective way to protect our digital assets is through constant, comprehensive threat research. For more than 30 years, Trend Micro has been at the forefront of the battle against cybercriminals. Since 2014, we've blocked an incredible 300 billion threats, and this number grows every second as we continue to identify millions more threats every day. All thanks to the intelligence gathered by Trend Micro Research, a research organization which combines the best security experts in the industry with state-of-the-art machine intelligence to improve prevention, detection, and response to the evolving threats of today's cybersecurity landscape. Trend Micro Research takes advantage of sophisticated automation tools to identify new threats more quickly and accurately than ever before. An ongoing research and analysis of identified malware and threats gives us an unparalleled insight into how and why they work. Our team of security experts constantly identifies current and emerging trends, technologies, user behavior, and market and geopolitical shifts, so we are able to accurately anticipate the threat landscape of the future. With vulnerabilities, it's a race against time to patch or mitigate before exploits can be developed and deployed. That's why it's so important to identify them before they can be discovered and exploited by attackers. Through its zero-day initiative, the largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program in the world, and repeatedly a top supplier of vulnerabilities for Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT, Trend Micro Research is the global leader in vulnerability research, regularly providing protection months ahead of the public patch being available. When cybercriminals want to get into a specific organization, their weapon of choice is most often a targeted attack. Trend Micro Researchers regularly analyze such attacks, providing insight into each step of the attack lifecycle and how best to protect against it. We also develop and employ innovative technologies to analyze data from the Trend Micro Smart Protection Network, identifying potential targeted attacks within our own customer base. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are critical elements of cybersecurity research, helping identify malicious emails, phishing, exploits, and many other threats at greater scale and more rapidly than any human. Trend Micro researchers and data scientists have been working with these technologies, developing solutions to combat threats and improve detection since the beginning of the 21st century. The next wave of innovation is already upon us, with smart homes, smart factories, smart cities, and transportation systems becoming an attractive new target for attack. Trend Micro researchers study these areas to better understand how these technologies are currently being used, how they could be used in the future, and how threat actors could potentially target them. Criminal underground communities are a valuable source of information. Working with global and local law enforcement agencies, Trend Micro researchers infiltrate and analyze the many criminal undergrounds that exist around the world. We use the knowledge gained from research into criminal underground communities to improve our products and the protections they offer against the threats launched by these criminals. From the very beginning, we have stayed ahead of the curve, constantly innovating in our mission to make the world safe for exchanging digital information. Because in the fight against cyber threats, knowledge is power.
Hello everyone, thanks for your interest in Yes We Hack. Today we will speak about how security leaders fight cybercrime with bug bounty. I'm Eileen Neo, the APAC Regional Lead for Yes We Hack, and it is my great pleasure to speak with you today. First off, I'd like to introduce Yes We Hack. We are a leading global bug bounty and vulnerability disclosure platform. We are running over 400 programs in more than 30 countries across Europe, APAC, and the US for clients ranging from startups, global banks, to governmental institutions. We also have a large community of cybersecurity researchers with over 20,000 vetted ones spread across 120 countries. The issues we solve are common to CISOs and their teams. We've learned that over the last 2 decades, security professionals have seen a radical change in the way IT impacts the environment. Cloud APIs, data, IoT, agile methods, shift left, all of these trends are leading to an expansion of the IT attack surface. Basically, every organization is delivering more code at a quicker rate, increasing potential vulnerabilities on their assets. Despite these dramatic changes, the means of auditing and securing IT systems, usually through pen testing, have not changed over the last few decades. As a result, there is a real dilemma between the rapidly evolving IT landscape on one hand and obsolete security tools and methods on the other. Not to forget that this is all in the context of continuously increasing threats and scarcity of skills. So how do we address this? Among a few things, we have Bug Bounty to help us address these security gaps. Bug Bounty provides security teams with the operational agility they need to bridge the gap between modern IT processes and security. What is Bug Bounty? It is an enhanced version of pen testing. There is access to more talent, more time to discover interesting bugs, and only valid findings are rewarded. Organizations reward ethical hackers for the vulnerabilities they report within a controlled environment. There are strict rules on what they can and cannot do, what kind of tests they can run, in which environment, on which scopes, which bugs are prioritized, etc. There is also a clearly defined rewards grid, which defines the bounty amounts according to the severity of each bug reported. Naturally, the more critical the bug is, the higher the reward would be. Yes We Hack's Bug Bounty platform connects clients to our community of hunters. This is where you will run your bug bounty programs, invite hunters, and manage your bug reports. There are 2 main types of programs, private ones and public ones. Most clients are doing private bug bounty programs. They work only with selected hunters based on the program requirements. This can be 5, 10, 50, or even 500 invited hunters that you can rotate over time to get a diversity of skill sets. Such programs remain confidential and are not advertised. Then we have public programs where anyone within the hunter community can submit a bug. Private programs are a great place to start with, as we maintain a lot of control over who we work with. An organization may choose to go public if it wants to publicly showcase their commitment to security and if it is very confident of the prospect of working with a large community of hunters. How do we get started with bug bounty? There are 5 simple steps. First of all, we would define the program rules, which include the scope of the program. For example, is it a domain or a subdomain, a web or mobile application, an IoT firmware, etc. The qualifying and non-qualifying vulnerabilities, what types of bugs qualify for reward, and the bounty grid, which is indexed according to the severity of the vulnerability, low, medium, high, or critical, based on the business impact. Lastly, any relevant information for the hunters, such as the guidelines they need to follow, or how to get credentials for grey box testing, etc. We would then choose to launch in private or public mode. In private, we would select hunters to work with. This could be 550 or 500s, depending on the objective. In a public program, we launch to the entire hunter community. Once the program has been launched, hunters begin their testings. They submit their findings through the platform, assigning a severity level to each bug. We would then validate each report. Are they within the rules? What is the business impact? And what is the severity level? If the vulnerability is valid, the hunter is rewarded based on the severity level and bounty grid. Only the first hunter for a given bug is rewarded. Other reports on the same bug are marked as duplicates and do not qualify for a reward. Once the vulnerability report has been validated, you may proceed to fix it. Once the fix is applied, we ask the hunter to check if the fix has been properly applied until we are sure it is resolved. Bug bounty has been gaining popularity, and no surprises, as it has many merits. Firstly, it is highly effective. You can tap into a large talent pool, not just 1 or 2 pen testers, and whenever you need, as long as you need. And hence it extends your testing capabilities and more interesting bugs are found, thereby maximizing your risk coverage. We very often deal with heavily tested scopes, but never fail to quickly discover high or critical vulnerabilities. And as only the first hunter for a certain bug qualifies for a reward, the healthy competition encourages hunters to surface vulnerabilities as soon as possible. It is also very cost-effective, as only valid bugs with business impact are rewarded. With a classic audit, we pay for the man-hours, regardless of whether anything valuable was found. In fact, one of our clients, one of the largest Asian banks, found that they were saving 4 times per bug on bug bounty as compared to pen testing. Lastly, bug bounty is built for agility and can launch in any environment: pre, post-production, UAT, black to white box testing. I will be diving deeper into these 3 points about bug bounty's agility in the next few slides. Let's start with flexibility. There is a common misconception that bug bounty is only suitable for very agile companies, but that's not the case. Whatever the level of agility, all businesses can launch crowdsourced pen testing in a few clicks. There are usually 2 types of clients that we see: those who are already in some kind of DevOps transformation and those who are still working with a more traditional waterfall model. For clients in the DevOps journey, they run continuous integration and continuous delivery, so they need to have continuous testing as well, because they basically deliver code every day. And with bug bounty, they have the ability to do continuous testing that surfaces bugs at the same speed that those bugs are created by their development teams. For clients in the waterfall model, their releases used to happen rather infrequently, every 3 or 6 months, but now it's been shortened to every month or every week. Hence, scheduling old school pen tests so frequently is not an option. With bug bounty, even clients in the waterfall model can quickly mobilize a group of hand-picked ethical hackers in a few clicks to surface bugs during the acceptance or the testing phase in the pre-production environment, and then fix those bugs before each release. And they can suspend, update, relaunch, or stop the program at any moment whenever they need a security review. Bug bounty is also very empowering for developers. Today, as a result of the need for speed, we see that developers have more and more latitude and autonomy in the way they work. They deliver more and more code on a quicker basis. Security professionals today are outnumbered massively by developers. In such a context, if the security team cannot find a way to effectively embed security within that process from early start on, they may find themselves progressively set aside and basically completely losing control of the situation. One way to address this is to actually raise awareness, to train those developers and to have them implementing best practices in their work. But how to do that? Theoretical trainings are one thing, but bug bounty brings a much more pragmatic approach to this. Through a platform like Yes We Hacks, developers can directly communicate with the researchers who found their bugs. And through this direct interaction, you create real awareness, you enable a transfer of skills between the hunters and the developers. You can actually then identify potential security champions within the dev team. We even see clients where it's not anymore the CISO or his team who run the bug bounty programs, but security champions within the dev teams. The CISO team then becomes more of a service provider who orchestrates the programs at a higher level. Finally, bug bounty enables many diverse automation use cases. Pentest leaves you with a static document, like a PDF. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to actually use it at scale. With bug bounty, you have structured data because the reports are filled by the hunters through the platform interface using standard fields. When the information is received by the client side, the report manager will then update and validate this information. So as a result of this process, you get structured and validated data which you can integrate into your workflows and tools. Hence, you can automate many things, many tasks that otherwise would be done manually or would not be done at all, just because they're time consuming. A first use case is the most obvious one, ticket management. For example, our Jira connector automatically creates tickets and eases the internal management of vulnerabilities and remediations. It also creates transparency and accountability on the IT side. Another use case could be regression testing within your CI or CD pipeline in order to replace the manual work of code reviews for security issues with automated security testing using the data from bug bounty reports, which are then directly pushed into the CI or CD pipeline. As a result of such use cases, many clients start seeing security from a proactive point of view as an enabler instead of being an obstacle. A third use case is virtual patching. As we know, manual patch creation often becomes unfeasible as the number of vulnerabilities grow. That's why our platform enables our clients to easily update and fine-tune their web application firewalls with the vulnerability data generated by our programs and converting this data into virtual patches to maximize their protection system's efficiency. As we've established today, the old security assessment model is no longer effective. Security needs to be an integrative part of internal processes and potentially continuous. Testing once a year while release cycles run on a monthly, weekly, or even daily basis is ineffective and exposes companies to a lot of security risks. When speaking with security leaders, we see that the question among them is no longer whether they will or will not run a bug bounty program, but rather how they will do so and where do they start. And this is where Yes We Hack is able to help. Thank you all for watching today, and please feel free to contact us with any questions you have. Have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Pan Yong or PY. Welcome to the main stage at SINCON. Our next topic is Chilling Framework, Instrument the Impossibilities. This talk is brought to us by none other than X-Wings, the founder of Chilling Framework. X-Wings is also the lab director of the Shepherd Lab at JD Security. And if you have been to some other conferences, the Hand in the Box, you probably have collected some electronic badges designed by X-Wings himself. Joining X-Wings today are Kong Ziqiao and Wu Chen-Xu. Both of them are security researcher at the Shepherd Lab of JD Security. So do enjoy the talk, and I'm going to hand over time to the three gentlemen.
Hello and welcome to SINCON 2021. I do really hope this is the very last virtual conference that I ever attend. I started with last year. We had virtual trainings, virtual conference, virtual lab, and it's not really a fun experience. And this is the beginning of 2021. And I do hope we're going to have a more proper conference this year. And we're going to meet everybody, face to face and for real this time. We're going to talk about Chilling Framework again. It's not we are repeating any content or any topic, but it's a rather big framework, and we are adding. I mean, if you are following our Twitters is down below. If you are following our Twitters, you can see pretty much every week or every month we are adding new features, new API, new tools to make reverse engineer life easier. And yeah, let's get started. Oops. All right. This is me. I am a Malaysian, very near to Singapore, and next door, good friends. I've been stuck in China since January last year. It's almost a year now. I never leave China due to the pandemic. So yeah, that's pretty much me. And most of the time I'll be doing a Chilling Framework. So that's our website. I'm the lead designer, lead developer, lead everything, and of course I'm the founder. And I also run this project called Batch Maker. So the website, it's the URL, it's hackersbatch.com. And this on your left, on your left, on my right, or on our right, that will be the sample batch that I have designed for Hand in the Box and several other conferences. So some recent talk that we have been given, of course, in 2020, 2019, most of it will be Chilling Framework related. And last year we covered Black Hat Arsenal for US, Singapore, and Europe, and the complete series of Hack in the Box lab training. So it's not a bad year, but due to the pandemic, so it's bad in the sense of we got stuck in our own place and we cannot go to real conference. And a little bit on our Chilling Framework. So by the time when we finish recording and release this video, I do hope our GitHub star will shoot more than 2,000 stars. That's what I really hope. Some of the guys out there call us we feed on star. I mean, we do feed on star. All right. PyP download is more than 12,000 right now. Sorry, I've forgotten to update my slides. We do have more than 65, 66 contributors, and these are the community that help us to build a lot of stuff. We would like to thank the community for the help. So I won't cover the details and the introduction to Chilling Framework. We're gonna do it anyhow later. So yeah, that's pretty much everything about Chilling Framework, about me and the teammate, of course, Lazy Meal and Kabio. So they are the member of the lab right now. They are working for JD, and yeah, they are joining the fun to speak about chilling in various conferences, and some of the Chinese China-based conference. Well, for what you know, China is having a real conference right now. So in 2020, we had like 2 or 3 actual offline conference. Offline as in we can see people in person. We are having a proper venue, that kind of conferences. So yeah, that's pretty much about the situation right now. And yep. So I don't mean to copy somebody over here, but we know that IoT reverse engineering is always a big issue. Okay, there are some relatively easier ones, and there are some relatively complicated IoT emulations situations. So these are the things that we always people been always asking us. Me as a reverse engineer, when I face a IoT framework, these are the things that I always face. So take car for example. Okay, in a lot of cases for IoT especially, each and every devices you need a different model. So let's say for car for example, the example is a little bit extreme. The example is a little bit extreme, but we will take this as an example. Example is example. Okay, so if you need to analyze a car, the biggest IoT toys that you can find in your entire life, especially for car lovers. Okay, car lovers / reverse engineer. You will know that each and every model of the car, there might be some slight difference on the IoT firmware, and car being the biggest IoT toys in the world. Okay, and easiest access plus biggest. Okay, I would like to put it this way. So normally each and every car, each and every model, you need one in order for you to complete your analysis live to fix it. Okay, so based on this example, the entire idea of a chilling framework is we don't want the actual hardware. So in this case, that will be the actual car. We wanted to replace with a chilling framework, and we will be able to emulate, let's say, GPS, okay, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, audio, screen. Okay, let me put this thing right here again. This example is a little bit extreme. It's a little bit extreme. Okay, and these are the things that we hope to achieve. So by emulating the firmware's binary, okay, then we can also emulate the virtual devices. So this will be able to help us to solve, when a binary execute and they need GPS input, they need Wi-Fi input, they need Bluetooth input, you need audio input, and so on and so forth. Chili framework will be the one able to emulate and make the firmware run as how a firmware should run. So yes, you might be thinking, yes, there are virtual machines, right? Yeah, there are virtual machines, but the issue with virtual machines over here, it's virtual machines got their own limitation. Okay, car example is a car example, but let me give you some really small scenario. So let's say you wanted to look at master boot record. So there is no way, except running on Bosch. Okay, I know you can do that, but in order to do proper analysis, okay, when we mention about proper analysis, we are looking at emulation plus instrumentation. Okay, so you can emulate MBR. Yes, you can emulate MBR, but you don't have a proper instrumentation. So emulate itself doesn't help you to understand more on the binary, of course. Qualcomm EDL, we just received the patch a couple of weeks back. Now we can emulate a Qualcomm emergency download module. Okay, so when it comes to a generic operating system like Windows or Linux, okay, cases like anti-debug, device virtualization, how are you going to do that? Of course, when it comes to IoT, GPIO is always the issue when it comes to emulation. You can use QEMU to emulate a lot of IoT devices, okay, IoT firmware, but when it comes to GPIO device emulation, QEMU will not be able to help you to do that. Thanks to our friend from SentinelOne, they are the one that help us to emulate UFI. They are also in this times Black Hat Arsenal. So please join to their talk and see what they have to say. Of course, one of the things that people that been looking at is smart contracts. So there are some smart contracts emulated in the open source world, but you don't have a proper instrumentation tools when it comes to smart contract analysis. So these are the few things that we wanted to put in Chilling. Some of them, most of them already, we already have it. Some of them is still not really 100% complete, but we do have some level of instrumentation plus emulations over there. So these are the how can we compare ourselves with current virtual machine. So okay, I pressed the wrong button. So this is Chilling framework, okay. So and then this is everything about Chilling framework. So we can emulate different CPU architecture, Intel, ARM, MIPS, ARM64, Intel 64-bit, 8086, and then from okay, OS always comes with a loader, so we can emulate, you know, P, Windows, ELF, and then a Qualcomm's EDL, like I mentioned just now, master board record, UEFI. We also integrate a different debugger, so we can work with R2, we can work with IDA, which IDA plugins, of course, version 7.4 and above that supports Python 3. GDB, okay, G Hydra is on the way. We are still waiting for one of the contributor. He's writing the module, so we hope we can see it real soon. And then of course, when it comes to extension, that will be we do have coverage, you know, heap standardizer, and then reportings when it comes to a malware report, and then when it comes to instrumentation. But like I mentioned just now, to emulate hardware, sometimes you need a certain level of instrumentation. That is the things that we can emulate power level, Wi-Fi, you know, key fobs maybe for car, okay, a car sensor, all right, and then that will be the external hardware emulations that you can look at, and then of course deep inside that will be the entire Chilling framework. So the features and functionality list is pretty much over here. I will not repeat it, but yes, we are a cross-platform and cross-architecture framework, which means we can emulate and we can execute inside that particular that platform that you are looking at on the list over here. And of course, there is some similar projects in the open source world, or we call it in the industry. Okay, so a lot of people will take us compared to, you know, QEMU user mode, user con, you know, things like Beanie, Wine. The latest project, of course, that will be FireEye, Speakeasy, and Zelos. Okay, so few things. All right, QEMU user mode and user con is pretty much rely on a syscall forwarding. So syscall forwarding simply means they forward the syscall emulation to the host. That simply means you cannot emulate something that out from the host. So if you need to emulate a Linux, you need to run the emulator inside a Linux. Okay, so since last year we have seen Beanie actively being developed in the industry, and as of now they only support x86, not other CPU architecture, only support PE file. Of course, Wine it's not something that that we see very often to compare against our project, but they support a limited architecture, as you know, 32-bit, 64-bit on an Intel basis, and they only support Windows, and it's a tools. It's not the they don't have instrumentation, so it's not designed for reverse engineer. FireEye speaks easy, yes. It's kind of an improved version of Beanie. They can do a Windows driver analysis. They can analyze PE, but they only support Windows for now. So it's not something that really that interesting. Okay, Zelos pretty much the same. Okay, they only support Linux but not Windows, and they support very limited architecture. So these are the few differences between some other user mode emulation tools that you can see in the industry. So chilling as a framework. So what do we mean by as a framework? It simply means, okay, this is a framework that allows users to build different tools on top of it. So chilling itself cannot be a tool. A tool simply means you open up the software, you throw in a binary and click one button, and then they should give you some result. Chilling is not designed in this way. We design in as a framework, framework as a design. So we will provide all kind of API in the instrumentation level that we can emulate different CPU architecture, loader, OS debugger, and then with some other extension, then people can build, binary fuzzer, IoT fuzzer, malware sandbox, CTF solver, decoder, UEFI emulator, and all sorts of decryptor and all sorts of emulator on top of on the framework. So you might heard I mentioned about instrumentation a couple of times, okay, and instrumentation is all about moving the binary in a different way. Okay, so let's say you receive a binary file today. Okay, the binary file execute in a way with started with A and then B, C, D, E, F, G. So that is the flow. They started with section A, then continue with section B, then continue with section C until section D, E, and F. But when it comes to chilling and when it comes to a reverse engineer mindset, what do you really wanted? What do you really want to say? It's sometimes you want to run from B and then you want to jump to D, and then in between you need to overwrite some syscall or replace some syscall with some function. You want to replace a function, you need to overwrite a function, or you need to alter some CPU register. Then you want to end in E. So you start with B, you go to D, and then you run to E, and then you stop and you need to do your repeat again. So that is what fuzzer normally do. So without instrumentation, you will not be able to achieve this. This will actually cut short your time, and this will actually stop you from analyzing the things that you don't have to analyze. So this is the entire idea for instrumentation when it comes to reverse engineering. So I'm going to go through this a little bit. Okay, chilling and its API. So like what I mentioned just now, the OS and the file that we can analyze all the way from ELF, PE, Microsoft DOS, compile, okay, Mac O, UEFI, MBR, of course, and then once the loader set up, that is where you can start to do by using a Chilling's API to do instrumentation. So we can do instrumentation from the CPU level, from the operating system level, from file system level, all the way to machines, virtual machines level and debuggers level. So very quick walkthrough will be CPU level will be we will be able to read or edit CPU register. So during the execution, until certain part you want to change the register value from one value to the other value. Yes, it's totally possible. Operating system level will be memory string search, memory byte search. Okay, you want to read certain memory, you want to overwrite certain memory during execution, you want to change the stack push, you want to change the API calls, the OS API call, the OS syscall. Everything is possible. Then you have your file systems level API that we can map your certain readable file into certain functions that you want to define. So for example, let's say your IoT devices want to read and to get information from /dev/cam. So let's say your IoT devices is an IP-based camera. They want to look at /dev/cam. You can always, and you don't have that in your emulator. So when you use a chilling framework to modify this, to do your hijack on your file system mapper, when there is a read to /dev/cam, you can always forward to a function, and the function will always input the required data for the emulation to emulate successfully. Of course, you can also patch the file memory. Okay, so during execution, there are certain part of the binary file you want to patch on the fly. By not patching the file itself, everything is possible by using the API. And then from the virtual machines API level, you can actually save, restore, or you can do your memory save, your register save. So that is where you can save your current execution state, stop, and then for your further analysis purposes, that is totally possible. This is actually good for faster, so you don't have to start your binary all over again every time you fast, and then you can just run until certain stage, you save it, and then when your fuzzer starts, you can restore and start from the restore point and continue your fuzzing from there. The last thing is debugger. So we built in quite a fair bit of an interface for debugger, so user can easily build debugger. So we have some users that actually build Chilling's debugger. They call it a QDB. We are using the debugger interface to build a debugger that connects to a IDA Pro, a GDP, and so on and so forth. And then finally, after the instrumentations, the router setup, the engine will start Chilling's frameworks engine will start the complete emulation. Then that is where you can get your end result, and then your post-process result. Okay, then I will pass to the team, okay, for them to do their demo.
Hello everyone, I'd like to introduce my demo about real-world emulation with Chilling framework. The sample is a file challenge a dookie. The file command shows that it is an MBR file, and we can have a quick look by QR2. If you try some input, you will only get scan gibberish, but note that here we get the date February 6, 1990. Let's see the demo. Here I have a quick look with QR2. Here I input some random characters but only get some gibberish. Next, we will use IDA to perform some static analysis. The base address is 7C00 since it's MBR. This interrupt will read this sector to the memory, and the destination address is 8000. The sectors from 1 to 7 are written to memory at 8000. Then the program jumps to the code loaded just now. This function simply prints the flare logo and introduction. Here you can see the logo characters. This function gets data and writes from memory at 87EE. Note 87EE is passed as an argument. The register error comes from argument buffer, which is memory 87EE. The register error comes from memory 8809. This function simply XOR buffer with memory 8809. This interrupt will read input character. Check whether the input is ASCII code. It will stop reading if the input is character return. The input is written to 87F4 and XOR with memory at 8809. This function clears terminal. The memory at 8809 is printed. Then the program ends. So, what cheating can do to speed up our analysis and find the key? Firstly, it can emulate the binary, and it can hook interrupt let into 1A to give the program a specific time. It also has dynamic memory rewrite API, and can automatically detect every key with partial execution and snapshot API. The crack process can be divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, we get a string XOR with the date time, with hook API, partial execution, and FS mapping. In the second stage, we dump memory and search possible keys with memory API. In the last stage, we shoot every key with hook API, partial execution, memory API, and snapshot API. The key of this challenge is not unique, so we have to shoot every possible key. As stated just now, the crack consists of 3 stages. The specific date can be inferred from the program introduction. Here we run the program again. We have the emulated disk to support disk interrupts. Hook into 1A to return the fixed date to the program. Here we stop before reading input. In the second stage, we firstly dump the memory at 8809. Then we guess the key size with the algorithm discussed in this URL. Then we search possible keys with assumption that the result should be all printable ASCII code. Next, we display every key since the correct key is not unique. In the third stage, firstly we run the binary as we do in the first stage. Then we save current context before showing each key. Then we write the key to the memory at the input directly. After that, we use partial execution to skip input reading. And we restore context before showing next key. Here, let's run the whole script. In the first stage, we will run until reading input. In the second stage, we will crack every possible key. And in the third stage, we will show every key. Here, the ASCII R shows the real flag. And there are some other correct keys. As you can see, this is the obfuscate control flow. If you press F5 to decompile the code at this time, you found it almost impossible to understand, since it is a big switch while loop. To deploy the code, the first step is to set up cheating root for FS pass and the custom script. Then we apply the auto-analysis for the 4 types of blocks. The blue ones are dispatcher blocks. And the green ones are real blocks. And the green ones are fake blocks. And the pink ones are return blocks. To show that user can adjust the analyzed result, we force to mark this fake block as a real block. And then click the deflect in the context menu and wait for cheating, searching possible paths and patching the bannering. At this time, as you can see, only real blocks and the return blocks are reserved, and pressing F5 to decompile the code will give you a beautiful result.
Hello everyone, I'm Kabir, and this time let me show you how to automate your reverse work with Chicken Emulator plugin. Loading Chicken plugin is easy, just like this. The demo is from Flare on 5. We are required to enter a lot of keys and verify one at a time. The verification function is interesting. It will describe and change magic table every cycle. As you see, magic table stores functions opcode, means functions algorithm will change every cycle. Then let's see the disassembly code of verification function. The decrypted code will be called here. Okay, now we can verify what I just said. Initialize Chicken's environment and run to call RCX. We can check register view and stack view. Following the value of RCX, we can find decrypted OP code. But IDA doesn't think it's code, so we have to cover everything by self. Now we finished one cycle. So, as normal, these are what we should do to decrypt data and decompile it. But don't forget, we have to repeat this 33 times to get all different algorithms. That's ridiculous. With Qigin plugin, it will be only one step. We only need this simple script. Let's see it. Reset Qigin environment. Set a breakpoint after the loop. Then just run it. Now every code have been decrypted and created as functions. You can watch them conveniently. Thanks for watching.
All right. Welcome back. So you have seen the demo, and then I just wanted to discuss about what is the latest features that what is the latest features, or what is our future plan for chilling framework. First of all, the roadmap. Okay, the roadmap. I say this will be easily 1 to 2 years time. Roadmap for 1 to 2 years time is we will work with a Unicorn engine team, okay, to make sure their engine to sync with QEMU5. Then this will allow us to have more architecture and more CPU instruction sets. Comments from the user, it's some of the some of the report, some of the emulation starts with invalid CPU instructions. So this is one of the major things that we wanted to solve. All right. We're also looking at Android Java bytecode emulation. That is something that we are planning. Of course, iOS emulation, Mac OS ARM64 emulation. That is something that we are looking at. Okay. A more robust Windows emulation. So we are looking at Y or Sigwin integration, so we can have a bit more Windows API call. One of the next things that we are currently developing now is a smart contract emulation. So we will be able to emulate EVM, WASM for EOS coin. One of the last thing in our list is MCU emulation. So these are like STM 32F4, 32F7, that kind of MCU. So these are the few things that we have been looking at. And the last thing is that's our homepage. That's our GitHub website, the documentation. Of course, please do follow us on Twitters. And then if you have any answer, please type into the chat box right now. So, and don't forget to give us a star if you haven't. Please log into your GitHub account and go to our project page and give us a star. This will be the very good sign of encouragement to motivate us to write a better framework, for the community. And yes, please leave your questions, and thank you very much.
Best party ever? Yeah, it's been a great 2019, challenging year, but excited about 2020. Harangi!
Orang ni innovate without fear. Semua bisa jadi macam.
I moved my whole life from America to come here and help build Harangi. I didn't know what I was getting into. I thought for maybe there was like 5 minutes or 10 minutes when I first got here where I panicked and I said, holy crap, I don't know if I made the right choice. Almost 2 years later, I'm pretty positive I made the right choice. I've learned so much, I've grown so much in the time I've spent here, and I'm definitely a better person for it. I'm locked in here till the end. Hopefully that's a long way away. I really hope for 100 more years of good stuff.
Harangi, man, best company ever. Innovate without fear. All day, every day.
Harangi, thanks for having us. We are having fun. Yeah!
Thanks for the party, Harangi. Best wishes in the future.
Success matters to me more than anything else.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. So we have lots of people here, so obviously a lot of tigers from Harambee, tigers, significant others, as well as, of course, our customers, investors, and partners. So thank you everyone for coming to the event. Hopefully you guys enjoy the food. It's great. So if you are taking pictures, make sure to tag the restaurant on Instagram. So it's Sukuro. Ask someone for spelling, because I'm not too good at that. But yeah, it's been a great year for us. Obviously, in 2019 has been challenging in many ways as we've grown from a small company to a bigger one. So we're about 75 people now, growing consistently in the space, and of course now moving on up to a new office in Suntech. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good night. It's just beginning, and a great sort of launch into 2020. And of course, everyone that's here, especially the white t-shirts, which mostly Harambee employees now. I think a lot of them have given away as well. We spent a lot of time working hard on building the company and the brand of Harambee to what it is today. So I really appreciate everyone's help in doing that. So yeah, thanks for attending the events. Please have some drinks. I think we're here till at least midnight, if not later. But yeah, thanks everyone again for coming. And where's Mark? Yeah, cheers to Harambee in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us do it. Thank you, everyone. Cheers to Harambee in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us do it.
Digital data circulates like the blood in a human body. Through day and night, they carry the information that keeps the world working, making the world a better place. The advent of smart home devices and the Internet of Things has brought convenience and comfort to our modern life. Meanwhile, there are the misuse of the data, and that underlying malice is infiltrating the matrix of the healthy veins, threatening the wealth, life, and privacy at a scale beyond imagination. Who is the one to shield people against such an unprecedented crisis? Panasonic Cyber Security Lab. Panasonic Cybersecurity Lab is a safeguard for the modern life of convenience and comfort. We analyze threats, eradicate breaches, educate and promote the mindset for corporate cybersecurity. We engage in exchanging thoughts from all fields and embrace innovation and progressive techniques. Panasonic has long been avant-garde in promoting your smart life intelligence. And we, Panasonic Cybersecurity Lab, are a guardian securing the world from all cyber threats.
Hello, welcome back to the main stage of SINCON. Hope you're enjoying the talk so far. I certainly enjoyed the previous talk by the folks from the Shepherd Lab. Our next speaker is Shivan Bafla. Shivan is a security researcher at Pentester Academy and at Tech Defense. He's also a developer who turned to become a security researcher. That's a great skill to have. Shivan's topic today is JSON Web Token, JWT security, attacking the Guardian. So I'm going to leave the time to Shivan. Shivan, please take away.
Hello all. So this is Shivam Batla, and today I'll be talking about JWT security attacking the Guardian. So let's get right into it. So before I jump into the talk, I'll give a little bit of intro about me. I'm a security researcher at Pentester Academy in Attack Defense, and I was earlier a developer who turned into a security researcher because I realized I love breaking stuff more than making it. I have presented research at RootCon 13, and my topic of interest are web application security, reverse engineering, malware analysis, vulnerability research, and cloud security. I even have experience in Linux kernel exploitation, and you can find me on LinkedIn, and my Twitter handle is @_Shivam Batla. So a little bit about my company, and I think most of you might have heard of us. So we are Pentester Academy, and we create online cybersecurity courses, and these are we have currently 40 plus courses, all from basic to advanced level, and the trainers are all experts. So these are experts in fields who are like veterans and have trained since 10 plus years, and we focus on hands-on approach. So now let's get into the talk part. So firstly, I'll be giving a brief primer on what JWT is, so that even if you don't know about it, you can get something out of the talk. And then I'll be talking about the attack part, which is the fun stuff, and I know most of you are here for this part, so bear with me, and the intro part would be smaller. So here I'll be talking about confidentiality problems, vulnerabilities in algorithms and libraries, then token cracking, tokens hijacking, and key confusion vulnerabilities. I'll also be covering some best practices so that the developers can know that what not to do, so that they are not getting hacked or compromised because of some issues. So firstly, what is JWT? And it's pronounced as JOT, as mentioned in the RFC 7519. So the RFC states that a JSON Web Token, or JOT, is an open standard that defines a compact and self-contained way for securely transmitting information between parties as a JSON object. This information can be verified and trusted because it is digitally signed. JWT can be signed using a secret key or a public-private key pair. Yeah, it's confusing, I know. So let's put it in a simple way. A JOT token consists of three parts: a header, a payload, and a signature. Now, as you can see in this image, these are the three parts: the header, the payload, and the signature. And you might have read I said it's passing some JSON object. To me, it looks encrypted. So where is the JSON? Actually, this token, these parts are actually base64 URL encoded. That's why you're not able to see that JSON object. And to see that, we can decode the token. So there's a website called jwt.io where you can visit and paste in your token. It will give you a decoded view of it. So let me show that to you. So when I open it, it will have a sample token for me. So as you can see, I have decoded it. I found that there are three parts in the token: the header, the payload, and the signature part. So as you can see, these three parts are defined here. So algorithm is the algorithm which is used to create this token, the type of the token, which is JWT. So for all JOT tokens, you will see this only. Then we have the payload. The payload contains some key value pairs, and these are the claims. So when I am passing a token to a website, this token is making some assertions based on the behalf of the submitter of the token. So here it's saying that the name is Shivam Batla, then issued at, and then the subject. So in the other tokens, you might find some other things like account ID or something else based on the application which is using the JOT token, and then the signature part. So let me zoom it a bit. So in this case, since it was an HS256 token, So the algorithm used is HMAC SHA-256, which is HS256. So as you can see, the token is generated by base64 URL encoding the header. The signature is generated like this: base64 URL encoding of the header and the payload concatenated with the period, and then I take a HMAC SHA-256 of this and the key, which is the signing key used to create the token, and this must be secret. Okay, so now I know what JWT token looks like, and I have a little bit knowledge of it now. Now let's see how it really works. So how it fits into the bigger picture. So we have a API server at one end, and in the client side we have a web application. So user visits, let's say, a login page, and they enter their credentials. So now this web app will be sending the credentials to the API, and the backend API will be checking these credentials against a database store, and then if the user these credentials are valid, then it will authenticate the user and send an API access token in the response. So this could be stored in a cookie, or it could be in local storage, like as developers prefer, but I won't suggest you to do that. But let's get ahead. And then once you get this API access token, in every other request, this web app would be sending this token in the authorization header. And now when the backend receives this token, it will see if the token is valid and the user is authorized, and then it will, if the token seems to be valid, then the request is allowed and the user gets that response. Why do we need a token? Because HTTP is stateless. So in every after every request, it must again know that you are the person you are saying. So for that, we either have cookies, and now we have tokens as well. So this is the role of the tokens here. So now the fun stuff, that's the attacking part. So I'll start with confidentiality problems. So here, uh, the vanilla JOT tokens are not meant for providing any confidentiality. Why? Because as you can clearly see, the payload of the token is not encrypted, but instead it's encoded. So in case you want to transport your data securely, then I would say check out JWE, which is JSON Web Encryption, because we know encoding is not same as encryption. So that encoded data is as good as when someone gets it, they can decode it, right? So in plain text you cannot see, but when you decode it, everything is right there, and it's really no effort. So that's why I would say JWT is just meant to confirm your identity like an ID card. So anyone can actually see your ID and confirm that it's you. So the claims which are passed in token can be seen by anyone. So never transmit any sensitive information in your tokens. And here's a demo. So it's named as exposed claim, lab ID 1348 on attack defense. So we have the challenge scenario here. So we have a REST API running, and we are provided with the credentials. So Strapi is running on the target machine, Strapi CMS. We are provided with the credentials. So what we have to do is we have to get that token, and token would be containing some secret. So that would be the flag. So let me get ahead in the lab. So initially I check the IP address of the machine and just check if Strapi is running or not. So in the challenge description, it's mentioned it's running on port 1337. Yeah, it's running. So now, since I know it's running, let me create a post request. So let me get ahead again and just show you the main thing. So here I create a post request to auth local, passing in the JSON, which is the credentials of the user. And as you can see, I got the response back, which contains a JOT token. So you can see I have the JOT token, and it says that my ID is 2. 1 second. So it says the ID is 2, which is an authenticated user. So let's copy this token and let's go to jwt.io and decode it. So now when I paste this token, it will tell me that there was this hidden flag there. So as you can see, it's visible to anyone, right? So there could be some secret value which is passed in there. So beware that never pass any sensitive information in the token. Back to the slides. So now we saw that how not to use JWT, right? Now we'll see vulnerabilities in algorithms and libraries. So there is a none algorithm which is supported by JWT. It's really good for an attacker. So this algorithm is actually meant to be used when the integrity of token is already verified. So you know it's coming from a trusted source. You're not verifying the token. So in this case, the signature part of token is null or zeroed out. There is nothing in the signature part. So the token is just taken as is and trusted. So it was meant to be used for internal purposes when you are trusting the party sending the token. But what if someone sends this token, supports this token, and in a production website, you know what can go wrong, right? Anyone can actually create a token and say that, hey, I am admin of this website, let me in. So and what the spec says that HMAC SHA-256, that is HS-256, and none are the two algorithms which must be implemented by confirming JWT implementations. Wow, nice, right? So you know how you can shoot yourself in the foot. But worry not, because most libraries are actually not allowing the none tokens. So when you have a none token, it will never be allowed after verification. So libraries would give an exception, throw an exception that it was a none signed token, so I cannot verify it. So then we have some other issues with the libraries. So there was this JWT.NET library which had an issue. So let me show you. So here you can see the token, right? So let me modify the token. Let's say John Doe. As you can see, the token got modified, right? And since I was using some random key and I would not have a server's key as an attacker, so here I see signature was verified, right? But I know this token is wrong because it was signed using some random key which I had. It was not server's key. When I send this token, if the server sends in response saying that, hey, you provided me a wrong signature, I was expecting this, but I got something else. So then as an attacker, I can just replace this part and correct my token. Now I have the correct token and I can easily forge it, right? So this was the issue, and it's really interesting for me. And then there was this library service called Orthonaut WCF service, JWT, by Orthonaut team. So in that too, there was the same issue. So it must be like the developer must have forgot these to remove these debug messages. So while testing, it's good, but in production, this is not good, because as an attacker, you're just inviting them to say that you can create arbitrary tokens and send us. And you know, like this can lead to account takeover, as I'll show you in a while. And there are some more issues like the signature was not provided, but library was accepting it. And then there was this interesting issue in Cisco Node.js library. So what was happening is the library was issuing you a token which contained a public key, and when the token was sent back, the public key from token was extracted and then it was used to verify token's integrity, right? So the token was verified using that key. So as an attacker, if I get this token, I generate my public private key pair, I embed my public key there and sign the token using my private key. Now when the server receives this token, it will extract my public key from the token and verify it using that, and it will get verified because the public private key pair are correct ones, right? So that was the issue. So the remedy would be that you should not trust anything which is coming in the token, because it can be forged. So after you verify the token, then only trust its content. So this is the issue, and it's really interesting, and we have a challenge on this as well. But it's a bit advanced, so I'm not covering that demo here, but you can surely try it out. It's challenging and it's good. So then we have JWT not throwing expired token exception. it was the same issue in jwt.net jot.net library. So in this case, even after token got expired, the library was actually accepting it. So the issue is that let's say I got hold of someone else's token, and then I can actually use it indefinitely, because the token was not getting expired. So demo. So I'll be showing you a demo for the none algorithm. So this is challenge 1351 on attack defense. Details are similar because Strapi is running and same credentials are there. So we just get in and check if Strapi is running as usual, and it's running. So now I just send a request to issue myself a token. I get this token, and again I am an authenticated user. Task is to become an admin user. Now I'll set the ID to 1 and I'll forge a none token. But as you can see, it gets vanished. Why? Because this jwt.io does not support none algorithm. So what I have to do here is I just have to copy the token's header part, encoded header, and firstly I'll decode it with base64. Now you might ask, why base64? It's base64 URL encoded. There are some differences between base64 and base64 URL, but in this case they would be same. So in base64 we have plus, which in base64 URL gets converted to a underscore, to a minus. In base64 we have slash, which gets converted to underscore in base64 URL, and in base64 we have equal to symbols for padding, but in base64 URL they are stripped off. So in this case we'll just decode it with base64 a utility on Linux, or you can use some online website for that, and then it gets decoded. It might throw an error in your case because base64 decoding requires padding as well, so padding might be missing. So you can actually add equal to, or you can just ignore the error. You'll have the content there. Now I'll encode this with base64 after changing the algorithm none, and I'll strip off that equal to symbol and place it. Now you can see the algorithm is none, right? Now I'll remove the signature part, but make sure that the last period or dot is there. So now I have this token which is signed using none algorithm. Now I will send a request to create a new user, supply my token here in the authorization header, and I'll fill the username to test. So this new user will have these credentials, and the role would be 1. So role 1 means admin. So now this request was successful and I am admin. So you can see the backend was vulnerable and accepted this none algo token. So now since I have everything, I have the keys to the kingdom, and actually I can get into Strapi's admin panel. And like in production websites, production CMS, you can actually find some confidential data which is related to that business. So you have gotten, so here we have some secret flag, could be any secret info of the company. So you can see how interesting it can get. So this was actually a privilege escalation attack, if you will, because I was just a normal user, authenticated user, and I became admin using that token technique. The none algorithm was supported and the library was vulnerable. So some remedies, because I don't want to leave you with this attack, I want the developers to be secure as well. Safer internet, right? So always update the libraries on a frequent basis. I know this can get hard because many things might break, but in order to stay secure you must have to keep up, because as a attacker they only need just one chance to get in, but as a defender I always have to be right, be secure. Then always make sure that the token verification library does not accept none algorithm, and most libraries won't. So make sure that you don't implement your own algo that sense, and just use libraries which are trusted, never that don't, and those won't take up none algo tokens. Update the signing key periodically to make sure potentially unexpired tokens are invalidated, because once you update the signing key, that older tokens won't be verified by this key, and thus those sessions would be invalidated and user would have to log in again. So if an attacker got hold of older token, it won't matter for us then. Token cracking. So as we saw, tokens in jwt.io, there was this key. So this key is an important part, and if this key is really small, you know what can happen, right? So anyone can actually brute force or run a dictionary attack against the keys and actually decode their token, and it would be a noiseless thing because they can decode it locally. There is no need to send traffic to the website to decode a token. So in that case, once they get this key, they have the keys to the kingdom. Why so? Because they can actually create arbitrary tokens using this key until this key remains the same on the server side and you don't change it. And so I can just say, hey, if the token contains a admin value and says is admin equal to false, I can just go ahead and say is admin true and sign it using that key and supply that token, and now I'm admin. So the remedy is to make sure that you use strong keys to sign the token and rotate them periodically. In case of symmetric algorithms, it's said that you must use at least 256 bit of keys. So if it's HS256, 256 bits is good. For HS384, 384 bits is good. For HS512, 512 bits is good. For asymmetric signing algorithms, make sure that you use 204 bits or more of RSA key. That provides you more security, right? And it's difficult to pull off this attack against private key because you cannot guess that much bits. So demo token cracking. So in this case, we'll be running using JWT cracker tool to run that dictionary attack against this token which we receive. Everything is similar, so let's just get into the lab. Strapy is running. I'll get token for Elliot and just see first. So ID 2, so I am again an authenticated user. Token has expiry claim as well. So as an after authenticated user, I just want to become an admin. So I'll use JWT cracker tool, and in the challenge description, it's already mentioned that let me show you. So the secret key has 4 digits and the range is from 0 to 9. So in this case, otherwise you can run an attack and it can get harder, but if the key is weak, so you can get there, right? So let's get ahead. So I'll use JWT crack tool and I'll pass it the token. The key space is 0 to 9 and 4 is the length. So it found the secrets instantaneously. Now I'll go to jwt.io. It says signature is invalid. Now I paste in that key, signature becomes verified, right? So now I can set the ID to 1, which is admin user, and I can become the admin there. So now this token is admin's token. Now I can create a new user in Strapy. So I'll pass in the token in the authorization header and username, let's say test, password test, and make sure that the role is set to 1. So that role is of admin user. So now when I run this command, I will become the admin there. Now you can go in Strapy and just access your flag. So you can see the issue, the weak signing key actually led someone to create arbitrary tokens. So always make sure that the keys that you use are very strong enough and random. So here I get the secret. Then we have token sidejacking attacks. So if someone gets hold of your token, they can actually impersonate your identity because we know tokens are like ID cards. So someone has your token, you can say, hey, I am Shivam and this is the token that you are looking for. And server says, oh, I get this token. Yeah, I know you are Shivam. Let's get in. Then so they can take actions on your behalf, like they can go in and purchase on your behalf, make bank transactions if the token is a bank account, banking website. So and there are challenges on these things in the API security, which you can check out later and I'll walk you through it. So some ways by which attacker can actually grab your tokens are, so they can either intercept traffic for HTTP websites or Sometimes developer make this mistake that they push the code and some secrets like keys get pushed as well. Even after you delete, that stays there in the commit history, so someone can actually get hold of that key. So the hard-coded tokens could be there as well in the application code. Then there is XSS. So developers love to use local storage because why not? It's easy, right? So and our favorite scripting language in the browsers, the JavaScript can actually access that. So then if the website is vulnerable to this attack, the attacker can actually use this to get hold of your tokens. Or social engineering, someone can actually come to you and uh, take your system for a while and just get your tokens. Well, in that case, they even have your session. So, as the remedies, some preventive measures that could be taken by developers are always make sure that the token that you use are valid for a short span of time. There must be a balance so that even if attacker gets the token, they cannot use it for long enough. Avoid pushing tokens or signing keys to code repositories, and even any secret should not be pushed to code repositories. It's a big mistake. So you should remember that you should have this in your deployment cycle in CI/CD pipeline to make sure that these things are not there. Enable HTTPS on your servers. First and foremost thing, the important thing. Audit your code for any vulnerabilities. This should also be there in your pipeline that you ensure no bugs are going in. So do thorough testing before you are pushing anything to prod. Make use of cookies that have HTTP only attribute set. So with that, JavaScript cannot access it, and thus token theft can be avoided using JavaScript. At the same time, make sure you have secure flag set so that the token gets passed on in HTTPS traffic, so nobody can intercept it as well. Same side attribute is also good to have so that CSRF attacks don't work and they cannot take away your token like that. Some preventive measures that could be taken by the end users are: do not click on any suspicious links which are received from untrusted sources. I know, like, you must be knowing this. So attacker can actually if the website is vulnerable, they can send you a link which contains some long gibberish, which is actually the attack payload, and then they can actually get in your token using that. So make sure that you do not click on untrusted links, and do not provide access to your machine to untrusted parties. Again, sound advice for you guys. So now we have verification key mismanagement issue. So this issue is popularly known as CVE 2016-10555. So firstly, a normal scenario, because picture is worth 1,000 words. So let me show you the picture first instead of a textual description. So here we have a user which sends request to /auth by going to a login page, let's say, and providing their credentials. Backend API receives those credentials and authenticates you, and then they send you a RS-256 token. In this case, RS-256 token would be generated using the private key. So it will be signed using the private key and verified using the public key. So asymmetric encryption is involved here. So now when the user makes any other authenticated request, they'll include this token in the authorization header, just like in case of HS256. In this case, the token verification would be a bit different. So a public key would be used to verify the token. If the token is valid, authenticated request gets this response which it was seeking. Otherwise, a forbidden message gets sent to the user, or maybe they can show you a login screen back. In the attack scenario, what the attacker does is they receive this token, and they actually the public key is could be well known to the attacker, could be known to the attacker. It's normal because it's public, so anyone can verify the token. And sometimes you might see that this public key could be embedded in the issuer's website. In the demo, you'll know more. So what attacker can do is they can take this token and they can actually forge it and sign it using the public key, which is used by the backend to verify the token. Now, and they can even modify this token. So they'll modify the algorithm to say that it is signed using HS256 instead of RS256. Now they send this token in any other request that they send. Verification logic is still the same. It's using the public key to verify the token. It says that, yeah, it's valid. Then they send back the response to the attacker. Let me show you a demo. So in this case, key verification mismanagement, the Strapi server actually, the backend was vulnerable, and the backend actually was checking not checking the algorithm. It was just decoding the token, assuming that it's signed using HS256. And the libraries won't allow this issue actually. Most libraries are patched, so you won't find this issue. But if there is a vulnerable library, then you might find this. So firstly, we check if Strapi is running, and yes, it is. Let's get a bit ahead, and as Elliot, I issued the token. Again, I am an authenticated user. This time you might have noticed the token is really big. The first two parts are still small till here, but the signature is big. Why so? Because it is an RS256 token. So the key used to sign the token is really big, and that's why the signature part is bigger. Let's go to jwt.io and verify the token. Let's decode it. So again, it's RS256 as I already said. The issuer here is witrap.com. The token has invalid signature because we don't have public key as well to verify it yet. So first let's go to the issuer's website and see if let's get their certificate actually. So from that certificate we'll be pulling off the public key. So let's see the certificate and we'll save the certificate. So let's export it, save it to a file. Now I know like there would be some command line geeks here as well. So I have a command for you. Using OpenSSL utility, you can actually get the certificates. OpenSSL S client -connect with app.com. Scroll up a bit in the output and you will find the certificate in there. So as you can see, here's the certificate. So you can just copy it and save it to a file. Now we have the certificate, so we can actually get the public key. So we have the certificate. We'll use OpenSSL utility again and get the public key. And let's save it to a file. So now, firstly, we need to know that this was the public key which was actually used to verify the token. So let's get there and let's check. So I'll paste in my public key here in the block provided in jwt.io. I see signature verified. So it's a good sign that I found the public key which was used to verify. Now I'll change the ID to 1, but as you can see, I have a script already there in the lab, generate token. So I'll paste in this JSON. So I'll be using the public key to actually create a HS256 token and sign it using that public key. ID is set to 1 and everything else is just the same. So this and then I'll print this forged token. So let's get to it and let's get a token. So this token will actually be an admin's token. Now I can actually create a new user using this. Let's see how it's done. So I'll just paste in the token and I have created a new user and the role is set to 1. So I am an admin now. This user can actually access everything. Now let's go to Strapi. Let me copy the IP address. So we copy the IP address and let's go to admin panel and log in using the credentials that we just set for this admin user. And yeah, we are in. So we found all the data. So in a production website, you know, like production CMS can contain a lot of stuff, juicy stuff. So what's the remedy? So you should use the verification key which is based on the algorithm present in the token header. The token header in our case said it is an HS256 token. So the backend must not be using that public key, but instead a key which is corresponding to HS256. So that was the issue. And first and foremost, never trust anything which is coming in that token. So in that case, actually you could have in the server configured only RS256, let's say, and if any HS256 tokens come along, they can be rejected. So even the algorithm field should not be trusted. So as they say, like, keep just one thing. So I feel like RS256 is strong enough, so you can use that and configure the server that they only allow RS256 tokens, and HS256 token when seen are rejected because they are not supported by the server. So this could be another remedy to fix the algorithm. Lab exercises. So you can actually come on attack defense and try these labs out. So let me show you. So as you go in, we have this category called rest. Here we have JWT basics, advanced, expert, and even API security and GraphQL. API security contains some really good stuff like attacking a banking website using JAW tokens. So here we have like 40 plus challenges on JWT. So you can see expose claim dictionary attack, non-algo, transaction replay, brute forcing attacks, signature validation, cross service relay attacks. Then we have advanced stuff, key verification mismanagement, JWS standard, debug mode in production, special version claim, client side token decoding issues. And then we have the expert part. This is really exotic stuff. So there is everything you can find in JWT, like X5U claims, JKU claim, JTI cache overflow. Then we have path modification issues, key leaks, blind SQLI, command injection, claim misuse, unsanitized user input, so SQLI, database mismanagement SQLI, vulnerable key generator, and even JSON injection. And even in API security, you will find a lot of stuff which involves JWT as authorization mechanism, and then you are attacking real world websites like shopping web apps, etc. And then we have GraphQL as well, which is side thing. So you should, I would say, you should check these JWT challenges out. These are really fun stuff, and you will learn everything that is there in JWT using these. So some best practices that I would leave you with. So I would say make use of standard libraries which are really popular, and you are seeing that they are supported in open source community. So that they are valid for like 5-6 years or more. So you must look for libraries that are supported and standard, and then always make sure to update them on a frequent basis, because if you don't update them there might be some issue and someone can actually leverage that. It might not be in case of JWT, but it might be some other issue as well, like command injection, some plugin, or let's say some WordPress plugin. Second, do not pass any confidential information in the token. Make sure to set expiration time on token, because if token does not gets expired and someone gets hold of your token, then this could be disastrous. And we have a scenario in it that someone had the token when he was an admin, and once he left the company he still had that token, so he still exercises admin rights on that API. So in that case, if you set an expiration time, the token would get invalidated after the expiry time. Ensure that the code that is pushed to public repositories does not contain token or signing keys. So always redact any sensitive information as a general advice. Use strong signing keys that are resistant to brute force attacks, and rotate your signing keys frequently. Thank you for your time. And in case you have any questions, you can use my Twitter handle. Just a second. So you can use my Twitter handle, or you can message me on LinkedIn as well. I hope you enjoyed the session, and I hope it was something fun and you learned something interesting.
This is your data. It can be all sorts of great things, like a business presentation, the latest design schematics, even an entire back-end database. It could be the source code for the next big app, or something fun, like an informative product video. To reach its full potential, your data needs to be protected. Most simply get full disk encryption to protect their hardware and call it a day. But there are far worse dangers to your data today than just a lost drive or a stolen computer. Especially while in use, data needs to be protected from breaches or even from accidental exposure. Introducing SecureAge Secure Data, a simple and effortless way to automatically encrypt every file, every place, every time. By having every file in a naturally secure state, accessible only to you or your shared users, data is protected against internal and external threats without compromising user productivity. Here's how it works. Every file is encrypted as soon as it's created, or when it's transferred to your system. The encryption persists even when it's moved to another drive, archived on backup media, or stored in the cloud. Secure data grants inherent defenses to all files, no matter where they go, in a way that's fully transparent to its intended users. A small icon is all you see on every encrypted file. All that's needed to open it is a double click, just like always. There's zero change in user and application behavior while keeping all your data safe from unauthorized use. Secure data even makes sharing incredibly easy for small and large organizations. It uses powerful public key encryption for seamless access control and encryption policies that individualize data and define the intended security measures. Any shared file or folder is accessible only to authorized users, without worrying about decrypting a file or even remembering passwords. Unauthorized users such as hackers or even employees who manage your IT infrastructure won't be able to view the contents of your protected data. This enables organizations to take advantage of technologies like the cloud without worrying about data being intentionally or even accidentally compromised. It simply stays secure everywhere, all the time. Secure data is compatible with modern enterprise security features for deployment on various industries and is compliant with the world's most stringent legal security requirements. SecureAge Secure Data. Encryption for every file, every place, every time. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedata. Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it, but that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere, making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing SecureAge Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry-standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. SecureAge Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secure-email. Encryption is important. It's the most effective way of keeping sensitive files for your eyes, or even certain eyes only. Signing is equally critical. It ensures sensitive files are left untampered with while also authenticating the identity of its source. Sounds complicated? Well, it shouldn't be. Introducing SecureAge Secure File. File encryption and digital signing. It's powered by advanced encryption features like customizable encryption algorithms, secured file wiping, two-factor authentication, and built for securely sharing files with others. This makes it compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. SecureAge Secure File, advanced encryption and digital signing for mission-critical files. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securefile. When it comes to protecting files, including their metadata, it's best to turn to disk encryption. An encrypted disk is essentially a container that safely encrypts every file that goes inside. While most turn to full disk encryption, it's limited in size by hardware and ties data to one device and a single user. Virtual volume encryption, on the other hand, makes a container of any size that can be stored anywhere, from physical media, network storage, or even the cloud. And while encrypted volumes can be shared, they typically rely on passwords, and that can be incredibly vulnerable. SecureAge Secure Disk easily lets you create virtual encrypted volumes that can be shared without clunky passwords. It uses powerful public key encryption so that only the people you trust can open, interact, and modify files, no matter where they are, without leaving a clue to others of what's inside. SecureAge Secure Disk Virtual Volume Encryption to safely store and share sensitive data. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedisk.
If you're like most people, and I think you might be, you like to feel secure, very secure. Well, I don't want to alarm you, but did you know that there are hundreds of thousands of malware and viruses released daily, and only 10% are detected by antiviruses within the first week? Scary, right? It's okay, Bouncer. Not even you can protect us from the other 90%, but SecureA Plus can. SecureA Plus is the ultimate computer security solution that combines more than 10 antiviruses and application whitelisting, protecting you at all times. And get this, it's absolutely free. Yep, more than 10 antiviruses for less than a dog biscuit. It's also fast, incredibly fast. Why? Well, all of these antiviruses live in the cloud, so your computer won't have to process locally. No, Bouncer, not that type of cloud. Silly dog. It's so fast that you get a full system scan from all of these antiviruses in less than a minute. And remember those pesky untrusted apps that take it upon themselves to automatically run without your permission? SecureA Plus prevents that from happening, giving you total control all the time. So, it's time you choose the right security solution that'll give protection for you and everyone else. Download SecureA Plus today.
Hi, I'm Pacer, the MC for this talk. Our next speaker is a really good friend of mine, Jay Turler, Security Operations Manager at Bugcrowd, Rutcon Gun, and one of the main organizers of Car Hacking Village in Philippines. He has spoken at countless conferences worldwide, such as DEF CON Packet Hacking Village, OWASP Seasides, and NowCon. We're absolutely thrilled that he's presenting here at SINCON 2020 with us. So without further ado, let's welcome Jay.
Good day to each and everyone, and it's an honor to be here in this virtual conference called SINCON from Singapore. And my topic is all about automating and tooling your own CAN hacking tool in a cheap car hacking adventure. This is more of like car hacking on a cheap and focusing on creating your own tools or sniffer for just $5. So who am I? My name is Jay Turla, aka Shipcode, and I'm currently working as a security operations manager for Bugcrowd, and I'm based in the Philippines, where I also lead a team of Filipino application security engineers, wherein we triage security bugs submitted by hackers and security researchers. Also, well, I don't work for RootCon, but it's a hacker conference wherein I organize and help as well, which is a hacker conference in the Philippines. I'm a RootCon goon and a CFP review board. I am not the author of Turla malware. I've received DMs or private messages from before. I think that was like 2014 or 2013. They asked me if I was the creator of Turla malware, but I'm actually not that guy because I'm not even Russian, I'm Filipino. So yeah, that's the fun part before. I'm also one of the main organizers of the Car Hacking Village and RootCon and in the Philippines. We use the hashtag CarHackVillagePH. I'm a Metasploit contributor as well, and I've contributed some auxiliary and exploit modules. I think the most recent one that I've actually pushed for Metasploit was a post module related to car hacking, and it allows you to interface with the hardware bridge. I'm also a member of the AdVulcan CTF team. We were a Hackasat finalist for the Aerospace Village, and you may think that I'm an automotive security expert. I'm actually not. I've just been involved with car hacking bug bashes, and I always go to DEF CON, and car hacking is like a hobby or a security research that I'm currently interested with. So a lot of people would try to, ask me, why car hacking? The very first thing that I will tell that person is it's really fun. It's fun times 100 times. It has a great community. If you are in any hacker conference, please do go to the Car Hacking Village. You will meet a lot of awesome people, and in fact, here in Singapore, here in the Philippines and Singapore, there are also groups committed to car hacking. And in SINCON, you guys have, or Infosec in the city, you guys have the ASRG SIN, or the Car Hacking Village, led by Alina Tan, and then Pacey and also Edmund Lim are there. And then one of the second reason is we use it every day. I own a car myself. I own 2 cars, and I just want to test how secure or safe it is. So we want to ensure that we are actually safe from it. And then it has a lot of attack surfaces right now. I think since Charlie Miller and Chris Velasek pointed out some attack surfaces for cars, there's been a lot of hacks for cars. And then as a, you know, this is meant as a joke. So my other computer is your car's computer, because in Bugcrowd we believe, I mean, we have this shirt, my other computer is your computer, but just fun stuff. My other computer is your car's computer. And then the good thing about car hacking, if you are a good researcher or a really good hacker, car hacking bug bashes pay well and they come in invites. So if someone will spot you to be doing this good research about cars, someone could invite you to hack their product, to participate in a bug bash. And then the good thing about cars have IoT or Internet of Things as well. So we have telematics, the IVI, in-vehicle entertainment, and much, much more. Radio head units. So if you are a hardware hacker, if you are an IoT hacker, or someone who really comes to the IoT village and hacker conferences, car hacking could be something that would interest you. Then, before I start my topic, just like to make a quote that I changed from Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift. Well, it's not the ride, it's the hacker. Okay. This is a sample, just a preview of the car hacking bug bash scoreboard from Bugcrowd, wherein we actually paid 224,000 US dollars. And it's really fun. I've learned a lot of things because of bug bashes. I've seen a lot of things and met a lot of car hackers who are very cool. Drank with them, smoke with them, hang out with them. So that's a good thing about car hacking bug bashes. You are gathered together and it's really fun. My favorite book about car hacking is the book written by Craig Smith, who is also one of the car hacking village organizers in DEF CON. And the Car Hacker's Handbook, a guide for the penetration tester, is a must if you want to start for car hacking. The online version is free. It's in the link. Check out the link on this presentation. And then if you want to buy the book, if you want to have the paperback, or you want to buy the ebook, it costs like $35. There's also a version 2 coming out soon. And in fact, Craig Smith is actually open for contributors. And I know some friends who are also invited to contribute. So I just want to clarify some things. There are prerequisites in replicating the demo or simple setup that you guys might want to start if you want to really get involved with car hacking. So in this case, you need to have an instrument cluster or at least some tools that allows you to interact with the CAN bus or the CAN or the controller area network. From the left side, you have the NanoCAN and the PG207 instrument cluster, and then my laptop. From the right side, you can see the tools that I have. I actually have a lot of tools here right now that I bought during the pandemic. I've been collecting a lot of SLCAN devices and also Linux devices that has CAN modules on it. If you want to buy cheap clusters, it's on eBay. Take note, this presentation is not sponsored by eBay. So as what you can see from the price there, it's 20 US dollars. Okay, just add it to cart and ship it to your country plus taxes. So it's not really $20, and then there's taxes. So maybe like less than $50. You'll be paying like maybe here in my country, if I deliver it to my country, probably it's gonna cost like $40 in the Philippines, I mean. And then if you want to form a team and build your own car in a box, wherein a lot of people have been doing lately, I've observed it. It's been tweeted. It's been friends are actually building. ASRG Sin, Alina, and her team are creating Karna boxes and test benches as well. So if you want to buy some test benches or ECU kits, I mean, you could also search for ECU kits on eBay, and from the price there, it's 120 pounds. So if you want to buy the pasta, if you have a lot of money, it's really expensive. So test benches are too expensive, like pasta. This was made by Toyota, but if you have a lot of money, it's pretty much like gonna cost $28,300. So it's pretty much like buying an actual car. And here are some tools and resources to start car hacking. So it's github.com/jareddecoder/awesome-vehicle-security. It contains links to software, open source tools, scripts, sketches, and also presentations recorded during DEF CON, who to follow in the car hacking community, books, and even SDKs that you can download in the internet. So let's try to focus on one of the our main focus on this topic. So how do you create your own low-cost scan sniffer or fuzzer? It's actually, if you have this kind of board, it's called a nanocan bus or a nanocan. If you meet Mintonet or me in a hacker conference, we actually give away this kind of PCBs. But you know, if, take for example, if you want to prototype your own, you could also go to this repo, and there's actually a ECDA PCB design file, so you could actually prototype your own PCB board for this one. Okay. All right. So, but if you want to have my own design, if you want to have Mintonet's design, you could ask for him. You know, he's really my mentor about this. I mean, he's the reason why I started creating this my own fuzzer as well, and also my own sketches. So for only $5 car hacking, $5 you could already build your own CAN hacking tool or car hacking tool. You know, you just solder it together. So here are the things that you need to buy. You can buy it from, you know, Amazon. You have the MCP2515, which is a CAN bus module, and then an Arduino Nano. And if you solder it together from this one, the front and the back, if you solder Arduino Nano and MCP2515 from the board, you have your own CAN sniffer ready. And just for buying this two hardware or tools, it's only $5. So additional component, just you need an OBD2 connector as well. So you're gonna need to solder or attach the wire to pin 6 to CAN high of the MCP2515 and pin 14 to CAN low of MCP2515. So here's a sample. The left one is a device given to me by Mintonet, and then the second device on the picture is actually Mintonet just gave me a board, and then I bought my own MCP2515 and Arduino Nano. So, and then soldered it together. So yep, fun. And then there's also a new version which I've been handing out to hacker conferences, especially to hacker conferences that I've visited. USB is near the pins of MCP2515. All right. And you know, unlike SLCAN, you need to create your own sketch. You know, there's a library that you need to use. There's a sample CAN sniffer made by Mintonet, and then I also have a lot of sketches that I've actually created, and there's a link there from the presentation. From the screen, you can see a sample of a Mazda 2 instrument cluster fuzzer, okay, RPM POC fuzzer. So, it's this sketch is actually can be found in the link that I provided. So, yeah, do let me know if you have any questions on how to upload it. But before that, let me try to open Arduino, so that we could load it faster later on. So the first thing that you need to do for you to make your sketch work is actually to download this library for Arduino. Just download the zip file, just download the zip. Okay. Right. So if you download the zip, just click on code and download the zip. And then after that, if you have your interface or IDE, Arduino IDE ready, you just need to go to Tools, and then, you need to go to Sketch, and then Include Library, and then add the zip library. So after that, it should be here. And then I'll show a demo later on how you can, start it up or upload your own code. So let's go back to the presentation. All right, so using other tools compatible with SLCAN interfaces or CAN over serial or socket CAN. Just a summary of socket CAN from the README. So it's what's CAN? Controller Area Network Protocol family. So socket CAN is an implementation of CAN protocols, controller area network for Linux. It's a collection of CAN drivers and networking tools for Linux. So basically, if you install this in your Linux OS, I know what I mean is to your Linux distro, you could actually have a driver for interacting with the CAN bus. So this allows for developers to write code that can support a variety of CAN bus interfaces, including CANTAC and STM32 CAN sniffer by TechMaker, which is one of the best CAN sniffer that I have. So shout out to TechMaker. And then, like TCP/IP, you first need to open a socket for communicating over a CAN network. So just for the basics, just need to go to the if you have Linux devices with you or Linux VM, just need to run this. Okay, just need to run this this one to open the CAN. But in this script, I'm actually I'm actually opening a virtual CAN device from my machine. So if I type ifconfig, vcan0 is actually up and running because I open it. But like I said, let's go back to our demo. So unfortunately, socket CAN only works on Linux, but if you have CANTAC Pro, there's a driver for Mac and Windows. And then Linux CAN or socket CAN user space applications, you could actually clone it from GitHub, or if you have Debian, Ubuntu, and Kali Linux, you could just use sudo apt install CAN utils. So here are the most common command line tools included in CAN utils. You have the CAN dump, which display, filter, and log CAN data to files. You also have CAN player, which allows you to replay the CAN log files that you've actually dumped or some hackers dump. Okay, then you could also use CAN send, which allows you to send a single frame. There's a lot of tutorials on how to work with these tools on the Car Hacking Village website, and then there's a link there that says getting started. So because this is not our focus, we're gonna focus on some tools that you can actually use for automating or scripting. And then you have CanGen, which allows you to generate random CAN traffic. So sometimes using CanGen can actually cause a denial of service on the CAN bus network if you know how to fine tune your automated script with this. And then there's also CAN sniffer, which allows you to display CAN data content differences. So just 11-bit CAN IDs, and this is a good tool for displaying CAN data content differences. You can filter what you want to see from, it's like an evolution of CANDOC because you're filtering some data or messages. If you also want to dig on, no hassle at all, Jay Gamblin or Jerry Gamblin has this repo called Car Hacking Tools. It's actually a collection of scripts to help jumpstart car research and hacking. All of the scripts are actually designed to run on Ubuntu, Debian, and Kali. It could also be installed via the repo, and there's a link from this slide. Then from the image that I've shown, those are some of the tools included for this repo. This is how you set up if you have an SLCAN devices. I'll be sharing my slides. So this script enables socket CAN if you have an SLCAN device, and then you're gonna determine what's the CAN speed. So in most of the devices that you have, or like for example instrument clusters, it's usually 500 kbps, and then for PG it's 135 kbps. For Mazda, it's usually 500 kbps, and also for Toyota. That's the bus speed. So now we'll focus on tooling or automation. Because like I said, CanSend allows you to send a single frame, right? Now what if you're just gonna write bash with it, all right? So here's a while loop bash script which allows you to send on the vCAN0 interface, or you could also change that to your interface, which is CAN0. So what this script does is that you're actually looping and sending CAN ID 00 and then 8 bytes of 000. This is actually a sample of a Firehose attack, and it could actually try to DOS also your CAN bus network, but some manufacturers already fix this one, but you never know what happens if you try it on a certain car or model. There's also a good if you're a Python guy, if you want to, a lot of people have been playing with Python really, and especially there's Python 3 already. There's also a good Python module called Python CAN. It's just easy to install as well. It's a library that provides controller area network support for Python, and Python CAN runs anywhere where Python runs. Here is a sample script wherein you are importing the CAN library, and then you're using the interface socket CAN, and the channel or the interface there is vCAN0. You could change it to CAN0 or whatever your CAN interface is. And then what this does is that it's actually gonna send the arbitration ID 123 and the data message to 11, 22, and 33, which are hex data, and it's gonna actually try to loop this one, okay, for message and bus. All right, so it's gonna iterate over received messages. Okay, so you might want to try this one as well, and it's gonna be fun. You're gonna have traffic if you're using vCAN0, if you're gonna use virtual CAN. Then there's also a good Python module that I really like. It's called pyvit. from what you can see from the script here, I'm actually sending from the vCAN0 interface, which is the virtual CAN interface, and I'm sending the arbitration ID 7F1, and the first thing that I'm sending for the message is 27 and 57, and then the second message will be 2760 FE1C. This is actually, as you know, a sample script for interacting with the airbag, but there's for determining the simple algorithm in sending an airbag, but this is not the complete one. It's just the first two datas that I've actually just put in place just for sample. One of my favorite ones that I've liked really is the Metasploit hardware bridge. It's created by Craig Smith, and when I gave a talk at NOCON, he was shocked that, oh, okay, people are still using hardware bridge. I said, oh, not that much, but I really like using it because I want to, when doing a demonstration or demo, I want to show a proof of concept on how Metasploit can be used for car hacking or car hacking on a chip. And I've written a resource script that you can actually use for running the Metasploit's hardware bridge. So let's try to give a demo on that actually. So we're gonna go here, log into my VM, and let's try to run Metasploit. So let me just try to run Metasploit from here, then maximize my screen, add another tab, go to Pentot, go to MSFRC, where I have the hardware bridge connect resource script. So let's try to run that one with MSF console -R. And yep, I haven't updated my Metasploit for 2 weeks already. So yep, and we have, if you go to sessions, sessions, you already have one session. All right. So let's try to search for automotive. Okay. If you try to search automotive, you can see some modules dedicated to car hacking. So you have this one, you have the Mazda IC mover, which I created actually, and then you have PDT module, which allows you to check for and prep the pyrotechnic devices like airbags, battery clamps, and then there's also identify modules which allows you to scan the CAN bus for diagnostic modules or IDs, and then you also have get VINfo, which allows you to get the vehicle information such as the VIN from the target module. Okay, so let's try to I'll try to give a demo later on this one. Okay, so yeah, this is a sample template that I've actually shown. It's a real module, just maybe you want to use. So basically, this is a Mazda 2 instrument cluster accelerometer mover, and what it does is that it actually excuse me, send the arbitration ID 202 and then this message, okay, this message right here, and I'll show a proof of concept of that actually. Okay. All right. So let's have sessions -I -1 to interact with the hardware bridge. I'm just gonna help, and there are something that you could actually run from here. So I'm gonna use the Mazda module. Let me try to increase. Now let's try to run CAN dump on vCAN0 because we want to, dump the traffic, see what's going on the CAN bus. So take for example, I'm gonna run the post module called Mazda IC mover. Okay. Then specify the CAN bus to vcan 0, and let's try to check the traffic. All right, so you have 202 and you have 8 bytes, 6001 60. So this is the first byte, the second byte, and it allows you to move the accelerometer and speedometer to like that, okay, to the max level. All right, there's another one here called Malibu overheat. So let's try to just give on some information or try to get to know what module this is. Right, so it's a sample module to flood the temp gauge on a 2006 Malibu. So if you have a friend who has 2006 Malibu, you can try this one, but don't try it at home. I'm just joking. So if you try to run it, okay, then specify the CAN bus, which is vcan 0, and let's see what it does. So it actually sent a lot of iterated arbitration ID 510, and then this is the message. All right, the data. So yeah, it sent a lot of this request. Okay. So yeah, if you want to get to know more about the hardware bridge, just follow, or you could try searching for automotive and try it from there using your virtual CAN device. Okay, let's go back. There's also another tool that I love, which is the Carrying Caribou. It's a friendly car security exploration tool. It allows you to automate some of the stuff that you want to find, like discovering unified diagnostic services. So I'm gonna try to bring a demo on this later on. Then there's also common enterprise tools on the block, but these are very expensive tools like Vehicle Spy and Canoe. And then what if you only get ALM 327, you don't have NanoCAN, you don't have SLCAN devices? Does it still work? Yeah, of course it does. So thanks to Craig Smith's ELM 327 relay Ruby script, yes, you can actually use this. So you just need to connect the Bluetooth to your computer, and then use the relay script, and Bob's your uncle. So you could also run the the hardware bridge connect after that. Okay, now let's go to the demo time, because we all want to hack something. So I'm gonna try to run Carrying Caribou. Okay, let me exit. Okay, and then clear, and then exit again. So, but before that, I need to up the UDS server. Okay, let's try to run vintest.h. But so basically, this is how you start a vcan 0. I mean the UDS server, and then this is the VIN number. You could actually write your own VIN number, and then this is the CAN interface. So let's try to run it with that VIN number. Okay, sorry, let's try this one. With vcan 0. Okay, so now let's try to use the Carrying Caribou. Where's the Carrying Caribou? Okay, there it is. Carrying Caribou. Right, clear, CD tool. Right, here it goes. So if you try to run Python 3, ccpy -h, which is for help, then there you have some of the arguments. Right, now let's try to run a UDS discovery module. Right, so I'm just gonna type UDS and then discovery. So what it does is that it's actually sending diagnostic session control, and we'll see if we get a response. Okay, so we are actually running this IDs, and it will try to discover IDs and see if it has response. Okay, and there we found our first diagnostic ID, which is 710, and then this is the second arbitration ID, which is the response. Okay, and as what you can see, all right, you actually have 7DF. Okay, this one, this is the arbitration ID, and then we have this message that allows you to send diagnostic session control. So yep, those are some of the messages. And from what you can see here, so take for example, we have here 7DF, all right, and it actually found 7DF, and that's why we have a reply that, hey, this diagnostic arbitration ID actually works. So you have, where's that? All right, you have 77077A, and then we have 77A, 7E0 77A, and then 7DF, and then you've got the response. All right, so yeah, pretty awesome tools, right? And it's open source. So Metasploit could be your man. You could also use pyvit and some Python modules to automate some of the stuff that you want to try. And I believe that that's it. So just showing the fast way, because I'm gonna make it short because I don't want to take long because of certain time that we have. So I'd like to give credits and references, because without these references or these guys, I won't have this kind of knowledge. First and foremost, the Car Hacker's Handbook by Craig Smith, github.com by Mintonet and Nanocan, and then getting started with car hacking, it's carhackingvillage.com. We have the command line utilities, and then we have the CAN bus basics with hands-on fuzzing by Ian Tabor. And then I'd like to give a shouts to Car Hacking Village, Craig Smith, Ian Tabor, Carfucker or Robert Leal, Funders, Techmaker UA, ASRG Sin, Spectres, Jemmy, and Semprix. Semprix is the founder of RootCon Hacking Conference. Then Jemmy is my partner for RootCon's Car Hacking Village. So if you have more questions about the Arduino IDE, once you uploaded the MCP camp, you already have the sketches or examples from here. So if you want to send something, there are some sketches that you could use from here. And that's it. So take for example, with this message, it allows you to send just one message with the arbitration ID 100. Okay, and that's it.
Hello everyone, thanks for your interest in Yes We Hack. Today we will speak about how security leaders fight cybercrime with bug bounty. I'm Eileen Neo, the APAC regional lead for Yes We Hack, and it is my great pleasure to speak with you today. First off, I'd like to introduce Yes We Hack. We are a leading global bug bounty and vulnerability disclosure platform. We are running over 400 programs in more than 30 countries across Europe, APAC, and the US for clients ranging from startups, global banks, to governmental institutions. We also have a large community of cybersecurity researchers with over 20,000 vetted ones spread across 120 countries. The issues we solve are common to CISOs and their teams. We've learned that over the last 2 decades, security professionals have seen a radical change in the way IT impacts the environment. Cloud APIs, data, IoT, agile methods, shift left, all of these trends are leading to an expansion of the IT attack surface. Basically, every organization is delivering more code at a quicker rate, increasing potential vulnerabilities on their assets. Despite these dramatic changes, the means of auditing and securing IT systems, usually through pen testing, have not changed over the last few decades. As a result, there is a real dilemma between the rapidly evolving IT landscape on one hand and obsolete security tools and methods on the other. Not to forget that this is all in the context of continuously increasing threats and scarcity of skills. So how do we address this? Among a few things, we have Bug Bounty to help us address these security gaps. Bug Bounty provides security teams with the operational agility they need to bridge the gap between modern IT processes and security. What is Bug Bounty? It is an enhanced version of pen testing. There is access to more talent, more time to discover interesting bugs, and only valid findings are rewarded. Organizations reward ethical hackers for the vulnerabilities they report within a controlled environment. There are strict rules on what they can and cannot do, what kind of tests they can run, in which environment, on which scopes, which bugs are prioritized, etc. There is also a clearly defined rewards grid, which defines the bounty amounts according to the severity of each bug reported. Naturally, the more critical the bug is, the higher the reward would be. Yes We Hack's Bug Bounty platform connects clients to our community of hunters. This is where you will run your bug bounty programs, invite hunters, and manage your bug reports. There are 2 main types of programs, private ones and public ones. Most clients are doing private bug bounty programs. They work only with selected hunters based on the program requirements. This can be 5, 10, 50, or even 500 invited hunters that you can rotate over time to get a diversity of skill sets. Such programs remain confidential and are not advertised. Then we have public programs where anyone within the hunter community can submit a bug. Private programs are a great place to start with, as we maintain a lot of control over who we work with. An organization may choose to go public if it wants to publicly showcase their commitment to security and if it is very confident of the prospect of working with a large community of hunters. How do we get started with bug bounty? There are 5 simple steps. First of all, we would define the program rules, which include the scope of the program. For example, is it a domain or a subdomain, a web or mobile application, an IoT firmware, etc. The qualifying and non-qualifying vulnerabilities, what types of bugs qualify for reward, and the bounty grid, which is indexed according to the severity of the vulnerability, low, medium, high, or critical, based on the business impact. Lastly, any relevant information for the hunters, such as the guidelines they need to follow, or how to get credentials for grey box testing, etc. We would then choose to launch in private or public mode. In private, we would select hunters to work with. This could be 550 or 500s, depending on the objective. In a public program, we launch to the entire hunter community. Once the program has been launched, hunters begin their testings. They submit their findings through the platform, assigning a severity level to each bug. We would then validate each report. Are they within the rules? What is the business impact? And what is the severity level? If the vulnerability is valid, the hunter is rewarded based on the severity level and bounty grid. Only the first hunter for a given bug is rewarded. Other reports on the same bug are marked as duplicates and do not qualify for a reward. Once the vulnerability report has been validated, you may proceed to fix it. Once the fix is applied, we ask the hunter to check if the fix has been properly applied until we are sure it is resolved. Bug bounty has been gaining popularity, and no surprises, as it has many merits. Firstly, it is highly effective. You can tap into a large talent pool, not just one or two pen testers, and whenever you need, as long as you need. And hence it extends your testing capabilities and more interesting bugs are found, thereby maximizing your risk coverage. We very often deal with heavily tested scopes, but never fail to quickly discover high or critical vulnerabilities. And as only the first hunter for a certain bug qualifies for a reward, the healthy competition encourages hunters to surface vulnerabilities as soon as possible. It is also very cost effective, as only valid bugs with business impact are rewarded. With a classic audit, we pay for the man-hours, regardless of whether anything valuable was found. In fact, one of our clients, one of the largest Asian banks, found that they were saving 4 times per bug on bug bounty as compared to pen testing. Lastly, bug bounty is built for agility and can launch in any environment: pre, post-production, UAT, black to white box testing. I will be diving deeper into these 3 points about bug bounty's agility in the next few slides. Let's start with flexibility. There is a common misconception that bug bounty is only suitable for very agile companies, but that's not the case. Whatever the level of agility, all businesses can launch crowdsourced pen testing in a few clicks. There are usually 2 types of clients that we see: those who are already in some kind of DevOps transformation and those who are still working with the more traditional waterfall model. For clients in the DevOps journey, they run continuous integration and continuous delivery, so they need to have continuous testing as well, because they basically deliver code every day. And with bug bounty, they have the ability to do continuous testing that surfaces bugs at the same speed that those bugs are created by their development teams. For clients in the waterfall model, their releases used to happen rather infrequently, every 3 or 6 months, but now it's been shortened to every month or every week. Hence, scheduling old school pen tests so frequently is not an option. With bug bounty, even clients in the waterfall model can quickly mobilize a group of hand-picked ethical hackers in a few clicks to surface bugs during the acceptance or the testing phase in the pre-production environment, and then fix those bugs before each release. And they can suspend, update, relaunch, or stop the program at any moment whenever they need a security review. Bug bounty is also very empowering for developers. Today, as a result of the need for speed, we see that developers have more and more latitude and autonomy in the way they work. They deliver more and more code on a quicker basis. Security professionals today are outnumbered massively by developers. In such a context, if the security team cannot find a way to effectively embed security within that process from early start on, they may find themselves progressively set aside and basically completely losing control of the situation. One way to address this is to actually raise awareness, to train those developers and to have them implementing best practices in their work. But how to do that? Theoretical trainings are one thing, but Bug Bounty brings a much more pragmatic approach to this. Through a platform like Yes We Hacks, developers can directly communicate with the researchers who found their bugs. And through this direct interaction, you create real awareness, you enable a transfer of skills between the hunters and the developers. You can actually then identify potential security champions within the dev team. We even see clients where it's not anymore the CISO or his team who run the bug bounty programs, but security champions within the dev teams. The CISO team then becomes more of a service provider who orchestrates the programs at a higher level. Finally, Bug Bounty enables many diverse automation use cases. Pentest leaves you with a static document, like a PDF. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to actually use it at scale. With Bug Bounty, you have structured data because the reports are filled by the hunters through the platform interface using standard fields. When the information is received by the client side, the report manager will then update and validate this information. So as a result of this process, you get structured and validated data which you can integrate into your workflows and tools. Hence, you can automate many things, many tasks that otherwise would be done manually or would not be done at all, just because they're time consuming. A first use case is the most obvious one, ticket management. For example, our Jira connector automatically creates tickets and eases the internal management of vulnerabilities and remediations. It also creates transparency and accountability on the IT side. Another use case could be regression testing within your CI or CD pipeline in order to replace the manual work of code reviews for security issues with automated security testing using the data from bug bounty reports, which are then directly pushed into the CI or CD pipeline. As a result of such use cases, many clients start seeing security from a proactive point of view as an enabler instead of being an obstacle. A third use case is virtual patching. As we know, manual patch creation often becomes unfeasible as the number of vulnerabilities grow. That's why our platform enables our clients to easily update and fine-tune their web application firewalls with the vulnerability data generated by our programs and converting this data into virtual patches to maximize their protection system's efficiency. As we've established today, the old security assessment model is no longer effective. Security needs to be an integrative part of internal processes and potentially continuous. Testing once a year while release cycles run on a monthly, weekly, or even daily basis is ineffective and exposes companies to a lot of security risks. When speaking with security leaders, we see that the question among them is no longer whether they will or will not run a bug bounty program, but rather how they will do so and where do they start. And this is where Yes We Hack is able to help. Thank you all for watching today, and please feel free to contact us with any questions you have. Have a wonderful day.
and it seems to be there is a good market for these applications.
Hello, everyone. Good day, afternoon, evening, or whenever you are tuning into this session. My name is Fabian, your MC. So if you're using Android or an Android fan, you might want to pay close attention to this next one because I'm excited to introduce Gautam and Vikas to talk about application insecurity with Android virtual containers. Gautam and Vikas, please.
Hello everyone, welcome to a SINCON talk on application insecurity in Android virtual containers. Firstly, I would like to sincerely thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to present in this conference, and also for organizing this conference, and especially in the current times of pandemic. Organizing is a major logistical undertaking, so thank you very much for organizing this. All right, so let's get started. So firstly, a quick introduction. So we'll start with an introduction to Android virtual containers. Then we'll talk about the use cases of these virtual containers. Then how we can attack applications running inside these virtual containers. Then we'll move on to the idea of how to detect these virtual containers. Then we have some recommendation for the developers, and then we'll conclude with a discussion and conclusion. A quick introduction about us. So myself, Vikas Gupta. I have been working as a security researcher with Thales TIS India, and previously I was associated with Thales TIS in Singapore. I have a strong interest in the field of reverse engineering, obfuscation, cryptography, and I have been an active contributor to mobile security testing guideline by OWASP. My colleague Gautam, he works as a security researcher in Thales TIS Singapore as well. And he has been very actively contributing to the community. He created the CTF for R2Con 2020, and he recently presented in Android Security Symposium as well. He's very much interested in cryptography and hardening mobile applications. So what are these virtual containers? So virtual containers are innovative application level virtualization frameworks. It consists of a host and a guest, both of them being Android application. The guest app does not necessarily require any installation. And the guest app can be a second instance of an existing application on the actual device. And during the course of this presentation, we'll see that virtual containers may reduce security of the guest applications. So to visualize how really things looks like inside a virtual container. So over here on the left hand side, I have a real Android device, and it lists the various applications installed. And over here, I'm using a very commonly used Android virtual container called Parallel Space. And on the right hand side, I have you can see what all applications are installed inside this virtual container. So you can see I have multiple applications installed, and some of them are same as on the actual Android device, like Ola, Grab, or Uber. And that's the whole idea, that you can have multiple instances of same apps inside the virtual container. So the insecurity of these virtual container was firstly presented in Black Hat Asia in 2017 here in Singapore itself. This paper gave a very detailed description about the working of these Android virtual containers. It talked about how malwares are misusing this technology. It also proposed the ideas of how to detect the presence of these virtual containers. We have an important note. So the paper that we mentioned here is use a terminology called Android plugin, but we don't find this terminology to be very descriptive. In fact, sometimes we find it confusing as well, especially while doing some Google search. So in this presentation, we'll be using the terminology virtual container. So just to be sure, so Android plugin and virtual container means the same thing, but we'll use the terminology virtual container in this presentation. So there are multiple apps available which act as virtual containers. Few of them are available, and the source code is available on GitHub, like virtual app Android plugin. You can get the source code compiled, you can tinker with them. Then some of the most famous or frequently downloaded ones are Parallel Space and Dual Space, with more than 100 million downloads each. Then we have some other apps like 2Account, Dr. Clone, which have downloads in million plus downloads as well. So overall idea you can get is that these apps are used frequently by the number of downloads which are there, and it seems to be there is a good market for these applications. So even OEMs are trying to offer this technology or this functionality to the user, one such case being OnePlus devices. It's important to note that OnePlus devices is not using the virtual container approach, but instead they create a new Android user internally and then run this application as an instance or the second instance of the application in context with this new Android user. So currently OnePlus devices are supporting messaging apps like WhatsApp or ride-hailing apps like Uber or digital payment apps like Paytm and all, and multiple Chinese applications are also supported. So overall, there is a list of 56 hard-coded applications which are supported by OnePlus devices. Similar technology is offered by Xiaomi as well, but they brand it as Dual Apps. So just to summarize that there is really a need for this application. So we need to acknowledge that the dual SIM devices are readily available these days, and each individual can easily have two mobile numbers. And when you have two mobile numbers, you will require to have two messaging applications associated with each of the mobile number, or you may want to have two instances of the same e-commerce app running. Sometimes we find that one instance get some special discounts, the others not. So to maximize those discounts, we can use multiple instances of e-commerce app. There's also a case where you want to run same instance, like the same application as a personal or a business app as well. So to have a clear segregation between the two set of lives, like personal and business. Sometimes people also run various games inside these virtual containers because it gives them the ability to tinker them, and they don't really need to root the device. There are like various applications like Game Guardian and all, which helps in tinkering the applications. So overall, there is seems to be a bigger need of running two instances of an application. So how do these virtual containers really work internally? So these virtual containers provide a transparent virtualization, transparent to the Android framework. So the OS doesn't know about the presence of the guest apps. It uses technologies like Java Dynamic Proxy API and Reflection. And what they try to do is they hook the APIs related to the app lifecycle management and components like activity, service, broadcast receivers, content providers. Then what they do is all the requests from the guest apps go via the host app. So host app is controlling via hooking various critical events for the guest apps. They also hook the libc APIs using technologies like CDA Substrate to again ensure that the critical requests are going through the host app. Over here, I'm trying to visually represent how the things really look like. So you can see I have three guest applications over here, guest app 1, 2, and 3. And you can notice that all the component related information or the requests are going through this proxy hook. And this proxy hook is diverting the request to the host app. And then the host app will send the information to the Android framework. So Android framework doesn't know anything about the presence of these guest apps. For Android framework, the only thing present is the host application. And then host application take care of manipulating the information using the various hooks for this guest application. So guest apps also don't know or don't get to know whether they are running on the bare metal Android OS or through a virtual container. So the guest apps get a shared UID. So all the guest apps will be sharing the same UID as the host app. Then the host app defines some predefined stub components and permissions to make the manipulation of the information easy and to run the various guest apps easily. Then the component lifecycle management is also done by the host app, and the host app is creating like a various stub components and try to maintain this the lifecycle of the guest app using these stub components. So I would recommend that if you want to get deeper into the internals of how these virtual containers work, then do read or do check out the anti-plugin paper that I discussed, which was presented in Black Hat. Although for this presentation, you don't need to go any more deeper. That's all the information that we require for this presentation. So let's talk about the security. So I think most of us would already know the concept of application UID in terms of Android. So in Android, each application get a unique Unix user ID and a directory, which is owned by the application. And a lot of security mechanisms inside Android are dependent on the uniqueness of these UID associated with each application. We'll see how this uniqueness is no more there and how it breaks the various security assumptions. So if you look at the Android documentation, there are 6 core security features which are discussed. And out of the 6 core security features, 4 of them are broken in case of the Android virtual containers. The 2 which are not broken are below the abstraction layer at which virtual containers operate, like ASLR or encrypted file systems. So as I mentioned, a lot of Android security mechanisms are dependent on UID, like application permissions, Android Key Store, Android ID, and then sandbox data. And the guest apps can get the access to the sandbox data as well. And in the next coming slides, we'll try to go through each of these scenarios one by one and try to understand how the Android virtual containers break them. So firstly, Android manifest permissions. So when you install a guest app inside the host application or in an Android virtual container, the manifest file is not processed. So which consequently leads to the idea to the case where the permissions are also not processed. Instead, what host app do is they get the permissions approved from the user in one go. So for example of Droid plugin, it has 141 permissions present in its manifest file, and user approves all of them in one go. So if any guest app is running inside this Droid plugin container, it will get access to all these 141 permissions. And that's the whole idea. Like, you get all the permissions which are there associated with the host app. And similarly, if you disable or if you want to disable one permission for one particular guest app, it might break the functionality of another guest app. So there is no breaking of this permission as per the guest app. So either you get all of them or you get none of them. And this is a major privacy concern. Like, you cannot really regulate which all apps get what all permissions. On the similar idea, the Android app or the guest app which is running can list all the other installed apps inside that container. Similarly, it can also see the various applications running at any instance of time. So on the right hand side, I have a screenshot. On the top, you can see the listed application installed inside the container. And similarly, at the bottom, you can see the apps running at that particular instance of time. So from a historical perspective, such functionality was present in Android up to API 22, but then it was deprecated. And that was way back in Android 5.1. And such kind of things are still present or can be done in Android Virtual Container. This is another major privacy concern when you run an application inside Android Virtual Container. Sandbox, so file system sandbox data. So there is no proper sandboxing of the application data. So in the diagram, you can see on the bottom left, I have two guest apps, and those one guest app can access the sandbox data of another guest app easily. So there is no sandboxing among the guest app inside the virtual container. So moving on to the Android key store. So just a quick idea about some basics about the Android key store. So Android key store is a secure system level credential storage functionality, which is present on Android. On all the modern Android devices, it's hardware backed. And in the past, it was software, only software technology as well. So when an app creates or imports a key to perform any kind of crypto operations, this key is associated internally to the UID of the application. And I think you can already guess that, yes, since the UID is shared, it's not unique for guest applications. So one guest app can access the keys stored inside the key store of the another guest app. So in this diagram, you can see that, yeah, basically there is no segregation of the keys. Any guest app can access anybody's generated keys. So another historical perspective, so such kind of bugs were there in Android. It was called key leakage between security domains, and this was reported in 2012, and it was fixed in 2012 itself. Okay, so to demonstrate these problems, we took an application called AndOTP, and this application is a 2FA application providing the functionality of generating TOTP or HOTP based tokens. And yeah, so an important note that this application in itself is not broken. There are no vulnerabilities. But in this demo, we can see that when we run a perfectly good application inside of virtual containers, then some vulnerabilities introduced inside the app for this particular application. So what we are really attacking in this particular case of application. So in case of any OTP based application, the primary assets is the seed. The seed is used to generate the OTP, and the AndOTP application provides a functionality of encrypted data backup. It uses the hardware back key store to generate some keys and to encrypt the data. So there are two sets of encryption. One is using AES. So the AES key is generated using the user provided password. So this password is the one that you need to enter every time when you're using the application. So to unlock the application itself. So using this password, an AES key K is generated, and then this key K is stored in a secret.dat file. And then this secret.dat file itself is encrypted using an RSA key pair, which is generated on the device using the hardware back key store. And then this encrypted information is stored in the OTP.key file. So there are two encryption operations. So to visualize, so now we have a RSA key pair in the key store. And if we have a malware inside this virtual container or any malicious application inside this virtual container app, it will have access to this key pair. And then once you get the key pair, you can decrypt the OTP.key file, and then you get the secret.dat file. And then you get the seed. And once you have the seed, you can easily generate the OTP whenever you want. Okay, so I'll demonstrate this thing using a video. Okay. So over here, I have this malware or a malicious application called Conware, and the AndOTP is installed as well. So I've already set it up the AndOTP and enabled the encrypted backup functionality. So this is the PIN that you need to enter to use the AND OTP application. And over here you can see that the OTP is generated for at this particular instance of time. The OTP is 441831. Now what I'll do is I'll launch my malicious application, and I would try to attack this this encrypted data backup now. So I'll launch it and I'll attack it. And yeah, so over here you can see as well that I'm using my malicious application Conveyor, and I got the similar OTP generated as well. Okay. So for the next part of the presentation, I'll give it over to Gautam. He'll talk about the virtual container can be used as a pen testing environment and take us all the way to the end. Gautam.
Hello everyone. I will be discussing about the pen testing environment. Virtual containers actually provide a conducive environment to perform pen testing. So there is no need to always patch, recompile and resign a guest application when doing pen testing. Many runtime application self-protections can be bypassed in such environment. When you use APK tool, it can fail sometimes to decompile some of the applications. In such cases, virtual containers can provide a helping hand. I will be discussing about 5 different attacks that is possible from host applications onto the guest application. The first attack is about making an app debuggable. Normally, when you download an application from the Play Store, so these apps are not debuggable by default. So to make them debuggable, one has to patch the application so that the Android manifest file is marked with Android debuggable as true. But when this is executed inside the virtual containers, this is not the case. When the host application is made debuggable, then all the guest applications become debuggable too. So now it is possible to attach Android debuggers to such guest apps. We also found that ptrace can be attached between guest apps and from host app to guest apps and vice versa. With containers being debuggable, so there is no additional steps for recompiling and resigning. So in this picture, you can find that some of these applications are actually downloaded from the Play Store. Since this virtual app is actually built as debuggable, from the Android Studio, I can attach debuggers to all these guest applications from the Android Studio. The second attack is about the network security configurations. Since Android 7.0, apps can customize their network security settings. Usually, the user-installed CA certs are not trusted by default, so it requires explicit declaration in the manifest file. So when the host application has such kind of network security configuration set in their manifest file, all the guest application trusts these settings as well. So for example, if host trusts a self-signed certificate, a guest apps will trust them too. So now it is possible to perform a man-in-the-middle attacks, and you can intercept the network traffic via burp suite. The third attack is about inserting a fake Java security provider. The Java security APIs are useful for performing crypto operations or keystore operations. What we found that is a host app can actually override the security provider that is used in each of the guest apps, if not explicitly specified in the guest applications. So guest apps relying on the default system security provider are at risk. For a proof of concept, what we have done is we have taken a SpongyCastle security provider and just inserted logs at each of the important crypto operations and also on the keystore APIs. So when the host application inserts this fake security provider, so now the guest applications unassumingly will start using the security provider which is inserted by the host app. So to demonstrate this with an AND OTP use case, so AND OTP as demonstrated by Vikas will generate OTP. So AND OTP in fact is depends on the default system security provider. So when the host inserts a specific fake security provider, so the host can actually intercept all the keys which is used by the guest application. So in this case, AND OTP uses a HMAC key to generate OTP, and you can actually intercept the HMAC key from there. You can also intercept the OTP value from the HMAC output. The fourth attack is about injecting FRIDA for performing dynamic instrumentation. FRIDA is a sophisticated dynamic instrumentation tool. It will be a pen tester's delight if FRIDA can be injected into guest applications without tampering them. And this is possible inside virtual containers because host applications have a complete control of when a guest application is actually invoked. So they can in fact inject the FRIDA gadget in the context of each of the guest applications. So once a FRIDA gadget is injected into these guest applications, it is now easy to perform dynamic instrumentation on these guest apps. So you can use the FRIDA scripts which is ready-made available, and you can directly instrument all these applications. The fifth and the last attack is about injecting Stetho. Stetho is a sophisticated developer-friendly tool done by Facebook. So where usually developers use Stetho along with their application in their debug mode, and they can actually inspect the application sandbox data, the layout, and the network from the Chrome desktop browser. We found that this Stetho can be useful for reverse engineers too, and especially in case of virtual containers, the host app can actually initialize the Stetho in the context of the guest application. So once this is done, and when you open the desktop Chrome browser, you can actually start inspecting each of the sandbox data of these guest applications. So you can actually see the SQLite database of each of these guest applications, and in fact you can modify the data from your desktop itself. It's a cool tool for reverse engineers also. To summarize all the attacks, so from Android manifest file, so permissions provide the guest apps gets more permissions than what it is requested for. So debuggable property and the network security configurations can be used to attack the guest applications. So you can actually list down all the running guest apps by other guest app running in the virtual container. So using Stetho, you can actually inspect the app sandbox data. We also showed how Android key store keys can be accessible for all the guest apps, and it can be used to attack other apps even if the key is actually hardware backed. And we also showed how manipulating Java security provider one can actually steal the crypto keys of other applications. You can also do a dynamic instrumentation of all the guest applications. These are not actually all the exhaustive list, but there are many more attacks that can be possible. Android ID is one such thing where it is used for anti-cloning purposes. In Android 8.0 onwards, each of the application will get a unique Android ID, but all the guest applications and the host application inside a virtual container will actually share the same Android ID. So if your app requires anti-cloning, when you are actually using Android ID as an anti-cloning property, so this you will be at risk when you are using it. So for detecting virtual containers, So we used safety net as one of the mechanisms to detect it. So we used it as part of the guest application. So when safety net executes from a guest application, we found that the CTS profile match and the basic integrity came as false, even though the device is actually a clean device. But so this is a very classic example of how we can detect virtual containers using safety net. But the sad part of that is not all virtual containers actually support Google Play services. So here we will be discussing about other solid mechanisms that can be useful for detecting virtual containers. The first mechanism is about manifest permissions. In a container, a guest application has more permissions than what is actually declared in the manifest. For example, if you see the virtual container has so many permissions, but whereas the guest applications doesn't have that many permissions. The difference in this set of permissions itself is a good indication that the application is running inside a virtual container. The second detection mechanism is about the storage directory. In the storage directory, generally, you see that it starts with the data followed by the package name. Whereas when the guest application is executing, you can actually find that the path is data followed by the package name of the host application. So this is also one of the good indication that it is running inside a virtual container. The third mechanism is about inspecting the process memory. Normally, in the process memory, you can find the artifacts which is loaded by the specific application or by the system. But when it is executing inside a virtual container, you will find lot more artifacts which is loaded by the host application. So this is a good indication that it is executing in a compromised environment. The fourth detection mechanism is about inspecting the environmental variables. Normally, you can find a lot of suspicious environmental variables when a guest application checks for it. So these environmental variables are very specifically introduced by the host application. So looking at such kind of environmental variables is an indication that you are executing inside a compromised environment. The next thing is about LD preload. So the LD preload generally indicates what is the library which is preloaded either by the system or by the same application itself. But when you see such things, you can detect whether it is loaded by the system application or it is done by some malicious application. So by inspecting the LD preload, especially the data path, you can find that data path points to some random application which is in fact pointing to the host application, which is a good indication that it is executing in a compromised environment. The fifth detection mechanism is about checking about the running services. Normally, when you check for the running services inside a virtual container, you will find additional services which is not belonging to the app. So this is a good indication you are running in a compromised environment. The sixth detection mechanism is about app components. So when you have a broadcast receiver, make them as false in the manifest file and you dynamically enable them in the code. When you do such things, this particular component actually will not work in a virtual container. So using this, we have put this as one of the detection mechanism to detect virtual containers. The last mechanism is about checking the stack trace. So when you check the stack trace, you can find the presence of unexpected classes. Host apps may inject some code to virtualize the guest app. And so when you print the stack trace, you can find some unnecessary classes. That is a good indication that there is some other compromised, we are running in a compromised environment. Putting it all together, so we are releasing a conbl library, so which is open source, and it detects presence of virtual containers using various heuristic techniques we have discussed. Please note that this library is not tested for all real-world Android devices, and they may have rough edges too. So, to compare the detection mechanisms against the popular virtual containers available on the Play Store, so this table depicts that using process memory, storage directory, stack traces can actually detect consistently the virtual containers, especially the popular containers which is available on the Play Store. So we have some recommendation for developers. Please do not let your app run inside a virtual container, especially when you are developing a security sensitive application. You may use our library to detect and take action. Do not actually depend on the security offered by the OS itself. You may need to resort to some kind of encryption of data at rest. And for the network aspects, to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks, you may need to have a certificate pinning on your application. If you are developing a security sensitive application, you may have another layer of encryption or signing network traffic to avoid sniffing of data in transit. And coming to the crypto part, so do not actually rely on the default platform provided crypto or keystore providers. Use crypto APIs from popular third-party providers, for example, Bouncy Castle. You can also use explicitly the security providers like what is given here, like CipherGate instance with the second parameter pointing to the actual security provider you wanted to include. These recommendations are applicable as per the threat model you have assessed for your application. So coming to the discussion and conclusion part. So there are implications for end users. So users should avoid using virtual containers for sensitive apps at least. More and more OEMs should support running such multiple instances of an application like OnePlus, Xiaomi, and even Samsung has started supporting it. It will be good if it is actually implemented in the AOSP itself. Leaving security decision in the hands of a user is not actually a good idea. Given all the security implications we have discussed, we are not able to reason why such applications are allowed in the Play Store. To conclude, we see there is a need to run multiple instances of an app on a device. Virtual containers are convenient to use, but it breaks the Android built-in security model. Both privacy and security is a concern for guest apps. Virtual containers can also be used as a basic pen testing environment. So we discussed about different heuristic mechanics to detect virtual containers. Our contribution here is to document and demonstrate these attacks. And we also discussed new detection techniques, and we are releasing ConVR library. So here is a short demo of our Conware application. So we developed a Conware application which mimics malware which is executing inside a virtual container. So we used parallel space for this POC. So the Conware application is cloned inside the parallel space. So you can, from a Conware application, it actually can list down all the other guest applications inside the virtual container. So there is a zip icon here, so where you can export the app sandbox data into the external SD card, or you can also export it into some cloud services. So you can also see the list of running apps within the container application. Generally on Android, this is not possible to view what are the other running applications, but inside this container, each of the guest apps can know what are the other apps actually running inside the virtual container. The other important thing is about seeing what are the different keys which is generated inside the Android key store. So each of the guest applications can see all the keys which is inserted into the Android key store by the other guest application. So as a conware, so it can also see what are the different keys which is generated by other guest applications. So you can also see the key information for each of the keys inside the key store. And finally, to detect virtual containers, we ran this different heuristic mechanics to detect virtual containers. So it lists down what are the techniques that got detected when we ran this in the parallel space. Thank you. Thank you for providing a good opportunity to present this research in SINCON conference. Looking forward for your questions. Thank you.
Best party ever? Yeah, it's been a great 2019. Challenging year, but excited about 2020. Harangi!
Orang ni innovate without fear. Semua bisa jadi macam.
I moved my whole life from America to come here and help build Harangi. I didn't know what I was getting into. I thought for maybe there was like 5 minutes or 10 minutes when I first got here where I panicked and I said, holy crap, I don't know if I made the right choice. Almost 2 years later, I'm pretty positive I made the right choice. I've learned so much, I've grown so much in the time I've spent here, and I'm definitely a better person for it. I'm locked in here till the end. Hopefully that's a long way away. I really hope for 100 more years of good stuff.
Harangi, man, best company ever. Innovate without fear. All day, every day.
Harangi, thanks for having us. We are having fun. Yeah!
Thanks for the party, Harangi. Best wishes in the future.
Success matters to me more than anything else.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. So we have lots of people here, so obviously a lot of Tigers from Rondi, Tigers, significant others, as well as, of course, our customers, investors, and partners. So thank you everyone for coming to the event. Hopefully you guys enjoy the food. It's great. So if you are taking pictures, make sure to tag the restaurant on Instagram, so it's Sukura Oki. ask someone for spelling, because I'm not too good at that. But yeah, it's been a great year for us. Obviously, in 2019 has been challenging in many ways as we've grown from a small company to a bigger one. So we're about 75 people now, growing consistently in the space, and of course now moving on up to a new office in Suntech. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good night. It's just beginning, and a great sort of launch into 2020. And of course, everyone is here, especially the white t-shirts, which mostly Harangi employees now. I think a lot of them are giving away as well. We spent a lot of time working hard on building the company and the brand of Harangi to what it is today. So I really appreciate everyone's help in doing that. So yeah, thanks for attending the events. Please have some drinks. I think we're here till at least midnight, if not later. But yeah, thanks everyone again for coming. And where's Mark? No. Yeah, cheers to Harangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us do it. Thank you, everyone. Cheers to Harangi in 2020, and of course all of our wonderful customers, partners, and investors that help us do it.
Digital data circulates like the blood in a human body. Through day and night, they carry the information that keeps the world working, making the world a better place. The advent of smart home devices and the Internet of Things has brought convenience and comfort to our modern life. Meanwhile, there are the misuse of the data, and that underlying malice is infiltrating the matrix of the healthy veins, threatening the wealth, life, and privacy at a scale beyond imagination. Who is the one to shield people against such an unprecedented crisis? Panasonic Cyber Security Lab. Panasonic Cyber Security Lab is a safeguard for the modern life of convenience and comfort. We analyze threats, eradicate breaches, educate and promote the mindset for corporate cyber security. We engage in exchanging thoughts from all fields and embrace innovation and progressive techniques. Panasonic has long been avant-garde in promoting your smart life intelligence. And we, Panasonic Cybersecurity Lab, are a guardian, securing from all cyber threats.
Hello, everyone. Good day, afternoon, evening, or whenever you are tuning to this session. And my name is Fabian, your MC. So up next, we have Ken Jeong, an independent security researcher and member of the HoneyNet project. For all the crypto friends out there like me, this is your session because he's going to share about some real-world use cases of Honeybank. So enough said. Now I shall let Ken Jeong share his story about who stole my 100,000s worth Bitcoin wallet. Ken Jeong, please.
Hey, good day, everybody. Thanks very much for listening to my Bitcoin wallet story right here. Yeah. My name is Ken Xiong. I am a part of the HoneyNet project and an independent security researcher. So during my free time, I involved in some of the Honeypot tools development and try to play around with different deceptive base defense mechanism. Personally, I always have this one big question in my mind. So for example, you and I, we put our personal file on the internet, and then we leave it there for 60 days or 90 days. What will happen to all of them after 60 days or 90 days? Will they still stay intact at the same place, or all of them will be get stolen after 60 days or 90 days? Yeah, so in fact, this is a small little idea from so-called the fundamentals idea behind the scene for these small little topics that we are going to explore right here. Who stole my $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallet? And let's catch them all with our new deceptive baits. Yeah, let's try to explore about this together for the next 30 minutes. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll explore about three things right here. First, let's take a quick look together about an open source new tool that we developed for this particular purpose, namely Honeybank. Secondly, let's take a quick look about how we crafted those $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallet and how we place it across the internet. Last but not least, the most interesting part. What happened to all of these Bitcoin wallet that we put on the internet after 90 days? Yeah, definitely I would love to share some of the lesson learned, some sort of the frustrations behind the scene, and also some of the lesson learned for all of us right here. Yeah, so let's try to do this together. Nowadays, all of us, we know that lots of security company scan the entire internet, try to look for insecure web service or exposed database or services on the internet. Lots of good brain behind the scene try to find ways to secure this kind of exposed services or devices or database on the internet. Definitely, on the other side of the world, bad guy, they try to harvest those kind of the same data set, look for so-called exposed data sets on the same scanning result with a malicious intent. For example, they are trying to look for some sort of server or internal system, and then those kind of juicy data that are exposed to the internet. This will be includes credit card information, user information, or personal data, or even corporate private data, which are accidentally exposed to the internet. Yeah, for me, I always like to use this small little analogy. Back in the real life, for example, a street thief carry a bag, an empty bag, break into a house, and then eventually this guy will try to put all the jewelry, gold or silver and everything, those kind of valuable, into the bag itself, and then they will carry the bag, the full bag, out from so-called the house itself. And then in the movies, sometimes we will see that some of the folks, they will put a small GPS tracker into those kind of bags, and then wherever the bag move from locations to another locations, those kind of small little GPS tracker will send a little ping or give us some sort of the information about the guy who stole the bag itself. Yeah, I always wonder what if anything we can do in this case in terms of the cyber defender's perspective? Yeah, from a Honeypot security researcher's point of view, what if we can put certain type of this type of GPX tracker into those kind of anti-backed? In this case, will be the file or the data that will be get stolen. Wherever our data move from a place to another place, we'll have some sort of small little informations about the bad guy behind the scene. Yeah. We are going to explore about this kind of concept, so-called honey token, bait, breadcrumbs over here. Definitely, this kind of technique is not brand new. It has been appear since the past few years, but right now, I believe that this is definitely one of the very useful so-called technology, or so-called a small little concept that will be very useful for all of us as a cybersecurity defenders. Let's take a quick real-life example together. Yep. Back in the end of 2017, I came across this very wonderful science blog post by one of the very well-known security gurus, Mr. Didier Stephen. At that time, Bitcoin price shot up all-time high. Back in end of year 2017, I think it was hitting around maybe 19,000 US dollar per Bitcoin. So at that time, Mr. Didier Stevens started to observe these very interesting observations on his web server. A lot of folks try to pickpocket Bitcoin wallet from his web server in this case. Well, he posted this very interesting web server log, and then he started to observe those scanning pattern, also called the pickpocket patterns, came back after weeks and after weeks or after months. Yeah, for me, definitely the most interesting part is the pattern that appear on this particular web server log itself. So let's take a quick look together about these web server logs on the screen. Personally, I would like to say that this is a very beautiful and very sexy web server log. Yeah, it is I believe it's an Apache web server. And then how can we read this easily? Will be the first column is the IP address, and then followed by the next column, which is the timestamp, and then the HTTP GET request, also, and continuously followed by the URI, a HTTP response code. For example, in this case, will be the 404. And then last but not least, it followed by the so-called the data size and also the user agent itself. Yeah. In brief, bad guy tried to continuously hitting on Mr. Didier Stevens' web server, and then this guy, they try his luck by guessing this kind of a correct Bitcoin wallet founding, also called a crypto wallet founding in this case. Yep. Of course, it was hit with lots of HTTP 404 response code in this case, because there was no Bitcoin wallet over there. Yeah. For me, what really catch our attention the most is the pattern of the crypto wallet founding appear right in this web server log itself. So let's take a quick deep dive into this particular crypto wallet founding together. Well, a common crypto wallet file name, it could be wallet underscore .dat or wallet.dat, or some sort of maybe wallet underscore backup.dat. And then somehow the attackers, they try to look for some zip file which contains the crypto wallet. In this case, the zip file namely as wallet.zip or backup/wallet.zip. Yeah. As a security hobby researchers, I started to wonder if anything that we can do in here. What if we can try to craft a zip file, and then we just feed it to the bad guy with the data that they need, with the fake content in it. And eventually, when the folks start to open a zip file or try to explore the zip file, this zip file will gather some sort of the information about the guy behind the scene. Yeah, this is just a very small idea, and eventually this start to form so-called new tools that I'd like to introduce today right here, namely Honeybank. Well, Honeybank is a tool that will help you to create a big archive file, zip file in this case, with any folders or files in it, and then it will notify you if someone open it and access it. Yeah, definitely the main goal right here, we just want to really hope that it will notify us if someone access our data, and it will give us some sort of the information about the guy behind the scene. We hope that this could be useful for the community, especially from a cyber defender's point of view. Definitely, we hope that this will be useful in terms of data breach detections or deceptive based mechanism, which every one of us experience this year or in the upcoming years. Yeah. So let's try to explore together about how Honeybank works. Honeybank is a new open source tool. It's publicly available on the internet, on GitHub right now. Yeah, it contains 3 different components. First, it has a Honeybank client. Secondly, we have a Honeybank simple DNS server. Third, we can use a responder together because this will be very useful, to gel up the whole things together. So from the screen right here, you can see that this is how what happened when Honeybank runs. It's just a nice and pretty simple, easily to use command line tools. Yeah. Let's try to explore about what is the final zip file that Honeybank created. From the right screen right here, you can see that this is the so-called tree view of the zip file that generated by Honeybank. So in this case, we generate one of the zip file called secret.zip, and then it contains a secret folder. In the folder itself, you will just have one file in it, which is in this case, I name it as a super secret documents.pdf. Yeah, this is just a very simple zip file in this case, and this is the file that so-called the final output for as a result of this Honeybank client itself. Yeah, during the generation process, Honeybank will automatically slot 2 new files into the zip file itself. From what you can see on the screen right here, the zip file will be end with the file extension called .url, and then the second file will be the desktop.ini. In fact, these 2 files will form so-called the alerting mechanisms behind the scene for us. Yeah. Let's try to explore about these 2 files together. Desktop.ini. This file is commonly found in a Windows operating system. In fact, the legitimate usage for this desktop.ini is related to how Windows folder, how they display on the Windows Explorer. But for example, in this case, if we want to customize an icon about how a folders are displayed on the Windows Explorer, we can customize it in the desktop.ini. Also, we can customize those info tips for how the folder display on Windows Explorer as well. In this case, for example, if we move our mouse over to the folder, and then it will show about this kind of small little info tips. Yeah, this is what we can configure with desktop.ini. Yeah, but definitely, this is how one of the interesting techniques that found by Things Canary token. And in fact, our tools, Honeybank, inspire a lot by the Things Canary token. So while the desktop.ini try to look for icon pictures from local machines, in this case, what if we can try to tweak this particular location? We try to ask desktop.ini to look for icon file on the external location. It could be from a domain that's sitting outside of the internet, or it could be some sort of IP address that's sitting across some servers on the internet. Yeah, in this case, this form a very interesting and very fascinating techniques in terms of the alerting mechanism itself. Yeah. The second files will be the .url file. This .url file in the legitimate usage is meant for the convenient purpose. For example, if someone try to click on the .url file, the .url file will lead us to the www.adc or www.cdf.com out there. Yeah. Same tricks, same techniques can be implemented in the .url file, which is we can ask the URL file to reach out to some sort of the icon files on the external location in this case. Yeah. These two files and the technique itself are really pretty handy. And then in fact, these start to play all the things into this our Honeybank client, the command line client itself. Yeah. So the next question is, once we generate all this kind of secret.zip file, what if the bad guy open and unzip our secret.zip file and click into the secret folder? What will happen in this case? Well, in this case, Honeybank will start to generate two alerts to so-called to our Honeybank simple DNS server and also the responder that we set up behind the scene. Well, desktop.ini will try to reach out to the domain, the DNS server that we set up in this case. And then for our simple DNS server, we try to listen for all the incoming alerts in terms of the DNS traffic. We try to set up this kind of simple SQL tree logging, try to log about those kind of data that we receive from our Honeybank client. We will collect some sort of information such as the computer name, username, or the domain name of whoever tried to open our zip file that we created just now. Yeah, the .url file, we try to reach out to our responder in this case. Our responder will try to listen for all the incoming traffics, with the SMB. We try to collect information such as the NTRM hashes or NTRM v2 hashes in this case. So in overall, we'll have various pieces of information on hand, such as an IP address that whoever opened the zip file have the username, computer name, domain name, and if we're lucky enough, we have those kind of NTRM hashes as well. So these kind of small little pieces of the information definitely will form a very interesting pictures in terms of the investigations later. Well, in terms of the alerting mechanism in this case, we are highly relying on so-called the Windows UNC path. So in fact, this particular approach is more applicable for Windows operating system. Well, this is kind of just a small little limitations right here. For example, if someone try to open our zip files on a Linux or on a Mac OS machines, well, in this case, we will not receive any alerts in our end, which is in a simple DNS server or the responder in this case. Well, we're trying to explore about different techniques in the future as well for Linux, Unix, and also OSS operating system in this case. So if you came across with any interesting idea behind the scene, feel free to reach out to us. Definitely, we want to implement more and more techniques into the Honeybank in this case, in the future developments. Yeah. Well, right now we have a new tools on hand, and then we can try to create a zip file with lots of deceptive baits into it, or you can create thousands of zip files easily with our Honeybank tools right now. Just a command line of tools, can just simply play with different scripts and some other stuff in it. Yeah. Once you have these tools on hand, the next big question in our mind will be, how can we play with it and get the best out of it? Yeah. We try to explore a couple of different idea behind the scene. For example, let's try to set up some sort of servers and try to put the zip files on the internet. But after a while, we came across with this very interesting idea. Everybody gonna love Bitcoin wallets. So what if we try to place $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallet on the internet and we just leave it there for 90 days? What will happen to all of them? Yeah, this is just a very simple use case. And then because when we talk about wallet, it's going to be interesting, definitely. But for me, right now, there's another big challenge in my mind right here, because the problems right here, I don't have 100,000 Bitcoin wallets in here. Yeah, I mean in my pocket, definitely. So I would say that I wish that I really had this kind of a Bitcoin wallet. And if someone really can donate this to me one day, tomorrow, or in the future, I really appreciate of this, and thank you very much in advance. Yeah. Well, during the explorations of process, we came across with this very interesting so-called alternative, namely Bitcoin testnet. So we try to create a 10 Bitcoin wallet in this case, and then each of the Bitcoin wallet is unprotected with any username or any password or any so-called encryption mechanism. Each of the wallets will contain one BTC testnet. Well, there are some differences between the BTC testnet and the real BTC in this case. The main difference is BTC testnet definitely doesn't contain any value associated with a so-called the real value, such as the US dollar in this case. Two of them, their Bitcoin address or the Bitcoin testnet address will prefix with a different value. But then for me, I feel that the Bitcoin wallet, they look pretty similar. Yeah. So you can use the same so-called crypto wallets program in order to open it. And the best part of this BTC testnet, we can get it freely from a lot of faucet in the internet. Yeah. In this case, BTC testnet is meant for blockchains, wallet or applications developers. You can use it to make lots of transactions, and those kind of transactions will just looks like real Bitcoin. And then definitely I would like to urge that if you would like to go for this approach, once we finish use it, definitely try to transfer back all these kind of BTC testnet back to the faucet, because this will be very useful for the community for the different testing purposes. Yeah. So back in when we in early 2020, in fact at that time around one BTC Bitcoin is almost equivalent to 10,000 US dollar. But right now I know from for example like yesterday, Bitcoin value is almost equivalent to 18 or 19,000 US dollar at the end of this 2020. Yeah, I would say thanks to COVID. Well, yeah. Another case we try to explore right here is about Bitcoin, about wallet. I would say that wallet, in terms of the human psychology, this is one of the very interesting terms. It is about a tools or a place or a placeholder for all of us to hold valuable, such as credit card, cash, notes, identification card in this case. So in real life, if a wallet lying on the restaurants or on the streets, will people take it and pick it up and try to contact the owner, or will just people just take it and take the cash out of it? Yeah, the same analogy as well. What if we try to place those kind of Bitcoin wallet openly on the internet? What will happen to all of them? Yeah. In this case, we put our on these open directory listings on this different servers on the internet. We just let them sitting quietly over there. We just want to wait for things to be happen. Of course, we try to craft those kind of web server to looks real. For example, if it contains lots of bunch of personal file and other documents on the same web server itself. Yeah, initially, what we expect will be this kind of very interesting and very sexy log, because for example, lots of bad guy will try to hunt a lot of try to pickpocket a lot of this Bitcoin wallet from our web server. I mean, this is what appeared on Mr. Didier Stevens' web server logs back in 2017, and this is our initial expectations. But over the time, for the first 30 days or maybe 35 days, our web server logs is really quiet, and this is really, really disappointing. Initially, we thought of our idea is totally a failure. We won't be able to get any single result out of this. Yeah, what you have seen on the screen right here, this is our real web server log. This is really quiet. From time to time, you can see that there may be some cats or flies just fly into our web server log. If we lucky enough at the time, we'll observe some sort of Google bots or Google or Bing's bot crawl into the web server and just say hi to us. Yeah. I will say that it could be due to the main reason web server, and no one really know that this kind of web server exists on the internet. So the first lesson learned, just be patient. Yeah. After a while, we start to have this kind of thought. How can we improve the entire situations right here? So the approach, we start to put some sort of information on Pastebin, for example. Hey buddy, this is our personal Bitcoin wallet. Please don't download it. Yeah, but definitely once we put a word "please don't download" it on Pastebin, things start to go crazy and getting more interesting because people start to download it from our web server for all our Bitcoin wallet that we put on the web server itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, what happened after 90 days for all our Bitcoin wallets? Yeah, so in this case, all of 10 of our Bitcoin wallets, which generated from Honeybank, was stolen. 9 out of 10 of the wallet alert us with the thief information behind the scene. We have one missing wallet out there. It could be due to maybe the wallet was accessed in Unix machines or Linux machines or Mac OS machines. Definitely one of the interesting observation is the fastest record for the stolen wallet is almost less than a minute once we posted so-called a link or so-called a message on the Pastebin itself. I think this could be due to some automated bot, but who knows? It could be behind the keyboard. Yeah. For the next 5 to 10 minutes, let me share with you, everyone right here about one of the very unexpected scene about this. In this case, yeah, someone just totally kind of wipe out our Bitcoin testnet wallet over there. Hey buddy, Bitcoin BTC testnet wallet doesn't contain any value in this case, but I'm not sure why this guy tried to totally empty out our Bitcoin testnet wallet right here. Yeah. So these entire incidents happened around March 24th and March 23rd. At that time, we started to create this Bitcoin wallet back in March 23rd, 2020, early this year. We leave it there on our web server on March 23rd. And then within less than 24 hours, surprisingly, unexpectedly, the value in the Bitcoin wallet become totally empty and become zero. Yeah. Well, let's try to investigate the entire incidents together. We'll explore about 3 components right here. So first, the web server log. Second is the Honeybank DNS alert. And then third will be the responder. Let's take a quick look about the timeline analysis for this incidents from the web server log perspective. What you have seen on the screen right here, this is just a common Apache logs that we have. Some folks, we try to access our web server and then grab this wallet.zip file from a location called /bitcoin/wallets.zip. And then in fact, our web server returned the HTTP response code 200 for user agent itself. This entire incident happened around during 1440 UTC. Few minutes after that, 1442 UTC, we start to receive a bunch of DNS requests in our Honeybank DNS web server. You can see on the screen right here, we receive a pretty long DNS request. This is a kind of pre-crafted in our DNS back. I mean our Honeybank DNS server itself. So for the first column, it will equivalent to the username of whoever the machines that access our so-called wallet.zip file. In this case, the username will be equivalent to blue. Yeah. And then the second column, which is a desktop-afm and b6k, this is equivalent to the so-called computer name. And then it's followed by the domain name, which is the desktop-ammfb6k. So yeah, by looking at the log itself, it indicates the bad guy unzip our zip file, looking into our zip file, the particular folder itself, on the Windows Explorer, on the Windows machine. Yeah, definitely. The best part, we start to receive a kind of a bunch of DNS alerts for almost 20 minutes, non-stop 20 minutes. Yeah, this really gives us a good indicator that, hey buddy, somebody is really looking into your zip file and access into the zip file itself. Let's take a quick look on the third component. Yeah, after a couple of minutes after the DNS alerts, we start to receive so-called SMB traffic in our responder. Yep. From those are words that are highlighted in the yellow color, blue, and the desktop-AFM and B6K. This is exactly equivalent to the same username and the same computer name or the domain name which appear on our DNS server logs just now. Yeah. Right now we start to have some sort of the NTRMM v2 hashes. It could be useful for the analysis later in details. Yeah. So just in brief, this is just the overall timelines that for the entire incidents to happen. 1440 UTC, our wallet.zip file gets stolen from our web server. 2 minutes afterwards, we started getting testnet out of it. I have no idea why he tried to wipe out our BTC testnet in this case, but I believe it could be due to he or she found about right here, and he or she is really pissed off about what we did. But definitely the first lesson learned will be, it is always good to have different pieces of the information right here, and eventually we can gel all the evidence together. It will give us a very good pictures in terms of the cyber defender's point of view. Yeah. I would love to share about some of the lesson learned right here, do and don'ts. Definitely the first lesson learned right here, just be patient. Yeah, initially we expect that those very beautiful web server log, people fight with each other, so try to grab those kind of Bitcoin wallets from our web server. And in fact, it takes us pretty long time in order to get those kind of first hit on our web server logs. This so-called is always the pain and fun for lots of honeypot security researchers around the world. It always takes time until the day that we can harvest a good result from our use cases or from our experience. Yeah. Secondly, I would really suggest that we customize our own unique baits in this case. For example, we can customize a new file names, different tokens, or different alerting mechanism. I believe that the more unique it can be, the best result that we can get out of the scene. Yeah. And then I would really suggest that put a warning banner. For example, say that, hey buddy, this is a private and confidential data. You are not allowed to access it. This is unauthorized for you. But I think when somebody really don't care about this kind of banner, that's how the interesting stuff started. Yeah. Last but not least, definitely never underestimate about the great impact of this kind of a small little deceptive bait. Initially, the entire design is just meant for Windows operating system in this case. At first, personally, I doubt about this kind of approach, but after a while, we start to collect a lot of interesting results of this, especially 9 of 10 of our Bitcoin wallets really give us a interesting result, and this is something really unexpected in our use case. Yeah. Honeybank is an open source tool that will really help you to create a zip file easily with any folders and any files to be embedded into it. The main goal for this tool is to notify us if someone accesses it. You can freely download these tools from the GitHub page right here. It's just an open source tool, and we really encourage that any interesting idea or any interesting contributions after this. Yeah. Again, thank you very much to SINCON. Thank you very much to Emil and the team for this wonderful opportunity for me to share my small little Bitcoin wallet story right here. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys.
This is your data. It can be all sorts of great things, like a business presentation, the latest design schematics, even an entire backend database. It could be the source code for the next big app, or something fun, like an informative product video. To reach its full potential, your data needs to be protected. Most simply get full disk encryption to protect their hardware and call it a day. But there are far worse dangers to your data today than just a lost drive or a stolen computer. Especially while in use, data needs to be protected from breaches or even from accidental exposure. Introducing SecureAge Secure Data, a simple and effortless way to automatically encrypt every file, every place, every time. By having every file in a naturally secure state, accessible only to you or your shared users, data is protected against internal and external threats without compromising user productivity. Here's how it works. Every file is encrypted as soon as it's created, or when it's transferred to your system. The encryption persists even when it's moved to another drive, archived on backup media, or stored in the cloud. Secure data grants inherent defenses to all files, no matter where they go, in a way that's fully transparent to its intended users. A small icon is all you see on every encrypted file. All that's needed to open it is a double click, just like always. There's zero change in user and application behavior while keeping all your data safe from unauthorized use. Secure data even makes sharing incredibly easy for small and large organizations. It uses powerful public key encryption for seamless access control and encryption policies that individualize data and define the intended security measures. Any shared file or folder is accessible only to authorized users, without worrying about decrypting a file or even remembering passwords. Unauthorized users such as hackers or even employees who manage your IT infrastructure won't be able to view the contents of your protected data. This enables organizations to take advantage of technologies like the cloud without worrying about data being intentionally or even accidentally compromised. It simply stays secure everywhere, all the time. Secure data is compatible with modern enterprise security features for deployment on various industries and is compliant with the world's most stringent legal security requirements. SecureAge Secure Data. Encryption for every file, every place, every time. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedata. Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it, but that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere, making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing SecureAge Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry-standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. SecureAge Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secureemail. Encryption is important. It's the most effective way of keeping sensitive files for your eyes, or even certain eyes only. Signing is equally critical. It ensures sensitive files are left untampered with while also authenticating the identity of its source. Sounds complicated? Well, it shouldn't be. Introducing SecureAge Secure File. File encryption and digital signing. It's powered by advanced encryption features like customizable encryption algorithms, secured file wiping, two-factor authentication, and built for securely sharing files with others. This makes it compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. SecureAge Secure File. Advanced encryption and digital signing for mission-critical files. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securefile. When it comes to protecting files, including their metadata, it's best to turn to disk encryption. An encrypted disk is essentially a container that safely encrypts every file that goes inside. While most turn to full disk encryption, it's limited in size by hardware and ties data to one device and a single user. Virtual volume encryption, on the other hand, makes a container of any size that can be stored anywhere, from physical media, network storage, or even the cloud. And while encrypted volumes can be shared, they typically rely on passwords, and that can be incredibly vulnerable. SecureAge Secure Disk easily lets you create virtual encrypted volumes that can be shared without clunky passwords. It uses powerful public key encryption so that only the people you trust can open, interact, and modify files, no matter where they are, without leaving a clue to others of what's inside. SecureAge Secure Disk Virtual Volume Encryption to safely store and share sensitive data. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/securedisk.
If you're like most people, and I think you might be, you like to feel secure, very secure. Well, I don't want to alarm you, but did you know that there are hundreds of thousands of malware and viruses released daily, and only 10% are detected by antiviruses within the first week? Scary, right? It's okay, Bouncer. Not even you can protect us from the other 90%, but SecureA Plus can. SecureA Plus is the ultimate computer security solution that combines more than 10 antiviruses and application whitelisting, protecting you at all times. And get this, it's absolutely free. Yep, more than 10 antiviruses for less than a dog biscuit. It's also fast, incredibly fast. Why? Well, all of these antiviruses live in the cloud, so your computer won't have to process locally. No, Bouncer, not that type of cloud. Silly dog. It's so fast that you get a full system scan from all of these antiviruses in less than a minute. And remember those pesky untrusted apps that take it upon themselves to automatically run without your permission? SecureA Plus prevents that from happening, giving you total control all the time. So, it's time you choose the right security solution that'll give protection for you and everyone else. Download SecureA Plus today.
The digital environment is constantly evolving, and so are the threats. With such an abundance of new technologies and information being created every second, the only effective way to protect our digital assets is through constant, comprehensive threat research. For more than 30 years, Trend Micro has been at the forefront of the battle against cybercriminals. Since 2014, we've blocked an incredible 300 billion threats, and this number grows every second as we continue to identify millions more threats every day. All thanks to the intelligence gathered by Trend Micro Research, a research organization which combines the best security experts in the industry with state-of-the-art machine intelligence to improve prevention, detection, and response to the evolving threats of today's cybersecurity landscape. Trend Micro Research takes advantage of sophisticated automation tools to identify new threats more quickly and accurately than ever before. An ongoing research and analysis of identified malware and threats gives us an unparalleled insight into how and why they work. Our team of security experts constantly identifies current and emerging trends, technologies, user behavior, and market and geopolitical shifts, so we're able to accurately anticipate the threat landscape of the future. With vulnerabilities, it's a race against time to patch or mitigate before exploits can be developed and deployed. That's why it's so important to identify them before they can be discovered and exploited by attackers. Through its zero-day initiative, the largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program in the world, and repeatedly a top supplier of vulnerabilities for Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT, Trend Micro Research is the global leader in vulnerability research, regularly providing protection months ahead of the public patch being available. When cybercriminals want to get into a specific organization, their weapon of choice is most often a targeted attack. Trend Micro researchers regularly analyze such attacks, providing insight into each step of the attack lifecycle and how best to protect against it. We also develop and employ innovative technologies to analyze data from the Trend Micro Smart Protection Network, identifying potential targeted attacks within our own customer base. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are critical elements of cybersecurity research, helping identify malicious emails, phishing, exploits, and many other threats at greater scale and more rapidly than any human. Trend Micro researchers and data scientists have been working with these technologies, developing solutions to combat threats and improve detection since the beginning of the 21st century. The next wave of innovation is already upon us, with smart homes, smart factories, smart cities, and transportation systems becoming an attractive new target for attack. Trend Micro researchers study these areas to better understand how these technologies are currently being used, how they could be used in the future, and how threat actors could potentially target them. Criminal underground communities are a valuable source of information. Working with global and local law enforcement agencies, Trend Micro researchers infiltrate and analyze the many criminal undergrounds that exist around the world. We use the knowledge gained from research into criminal underground communities to improve our products and the protections they offer against the threats launched by these criminals. From the very beginning, we have stayed ahead of the curve, constantly innovating in our mission to make the world safe for exchanging digital information. Because in the fight against cyber threats, knowledge is power.
Hello everyone, thanks for your interest in Yes We Hack. Today we will speak about how security leaders fight cybercrime with bug bounty. I'm Eileen Neo, the APAC regional lead for Yes We Hack, and it is my great pleasure to speak with you today. First off, I'd like to introduce Yes We Hack. We are a leading global bug bounty and vulnerability disclosure platform. We are running over 400 programs in more than 30 countries across Europe, APAC, and the US for clients ranging from startups, global banks, to governmental institutions. We also have a large community of cybersecurity researchers with over 20,000 vetted ones spread across 120 countries. The issues we solve are common to CISOs and their teams. We've learned that over the last 2 decades, security professionals have seen a radical change in the way IT impacts the environment. Cloud APIs, data, IoT, agile methods, shift left, all of these trends are leading to an expansion of the IT attack surface. Basically, every organization is delivering more code at a quicker rate, increasing potential vulnerabilities on their assets. Despite these dramatic changes, the means of auditing and securing IT systems, usually through pen testing, have not changed over the last few decades. As a result, there is a real dilemma between the rapidly evolving IT landscape on one hand and obsolete security tools and methods on the other. Not to forget that this is all in the context of continuously increasing threats and scarcity of skills. So how do we address this? Among a few things, we have Bug Bounty to help us address these security gaps. Bug Bounty provides security teams with the operational agility they need to bridge the gap between modern IT processes and security. What is Bug Bounty? It is an enhanced version of pen testing. There is access to more talent, more time to discover interesting bugs, and only valid findings are rewarded. Organizations reward ethical hackers for the vulnerabilities they report within a controlled environment. There are strict rules on what they can and cannot do, what kind of tests they can run, in which environment, on which scopes, which bugs are prioritized, etc. There is also a clearly defined rewards grid, which defines the bounty amounts according to the severity of each bug reported. Naturally, the more critical the bug is, the higher the reward would be. Yes We Hack's Bug Bounty platform connects clients to our community of hunters. This is where you will run your bug bounty programs, invite hunters, and manage your bug reports. There are 2 main types of programs, private ones and public ones. Most clients are doing private bug bounty programs. They work only with selected hunters based on the program requirements. This can be 5, 10, 50, or even 500 invited hunters that you can rotate over time to get a diversity of skill sets. Such programs remain confidential and are not advertised. Then we have public programs where anyone within the hunter community can submit a bug. Private programs are a great place to start with, as we maintain a lot of control over who we work with. An organization may choose to go public if it wants to publicly showcase their commitment to security and if it is very confident of the prospect of working with a large community of hunters. How do we get started with bug bounty? There are 5 simple steps. First of all, we would define the program rules, which include the scope of the program. For example, is it a domain or a subdomain, a web or mobile application, an IoT firmware, etc. The qualifying and non-qualifying vulnerabilities, what types of bugs qualify for reward, and the bounty grid, which is indexed according to the severity of the vulnerability, low, medium, high, or critical, based on the business impact. Lastly, any relevant information for the hunters, such as the guidelines they need to follow, or how to get credentials for grey box testing, etc. We would then choose to launch in private or public mode. In private, we would select hunters to work with. This could be 550 or 500, depending on the objective. In a public program, we launch to the entire hunter community. Once the program has been launched, hunters begin their testings. They submit their findings through the platform, assigning a severity level to each bug. We would then validate each report. Are they within the rules? What is the business impact? And what is the severity level? If the vulnerability is valid, the hunter is rewarded based on the severity level and bounty grid. Only the first hunter for a given bug is rewarded. Other reports on the same bug are marked as duplicates and do not qualify for a reward. Once the vulnerability report has been validated, you may proceed to fix it. Once the fix is applied, we ask the hunter to check if the fix has been properly applied until we are sure it is resolved. Bug bounty has been gaining popularity, and no surprises, as it has many merits. Firstly, it is highly effective. You can tap into a large talent pool, not just 1 or 2 pen testers, and whenever you need, as long as you need. And hence it extends your testing capabilities and more interesting bugs are found, thereby maximizing your risk coverage. We very often deal with heavily tested scopes, but never fail to quickly discover high or critical vulnerabilities. And as only the first hunter for a certain bug qualifies for a reward, the healthy competition encourages hunters to surface vulnerabilities as soon as possible. It is also very cost effective, as only valid bugs with business impact are rewarded. With a classic audit, we pay for the man hours regardless of whether anything valuable was found. In fact, one of our clients, one of the largest Asian banks, found that they were saving 4 times per bug on bug bounty as compared to pen testing. Lastly, bug bounty is built for agility and can launch in any environment: pre, post-production, UAT, black to white box testing. I will be diving deeper into these 3 points about bug bounty's agility in the next few slides. Let's start with flexibility. There is a common misconception that bug bounty is only suitable for very agile companies, but that's not the case. Whatever the level of agility, all businesses can launch crowdsourced pen testing in a few clicks. There are usually 2 types of clients that we see: those who are already in some kind of DevOps transformation and those who are still working with the more traditional waterfall model. For clients in the DevOps journey, they run continuous integration and continuous delivery, so they need to have continuous testing as well, because they basically deliver code every day. And with bug bounty, they have the ability to do continuous testing that surfaces bugs at the same speed that those bugs are created by their development teams. For clients in the waterfall model, their releases used to happen rather infrequently, every 3 or 6 months, but now it's been shortened to every month or every week. Hence, scheduling old school pen tests so frequently is not an option. With bug bounty, even clients in the waterfall model can quickly mobilize a group of hand-picked ethical hackers in a few clicks to surface bugs during the acceptance or the testing phase in the pre-production environment, and then fix those bugs before each release. And they can suspend, update, relaunch, or stop the program at any moment whenever they need a security review. Bug bounty is also very empowering for developers. Today, as a result of the need for speed, we see that developers have more and more latitude and autonomy in the way they work. They deliver more and more code on a quicker basis. Security professionals today are outnumbered massively by developers. In such a context, if the security team cannot find a way to effectively embed security within that process from early start on, they may find themselves progressively set aside and basically completely losing control of the situation. One way to address this is to actually raise awareness, to train those developers and to have them implementing best practices in their work. But how to do that? Theoretical trainings are one thing, but Bug Bounty brings a much more pragmatic approach to this. Through a platform like Yes We Hacks, developers can directly communicate with the researchers who found their bugs. And through this direct interaction, you create real awareness, you enable a transfer of skills between the hunters and the developers. You can actually then identify potential security champions within the dev team. We even see clients where it's not anymore the CISO or his team who run the bug bounty programs, but security champions within the dev teams. The CISO team then becomes more of a service provider who orchestrates the programs at a higher level. Finally, Bug Bounty enables many diverse automation use cases. Pentest leaves you with a static document, like a PDF. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to actually use it at scale. With Bug Bounty, you have structured data because the reports are filled by the hunters through the platform interface using standard fields. When the information is received by the client side, the report manager will then update and validate this information. So as a result of this process, you get structured and validated data which you can integrate into your workflows and tools. Hence, you can automate many things, many tasks that otherwise would be done manually or would not be done at all, just because they're time consuming. A first use case is the most obvious one, ticket management. For example, our Jira connector automatically creates tickets and eases the internal management of vulnerabilities and remediations. It also creates transparency and accountability on the IT side. Another use case could be regression testing within your CI or CD pipeline in order to replace the manual work of code reviews for security issues with automated security testing using the data from bug bounty reports, which are then directly pushed into the CI or CD pipeline. As a result of such use cases, many clients start seeing security from a proactive point of view as an enabler instead of being an obstacle. A third use case is virtual patching. As we know, manual patch creation often becomes unfeasible as the number of vulnerabilities grow. That's why our platform enables our clients to easily update and fine-tune their web application firewalls with the vulnerability data generated by our programs and converting this data into virtual patches to maximize their protection system's efficiency. As we've established today, the old security assessment model is no longer effective. Security needs to be an integrative part of internal processes and potentially continuous. Testing once a year while release cycles run on a monthly, weekly, or even daily basis is ineffective and exposes companies to a lot of security risks. When speaking with security leaders, we see that the question among them is no longer whether they will or will not run a bug bounty program, but rather how they will do so and where do they start. And this is where Yes We Hack is able to help. Thank you all for watching today, and please feel free to contact us with any questions you have. Have a wonderful day.